and gentlemen, welcome to the most anticipated stage in this competition. It's a thrilling day here at the Ruthless Hide Esports Clash of Giants Season 2 Grand Finals. The finest squad from South Asia and Southeast Asia have battled their way through intense competition to reach this pivotal moment. And on the caster's desk, I am Neptune the Gem Gaming. Together with me is the one and only the Warden.
Well, it's going to be the pinnacle of the competition here. I mean, after all, we came from the playoffs with, what, 24 teams, down to 16 here. Come again, we've talked about it. I've mentioned it numerous amount of times, is that only the best out of the best will be here playing on the stage for tonight in the grand finals.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and this is where it gets tight, because apart from the usual scene that we see on the maps that they played on, we have an introductory into some of the different modes in PUBG Mobile. Later on, we're going to show you the schedule of what we are talking about, but I'm really excited on what is being offered by the top 16 teams in this competition, and really hype up if in case some of the teams has been holding back on their strats. This is where they are going to show it.
Well, I mean, after all, we did say that we could have called that it would have been a shorter day here, but no, it's going to be a battle of endurance, not just for the players, but for the characters as well. We have a lot of matches here in regards to just comparing it to what we had on the playoffs, especially on the last day. This time around, we're going to be having three runs of TMs, 6 runs of the usual battle royale that we get to see. So I can't wait to see how this one's going to pan out. This is just going to be, you know, blessing those who can be bold and brave here in the battlefield of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, blessing those who will be strong and has stamina. Because apart from that, apart from back-to-back battle, like I even came from different casting, and this is where I get tested as well. But I love the game, I love the journey, and I love the grind. So hopefully the same goes for the teams who will be jumping in here on the battle. So a few more of those matches that will be seen. That is 6 matches per day for the 4 days of grand finals, and this is where it all begins. In the next screen, we are going to see the tournament overview as to what has happened and what will be happening in the future. And for those of you who don't know, Southeast Asia and South Asia qualifiers happened for the first week of September, and all throughout they have battled to 2 weeks of playoffs, and this time around we started off with grand finals. It's already October, and we are now heading to the first day. 16 teams, 6 matches every day, and so far, even the grueling group stages has been so much of pressure. What more if they are now in here waiting to be champions?
You know, looking at the whole schedule here that has been able to pan out for the Clash of Giants Season 2, I mean, there has been very little room for them to work with it in regards to like taking a rest, you know, looking at the VODs and stuff. So adaptability is what I'm looking out for here, and especially of the whole run here. I mean, after all, we only had the last day of the playoffs yesterday, and now we're on to the grand finals. So we gotta watch out for those squads who really came out of the playoffs pretty heated up. As you know, one of those squads could be KAGENDRA, obviously getting a double winner chicken dinner. But before that, once more, here is the prize pool for this tournament. For all playoffs is said and done, we are moving over to the grand finals, which the champions will get $3,500 US. Second will get 1,500. Third will get 800. Fourth will get 500, and an MVP of the whole tournament will get 300 directly to his pockets.
Yeah, there are also a few of the most elimination as well as TDM matchup. That is what we are going to see most of the time in these days of finals. But going into point system, that will help those elimination points. That is 10 points to go, who will be grabbing to that winner chicken dinner, and then it goes down to 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 up until the 8th place, and those in the 9th past 9th place will get nothing, nada, zilch, but they need to recover in terms of elimination, and this is where the early aggression from the team will really help.
A bit of a wake up here for these squads. Once again, retention of the old point system will be applied, and it's just all going to go down to the testament here where elimination points would come and matter quite a lot. So I mean, you obviously want to get both out of the best out of the two worlds that we have here for the points. Obviously, eliminations and points. So I mean, in regards to the squads that I'm eyeing out for here, in regards to eliminations, it has to be Stalwart Esports. But on the contrary, on the flip side, KAGENDRA is one of those squads that has been able to get those precious placements points pretty much so convincingly. But now we move over to the squad roster here in between BIGETRON, Red Villains, T2K Esports, Team RRQ, and Team XERXIA.
Yep, and we've seen so much of BIGETRON Red Villains, especially with the previous, the one that was the throne MVP Lapar, who has been in there for the longest time before it was overtaken by a player from a different team, NIGMA Galaxy. And that was Coops. So hopefully he will be able to recover that, because there's still a few things in line in the grand finals. T2K as well, we've seen a lot of their performance from previous. Same goes with RRQ and XERXIA. But on the next, we have Genesis Esports, Halo Esports, 4Miracle VIEBS, Stalwart Esports, and we know for sure with 4Miracle VIEBS and Stalwart Esports first and second in our South Asia side in PMPL, as well as Southeast Asian PMPL Genesis Esports champion. They have a lot to offer. Halo Esports, though, they are becoming the comeback kings at this point, because even the lowest low in their placement in the rankings, they managed to move up and catch up with everyone else, especially with the performance in the last few days of the playoffs. So hopefully we'll see all of those roll through for the next matches that we're going to see.
You know, this tournament overall is a de facto here that, you know, accolades at the previous glance wouldn't really matter at most, as, you know, it's all going to boil down to this. It's a fresh tournament. It's a fresh stage here for this Clash of Giants. So going to prove something different here at this competition. As we move over now to the competition under 7-9, Boom Esports, 7 Element, and PRIZEPOOL EVOS. We all know how much impact they were able to do, especially for 7 Element and 7-9 at the previous run as well. PRIZEPOOL EVOS and Boom Esports was one of those squads kind of had a hard time at the last stage of the playoffs, but till then, you know, we're open for changes here once more on this grand finals.
Yeah, definitely. And for the side of 7 Element, I mean, they did well so much, and some matches that really made them move up and catch up with the top 16. NIGMA Galaxy, though, great performance coming from them. They even have Coops, as mentioned earlier, as an MVP from the playoffs. MORPH GPX, we need to find aggressiveness from this team. They were united. The survivability of this team really has proven them that the placement points can be gathered in so much more, and then later on, that is where they pop it off with elimination. But of course, we cannot take out KAGENDRA, the most consistent. They might not be the number one in in the first week of the playoffs. They managed to grab top 3 or top 2 from week 1, but towards week 2, that's where they maintain the consistency. Thus, even in rank points, that's where they grab the highest, 56 in total, if I'm not mistaken, or 54. Thank you very much for the bonus ranking that we have on our screen. And as you can see, the number of points you grab for each week dictates to the amount or the height of your placement from all those weeks. And as you can see, the consistency, even compared to 4Miracle VIEBS, they were in the top on the first week, but they falter on week number 2, thus ending up second on this bonus ranking.
And you know, this whole tournament right now, especially at this current stage, is that this is just a run here for the Indonesians. I mean, after all, we got KAGENDRA, we got BIGETRON Red Villains, we got DEWA United and MORPH GPX here, all coming in from Indonesia. So, and it's not just that, you know, on the previous run as well, once again, we had a double run for KAGENDRA and one as well for the set of RRQ. So let's see if the rest of the countries here from the side of Southeast Asia and South Asia can absolutely perform and overtake the Shadow down. But now, as we soon move over to the next stage, next page of this bonus rankings, obviously we get to see the rest of the competition here, and one thing for sure, it's that it's going to be 7-9 on number 9, Team RRQ on number 10, 11 will be Genesis Esports, 12 for the set of PERSIJA EVOS, 13 for the set of Team XERXIA, 14 for the set of Halo Esports, 15 for the set of Boom Esports, and as we get to see, 7 Element hanging on the number 16 spot.
Yeah, he did come back in the final few moments of the playoffs, and so unfortunate though for the other teams who have great potential, even had great history in PUBG Mobile, who wasn't able to reach this level on grand finals. But it is what it is. If you falter and waited for your chance to shine towards the end, you might not grab that opportunity. Thus, other teams will shine over you. So there you have it, guys. These are the bonus ranking for all the top 16 who ended up in the grand finals. Looking forward to them perform even further, and this points will help them out throughout this stage of the competition. Again, 4 days of grand finals. This is something that to weed out really who amongst these teams are the best, and also who are we going to crown champion in this tournament. But again, it's not yet beginning for all the teams. Some of the teams need to be prepared, and as Warden mentioned earlier, there's not so much time in preparation because only 1 day after the playoffs before jumping into this day of the grand finals.
You know, at the early stage of the grand finals, we can totally expect teams to just play passively, find the grasp of what was the recent changes here between the oppositions. Until then, you know, you can change up your pacing, revolve around that, and move further to the tournament with a convincing win. But obviously, it's easier said than done. I mean, after all, this is Battle Royale we're talking about. And as much as we like to see teams get the proper read, it's very unlikely here, because if you're one of the squads, you have to go against 15 other as well. And it's not just them, you know, it's not just you saying that it's just 15 other oppositions. We're talking about the best out of the best coming in from different regions.
Exactly. Southeast Asia and South Asia has brought in a lot of top teams, as well as surprising performance from those who haven't showed up yet in major tournaments. So we are looking forward to how they are going to end it up this time, but also looking forward to us reaching this giveaway milestone, because when we reach 30,000 watching on YouTube, it will translate to HyperX, 5 of the HyperX headphones, and 50,000 will be for the 2 of the AirPods, and 7,000 for that iPhone 15 that everyone is coveting for. And we just have to follow a few of the rules. You need to follow the Instagram, join the Discord server, send a screenshot of your follow, and get your token number. And then last will be to wait and pray that you will be the ones being drawn on the live draw of this tournament. Now we have the tournament schedule right now. As you can see, it's often that seldom that we see 3 maps being played, but right now we have ERANGEL, MIRAMAR, ERANGEL, and then SANHOK will be put in the mix. Back to MIRAMAR, and then last but not least for this day, we have match number 6 on the OG map. And this will really change the momentum of each pace of the teams, and hopefully we'll see those who remain consistent regardless of where they drop.
Yeah, it's really appreciated here that we get to see 3 ERANGELs here. We start things off with ERANGEL, ended up with ERANGEL, and that's just, you know, the creme of the top here. I mean, after all, that's just really about it. But moving over now to the TDM matches here, we do have 3 TDM matches here granted for today's schedule. We do have match number 1 here between the 4 Miracle Vibes up against STALWART Esports. On match number 2, that's going to be PERSIJA EVOS up against BIGETRON Villains. On match number 3, we have 7 Elements up against NIGMA Galaxy.
Yeah, and it continues on not just for today, but the succeeding days of the grand finals. This will be happening in between the matches that we have on the full map of Battle Royale. So it's a combination as well as those tricks and turns in this matchup that will be the curveball for all the teams right now. But it is not just it's not a combination of all of the points they will be gathering on a Battle Royale and TDM. There's a specific prize pool dedicated for the TDMs, and who doesn't want to grab more, especially if you're the ones in the top already when it comes to Battle Royale.
Yeah, I mean, after all, once more, it's just all going to be a run here on how well you can adapt to the environment that you're in, be it if it's going to be Battle Royale or TDM. It doesn't matter. What matters is that, at the end of it, if you are one of the best teams out there, you are for sure going to be granted now. But here we go in Neptune. We are going to be going to the predictions now. There's no Group A, Group B, or Group C. It's just all going to be going down to one group. Neptune, I want to throw this one to you. Which group are you eyeing up for this first round?
Well, for this first round, I think it's good to say that 4 Miracle Vibes will be able to take this one. I still have my eyes on them ever since the competition began, and though they faltered in week 2, I think this is the time that they will bring it back. Yeah,
I mean, 4 Miracle Vibes could be the team as well. I mean, I really vouch for them, but at the same time, they had a very faulty run on last of the playoff. For me, I think I have to go to the way of KAGENDRA for this one. I mean, after all, they had a pretty convincing end for the playoffs. So I wouldn't be so surprised as well if they can pull it off. But once again, you know, this is the grand finals we're talking about. Predictions sometimes could be pretty faulty here, Neptune, as you know, it's pretty broad now. After all, this is a change of nature, a change of stage, and we could totally expect teams here to show up a different beast.
Yeah, different beasts, and this guy cheering for KAGENDRA, quite surprising. There's a little bit of backstory in there that we won't be telling you on the broadcast, but again, KAGENDRA has brought in a lot in terms of performance. I did mention about consistency in these games coming from the Garudas of KAGENDRA, but we'll have to find out if they can maintain that consistency all throughout the grand finals. And there you have it. It has been locked in, loaded, and hopefully this time I will be grabbing that first of the prediction rights, because so far I've been losing in that stage.
Well, let's see, man. I mean, after all, we've been rocking this curse all throughout, where we do vouch for our team, and all of a sudden, on the first circle, they do get eliminated. But obviously, you know, all of this opposition here, all of these players in this competition right now, they don't want to go that way. I mean, after all, this is the first start of the grand finals, and for those teams that has been lacking those points overall, they do want to bounce back. Now, in regards to the teams that is on a very convincing run right now, For Miracle Vibes is one of them. Same goes for the side of NIGMA Galaxy. KAGENDRA has been able to put up a swell. Same goes for the side of Team RRQ. Those are my top 4 so far for this event. But once more, seeing it over and over again, I'm open for changes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, those who are open for changes as well as good enough to adapt will really bring in a lot in the competition just like this. Because if you don't make those changes, especially if you're making a mistake, then you will be left with what you have. And at some point, what you have probably is not enough. So let's see if that will be the storyline for these teams right now, especially for those who didn't do well on the playoffs. And for those who did well on the playoffs, again, consistency is key. But make sure that it's a good consistency, because we've seen a lot of consistency from the team, but it is on the other way. They consistently lose their gunfight, and that is what we don't want to happen for these games.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you gotta draw back, you gotta look for a better opportunity if ever you do falter into the early stage of the gunfights. And you know, you gotta tone things down just a little bit, control the tempo. You don't want to fall into the traps of the fast-paced teams out there in this competition. And once more, you know, I think really the biggest factor here now as well, coming from what I learned on towards the last day of the playoffs, is that the teams that are able to survive the last and final circles are the teams that is able to play around the outskirts, let the battle, let the rest of the competition do the dirty work. Till then, you just right in when it's the perfect time to strike.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Some of the teams has taken advantage of that tactics for a very long time, and they did succeed. And even if without getting so much of elimination from the early parts, they grab all of the kills that they need on the latter part of the game. So we are going to find out if who are the teams who are going to pull out that tactics, or will it be a different strategy overall? Because in a bit, we're going to jump in on the first map of this grand final. Again, this is the Ruthless Hype Esports Clash of Giants Season 2. Hopefully, you are sharing this stream, inviting everyone to watch this competition, because a lot is in store for you guys as we have ERANGEL on the mix.
This is the moment that all of the teams and all of the viewers has been hoping for to do. A lot of time here for tonight. It is going to be a very long night here, so better make sure you buckle up your seatbelts, get some popcorn and some drinks. Until then, you can absolutely enjoy the show, or you could just be focusing yourself into the broadcast overall. Neptune, we're moving over to ERANGEL.
Yeah, as we have the green grass right now. Everyone is buckled in, but in a bit they will be shooting out of the flight and dropping in their zone. And we are going to find out if there will be any changes in the drop points, because we've seen a lot of consistency at this point on where they're dropping. They just need to win those engagement, because we're not talking about groupings anymore. We have specific drops for the specific players or teams in this match. And if in case you go for a hot drop, make sure that you're ready to fight back. It is coming from the bottom part of the map, Subsnovka Island, going towards Pass Mansion. And for those targeting Georgia Pole as well as Hospital, it would be a long drop. They might be able to reach it, but it might take a while.
Yeah, you can totally expect School, Rozak, and Pachinki alongside with Yas Napoleon as well could be a drop here for these squads overall, but typically we get to see 4 Miracle VIBES just owning this military base down. I do believe STALWART, they do want to go for Novo as well, so that's going to be 2 times in a row as well, back to back, that they want to go for the very drop. On the process, I do believe we do get to see Primors getting invaded as well, but instead of DEWA United. Boom Esports heading towards Quarry, and oh my days, the first circle here will be revolving around the military base, and 4 Miracle VIBES and STALWART Esports right now is smiling for dear life.
Yeah, they have the center of the circle. The only trouble here is everyone else from outside of the first stage will be running towards them. So hopefully they're ready and prepared to welcome them in. Otherwise, once they knock their doors, they might be the ones going down together with the whole house. Now, Team RQ right now running through all the compounds they have, ready to cross the bridge, and hopefully they will get the vehicles that they need as well. So later on, just in case they get delayed in their rotation, they might be the ones being gunned down. But as you can see, NIGMA Galaxy not wasting no time at all, using that vehicle and getting away. Raouf right now. Oh, good follow-up by Hexas. When we thought that he has escaped, RRQ cuts their approach.
NIGMA Galaxy, such an unfortunate clash for them. This is something that they have been going through so much, especially during the playoffs, where they just get taken down early on at the first stage. Team RRQ, such a bane for them, but hey, the battle's still not over. But with Hexas taking down Raouf already, and on the feed, we do see a mixture of as well of MORPH GPX and Boom Esports. A lot of things is just panning out so far, and I think it's just all because of the zone happening in military base. A lot of teams just wants to get the vehicle said and done, move over to the very base, and till then get like a better angle for the long-term run here for this round.
And speaking of long-term run, there won't be any long-term run for some of the players in Boom Esports, but RQ right now welcoming in players of Hail, and there goes No Mercy, given No Mercy with the DBS, and the recovery will be done for the 2 players. Tiger and Sea Sky only can be picked up. The only question is how much or how fast can they recover, because they might not be the only ones in this area. We've seen earlier a lot has already passed by, and they might be meeting a few more. Sea Sky only is being picked up, but back to MORPH GPX against Boom Esports. Boom Esports almost losing most of their players, but I think they have to make do with what they have. They picked up 2 of those knocked down and backed away in perfect timing, even if some of the players from the high ground is targeting them. Tiger, on the other hand, still relieving No Mercy of that gunfight, and Hail Esports is still alive and kicking. Let's see if the team of Boom Esports can do the same.
It's a lopsided run right now here for MORPH GPX and Boom Esports, and I think it's about time here for the squad of both ends of the spectrum to call rendezvous, especially here for the set of MORPH GPX. I mean, after all, you get to see it's going to be Boom Esports here solidified at this very vicinity right now. They owned it down, and they want to go for a push here up against Euro CMZ, and I don't think this is going to go any way for him. Drilling down out in the open, straight down, gets tagged up, and now only 1 player remains here for the set of MORPH GPX.
MORPH GPX right now on the losing streak. And you don't want this to happen to your team. Even if you had the advantage against Boom Esports, we know Boom will bring the boom to this game. And 4-man squad still alive and kicking. 3 points to their name already. Bobo Ho, one of the strongest player in this team composition, but it doesn't help if you're alone. He is trying to damage some of the vehicles surrounding him, making sure that there's no escape, especially for those who gun them down. And that is just so cruel, but I would agree with it, with the intention. You don't want to be chased by the other team, especially if you lose some vehicle well rested behind.
You know, it's going to be a point time here for a set of Boom Esports that they just want to fall back as well, get this vehicle done. And after all, you got to look at the zone here. It's not leaning towards your favor. And for the most of it, fortunately, for the set of 4 Miracle VIBES and STALWART Esports, they have this situation right now where they can keep the people, the players, or the squads, or the teams overall to make it past towards the bridge. But after all, maybe RNG will not be going to their way, as we get to see possibly the last 2 minutes of the 2 minutes and 40 seconds of the time could just be on their side, but as soon as we move over to the second circle, it might go back to the main island.
Yeah, let's see if they will be able to reach the islands, whether it's the main or the military base island. But with 4 Miracle VIBES right now, this is what we usually see, especially when we are offered a way towards those bridges. Bridge camping, one of the most awaited tactics from the other teams, even most annoyed by those other players, because you don't like if there's no way for you to get across, you really need to go to that bridge, and at some point a lot of teams are taking advantage. So let's see if this is the same story overall. Nigma Galaxy, though, a little bit too close, and some players of RRQ, though, they lost one of their players in the mix as well. I don't think they will play aggressively.
You know, it's pretty impressive here for Nigma Galaxy to find a recovery after that first flash that they had up against Team RRQ. I mean, after all, I thought that it was said and done, but hey, they are still in it for a fight on this round number 1. And with them having the vehicles now, I think it's just about time for them to get into a town where they can loot up, because they did struggle quite a lot, all because of the fact that they didn't really have anything to play with. Moving over now, I mean, BIGETRON Red Villains is something that I'm also eyeing out for here, because they were trying to put up a really good scratch, especially on the previous run for MIRAMAR. But looking at the whole start that they have here on this round number 1, it's not looking too bright as well.
Yeah, let's see where it will be brighter this time around, because again, for those of you who are just jumping in the stream right now, our first stage will end up in SMB, Sosnovka military base, and a lot of camping has been done in the bridges already. But again, there is a little bit of leeway for some, because you don't really have to cross the bridge just yet. But for those who are being taken by the blue right now, and specifically it's T2K, MORPH GPX, Genesis Esports, and PERSIJA EVOS or PJEV, they will need to hustle. They need to move and get to a better place, because a lot of teams will be smashed in together. Speaking of smash, a smash coming from Boom using the S12K, and Shopper will be down. RNJ goes down as well, and it's all yummy game. Let's see if they can pull off another one against Megamind.
Yummy May, Megamind. Yummy May picking up the nade, throws it down. Megamind falls back. But one player from the wraparound here could be the Bane, but Megamind, DDS, let's take him out from the equation. But a double trouble come in. The break comes true. Yummy May takes one player down. And on the composition here for the side of Boom Esports, they have still 3 players alive. And that's going to be enough for them to take this dominating run. 5 eliminations in total.
They ended for XERXIA in this first game, and XERXIA did put up a great fight, but not so much. It's a battle of the shotguns, whether it's DBS, S12K, those pump shotgun will really bring in the damage. But let's see what damage will be brought in by the next stage of the circle. It's still in the island though, but part of it is also on that bridge. Good enough though for KAGENDRA. They, if I'm not mistaken, they didn't cross the bridge. They used the boat in here to get across and get a good space behind STALWART Esports. But STALWART Esports though, they are trying to take peaks as well as get a disadvantage against SEM9. One is already gunned down. Let's see if the rest can survive.
Yeah, I mean, SEM9 right now not looking too bright for them as well. No cavalry whatsoever, and I think it's about time for them to dodge this bridge around and hope for the best that STALWART Esports will let go of the situation. But as we got to see earlier, the zone is revolving around the military base alongside with Novo as well. So it's just about the perfect timing as well. But at the same time, STALWART Esports, they know for a fact that they can just hold on to this bridge and just wait things out to push through here in this situation. But once moreover, we are seeing the rotations play out, and it's a very heated run here on towards the left side. I mean, we get to see Boom Esports Hill as well, for Miracle VIEBS, alongside with MORPH GPX and T2K in that very vicinity. And I think we might just be able to see more squads collapse at the time when it strikes.
Yeah, definitely. When these teams strikes as well as the blue, we are going to see some teams fall down in their knees, and well, hopefully not a lot, but engagements will be the overall factor in this situation. Boom Esports right now playing it safe, hanging back. It doesn't damage that much, but the thing is, you are still being damaged even if you're not in a battle, which really takes a toll in your resources. And earlier we saw a little bit of a energy drink gameplay coming from some of the players of Boom Esports, because they will need it, especially as they will need some time before they cross this bridge. And Boom Esports actual already have sights on 2 players of Hail, and there goes Yummy beating him to it. And, well, I guess regardless of who steals the kill, as long as your teammate, that's still all good and done.
Yeah, I mean, overall for the set of Booby Esports here, Akul doesn't really have a lot of resources to play with it as well. Has to rely on his teammates in regards to the healing situation. But at the same time, you know, they do get one clash hit and over with. It's going to be Hale almost down to the ground. 2 players remain for them. 2 goes down onto that very clash, but still plenty of players right around here. And in some way, Genesis Esports is already around the mixture as well. For Miracle VIEBS is a team that they got to watch out for as they head on to the rotation. So it's going to be a very heavy mess. And after all, we're talking about the stage 3 of the game. The zone is going to start to hurt.
Yep, and it does hurt, especially at a later stage of this game. T2K though, Love has been knocked down and needs to be picked up, but how can you do it with a lot of teams surrounding you? Jane has felt the nade coming from the other side of Genesis Esports. Eliminated on number 15 though is Hale Esports, especially with engagement that they felt against Boom Esports. Now, as their smile right now, trying to recover the HP, but Doki has been brought down with a Dream Breaker shotgun. 4 points goes to Genesis Esports.
Bit of an unfortunate situation there for T2K. They ended off as 14 on this very round. Genesis Esports might just be the team to fall down as well, not unless obviously they can get this one set and over with, but a pinch will come true here from the side of Boomy Esports. The question is, will they be able to connect? Looking like they are not really finding the angle right now, but Yummy May looks to wrap around here. Just on the other side of the bridge, it's going to be a player here for Genesis now. It's going to be Smile for you. Master Smile here on the flip side. Cooking up the nade. Master Smile, can you connect? Yummy May onto the ground. Can he get this one true? Absolutely yes. West Carry finds one. Can he get some more? Master Smile on the middle right now, making a lot of noise. And Genesis Esports now is on a domination run as well. 5 elims for them, but the battle is not done, not just yet.
Yeah, not just yet. There's a lot more surrounding them, but the battle is happening outside of the blue, and they need to move in. A lot of teams are already taking advantage of the free area, the free land that has been offered in this military base, and they need to hustle right now. But hustling on one side is PERSIJA EVOS, but they haven't paid off just yet. And there goes the shot onto STALWART Esports. Finally, Red Face hits Choco Pie, and the Choco Pie will not be that sweet anymore. He will be on the ground, rolling in the dirt, and you don't want to eat that pie.
Oh yeah, can't have too much sweetness in your system. Obviously not going to be healthy as well. Do it too much, you might lose your legs. So, and that is exactly what happened right there. Now 13 equation overall, and it's crazy to see that there's only 3 squads that has been eliminated. But obviously, if you get to see right now on the right side, a lot of squad has been able to face a lot of casualties here. Yes, for sure, they're not out from the equation. But if you take a look at Boom Esports right now, they only have 3. MORPH GPX, same goes for them. STALWART Esports, they only have 2. KAGENDRA only has 2 as well, and this might just be a chaotic run for the set of SEM9, but for PRIZEPOOL EVOS, they're not really connecting the shots from the distance, making a lot of noise, a lot of attention towards them, and quite fortunately, they do get the connection onwards Tam from the distance. He goes down out from the round. SEM9, they get forced a dual equation as well.
And SEM9 is in trouble right now. Another one has been knocked out. And as you mentioned, they are in a duo situation. How well can they survive this battle? But speaking of survivability, Genesis Esports, who had been aggressive outside of the blue, slowly are faltering and falling down. And from the looks of it in the map, it's only Master Smile who managed to survive and get in. Let's see if there will be a few more, because they need all those despite of the number of elimination they have done. But on the left hand side, we are seeing MORPH GPX being eliminated on 12th spot, and they are shorter in. They ended, or they started the stage 4 with only a few players, and it's very, very difficult to go through and overcome those situations once you are less.
Oh, fortunately for the set of 4 Miracle VIEBS, unfortunately for Neptune, they are still fully composed right now, and in regards to their current run right now, they do have the best statistics, and like Genesis Esports, they do have 7, but at the same time, that might just be put into a stale condition, as they don't really have a lot of players to play with. 4 Miracle VIEBS being the #1 team in this competition right now, and having a complete set, and after all, this is their town here. They have played around military base for such the longest time, and consistently this has been their territory, so I wouldn't be so surprised if they can take control of the full situation. But at the same time, it's going to be a hard read as well, because if you get to see, there is still plenty of opposition that they got to deal with. 10 squads on this very island.
Yeah, 10 squads against 4 Miracle Vibes. And I guess they can start off with taking them down one at a time. 7 Esports has felt their wrath, but on their side, Master Smile is not yet done, as he is the only player from Genesis Esports that throws it a little bit too far, and KAGENDRA takes advantage of that and eliminated on 11 is Genesis Esports. We just said it, but they had a lot of elimination under their belt. 8 in total, and I guess that will increase further if they continue this aggression. But speaking of aggression, there's not so much of aggression coming from 4 Miracle Vibes. They want to survive a complete squad, and even if they're targeting 7th element, they will keep their trigger discipline on the perfect timing until they get the cover, and this is what Apex is doing.
I mean, with them getting the first shot said and done right now, 7 elements, they don't really have a lot to play with. And on the middle as well, they do have to deal with DEWA United just on towards the southeastern side of the map. 4 Miracle Vibes, on the contrary, they are heading into rotation. They want to play around the zone instead. While in the process, 7 elements, they're inside. But in the process, Divine does take a player from a distance here from 4 Miracle Vibes. And he is haggling the players now here for them. And they want to put themselves into the mixture. We do see Gypney now on top. He wants to go for a spray down. This is a huge commitment for them. Cooking up the nade. This could come in quite handy.
Yes, indeed. Handy nades will come up right here. A little bit of damage right now, and the confirmation against Doc is now up. 3B, if in case this continues, Baron has been taken down already. Gokubot will try his luck with the DBS, but he has been taken down by Apex as well with the DBS in return. 4 Miracle Vibes, 5 elimination already with 1 on the ground. They need to recover, and Apex a little bit too bold, a little bit too aggressive in that gameplay, and with slight recovery, they might be able to put him down, and finally they did. T24, this guy is something else. Managed to put down 4 Miracle Vibes, and they are out for the count. There goes my chance as well in getting a prediction right.
Oh my days, loving what I'm seeing here for them. 4 Miracle Vibes. I mean, be it now that they weren't able to perform in the playoffs, but here on towards the grand finals, having this such a good start, it is what it is, no. But at the same time, you know, some has to go down in the process, so it all has to go down now to STALWART and RRQ for the time being here, being the heaviest squads. But wait, I mean, after all, you know, they managed to get past towards the stage. 4 Miracle Vibes has combinations that could come in handy later on, but for now, focus on the rest. KAGENDRA still alive and kicking. NIGMA Galaxy as well. BIGETRON, Redville, and STALWART Esports. DEWA United, SEM9, Team RRQ, and PJEV.
Yeah, STALWART Esports right now, I think they changed their name to a little bit sweeter. And I think there's a sweet revenge that they're planning as well. We have Chocolate earlier, we have Choconut, and we have Choco Pie. The only thing that's not really Choco is Icy, being the icing on the cake. Chocolate right now putting a lot of pressure against 3 players of PJEV, and it's surprisingly that a 1v3 is like in a 1v3, Chocolate is not faltering, even putting the pressure against those on the low ground. Probably it is, and the position that he's taken, thus PJEV cannot respond.
Yeah, and look at this mountain right here on the cell tower. So much squads right around, but it's obviously going to be favoring those squads here on top, and that's going to be STALWART Esports for you. And you know how well they can off this factor right now. All they got to do is swing by. PJEV's just right down below. Chocolate has like 3 opposition here from down below, and if he ever does go for the commitment, it has to be quick. Can't spend too much time. You don't want to get your head down to the ground, blood splatter on the concrete. And I think they do have this setup right now to go for the pinch, but at the same time, it's just too iffy for them. But Chocolate in the process with a nade. This take down 1 player here from the side of PJEV, and that could be the opener right there for them to get the striking to come true.
From downtown, he puts down Suxy and still continue to throw those nades. PJEV right now is in a mix, in a fix as well. Icy, well, not even bothering and helping out. Chocolate is a little bit damaged, only needs to put a smoke to recover from all those that he received earlier. And I guess that's coming from a different team, because PERSIJA EVOS hasn't had any angle just yet. But Misery right now gets a little bit too close. Top of the head seen, but almost being taken down. Chocolate right now, too aggressive to my liking.
Oh my days. Quite aggressive. Not gonna be able to convert, but fortunately they stay alive for the time being, and oh my days, misery. Just a bit too aggressive there as well. Hopping right out gives him the, you know, the opportunity here for STALWART Esports to get the shot to come true, but in the process, 7 element, they get eliminated. Not too much to be said, to be honest. There was only 1 player remaining there, but STALWART Esports, they want to go head-to-head with 2 different squads here. If I was on the situation right now, focus on one instead.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, couldn't agree more with that situation. Need to focus on one, especially with what Chocolate is doing. He's going against 3, if not 4 players of PERSIJA EVOS, and he has done that for the longest time. And probably it's because of the trust that IC has on Chocolate, and that he can focus on different teams like NIGMA Galaxy and probably later RRQ. They are very near in the edge of that stage of the circuit. Need to regroup. They need to a good chance as well of probably reposition later on, but that will not happen just yet. A little bit of insight for KAGENDRA. There is still Leon alive and kicking and not even showing up. That might going against the 2 members of SAM9.
And it be the case. Very silent game. Made push through once more with another clasher up ahead. A lot of gunshots here on the cell tower, but in the process, with the killing vein of BIGETRON Red Villains. Now the flash will come in. Very long one here between PERSIJA EVOS and STALWART Esports. And keep in mind, PERSIJA EVOS, they started off with 4, they're down to 3. They're running out of resources soon enough. This height advantage here for STALWART Esports, just doing them so nicely.
Exactly, I would agree. I mean, it is STALWART Esports who's held their ground, their high ground on this battle. And even if they haven't put down PERSIJA EVOS, they are putting damage. Oh, Molotov has been released. There's no backing out right now. It is left to IC to give him what the cover that he needed. Chocolate final being melted and being brought down. Now, one has gone down for PERSIJA EVOS as well as we look at the jump. No, from afar, Kenny S helps out. Suxy is down. Red face right now. Well, disadvantage with the low ground is holding DBS in hand. Managed to take down IZ. STALWART Esports is out from the game. PERSIJA EVOS succeeded in taking over the high ground.
But it's such a hustle there for STALWART Esports. It's going to be running the resources down here for the side of PERSIJA EVOS, of course. But at the same time, they do have the height advantage now. This cell tower might just be the battlefield to look up for later on. But NIGMA Galaxy is still alive as well. Coops is the MVP of the whole tournament here. I mean, after all, this guy has been very consistent in regards to getting the eliminations, but with the discrepancy that they have for the terrain, it's going to be a hard call for them. Overall, KAGENDRA, they get put out from the mix. So we get the top 5 teams remaining now. BIGETRON Red Villains, RRQ, NIGMA Galaxy, PJEV, and SAM9.
Yep, and well, PERSIJA EVOS right now is putting a lot of pressure towards the team. They are part of the ones with the most of the numbers or manpower in this top 5, and domination being shown by BIGETRON Red Villains. We have Superboy, aka Yuhai Man, already on a vehicle, as well as Lapar. And with this vehicle, they have a good approach on their entry as well as exit strategy. But as we look as PERSIJA EVOS, they have the same thing in mind. DBS a little bit too far though for Red Face. Let's see if they will falter. Smoke might cover a little bit of their entry, but they don't have any chance to peek right now. And it's Kenny S who managed to survive and surprise them, the solo player of SAM9, bringing in the wrath. But we'll need to confirm all those knockdowns, otherwise he will be stolen of those eliminations. Kenny S right now trying to run away from BIGETRON Red Villains, and Superboy managed to take down the PERSIJA EVOS, or one of the players of PERSIJA EVOS. That is Red Face. Kenny S in trouble, only a few HP, needs to recover with BIGETRON Red Villains on him, and he goes down.
Yeah, SAM9 out from the chase, couldn't do much, honestly, with an odd rate of less than 1%. He's going to go down. BIGETRON Red Villains right now is on striking distance to own this thing down. But obviously, they still have to worry about SAM9 and RQ and NGX for the time being. But they do have this overlook right now. They do have this information that PJEV Zuxi is on top of the cell tower, the only player remaining here for the side of PJEV. Now, overall, looking at this rotation here for this time being, it's looking so bright here for the side of BTR.
Yep, let's go. Let's see if who will take this winner chicken dinner. Bigetron Red Villains right now with 3 manpower. Though they have 8 eliminations on their side, you should not be that careless in this approach, especially with the Freak right now on the high ground. Might be able to take one down, especially with the spread that Bigetron Red Villains is taken right here. Boysil is flanking left, taking cover of what RRQ has to offer, but they are on low ground. Good coverage for them though. No risk of them being spotted that easily.
3 versus 2. NIGMA Galaxy out in the open. Coops, you might just be blessed with mechanical aim, but at the same time, you gotta find a way to put yourself in a better angle in this situation right now. Bigetron Red Villains once more, they have the best positioning right now as they are taking over the high grounds of this last and final few circles. NIGMA Galaxy, they're hanging on the outskirts. RIQ just right around as well, just on front. And the zone is going to start to close out in soon enough. And this is going to be pretty chaotic here for both RIQ and NIGMA Galaxy.
Yep, and well, they need to be cautious right now. Coops, a little bit too deep, couldn't get back up, and if in case he is spotted, he might be going down. It's a good thing there's a little bit of coverage from those ridges, but Freak is on the deeper end and might need to move because in 25 seconds, not only him that will be moving, it will be the blue as well. And it's such a difficult position for both of the teams of NIGMA Galaxy and RRQ. I love how Bigetron Red Villains are doing it so far.
I mean, look at the way that they're formulating their hold right now. They have every angle here coming from the mid to the left to the right. And Team RRQ, they're just relying on this possible clash that they have here up against NIGMA Galaxy. But obviously, with the Bigetron Red Villains has, if ever they do go head-to-head with one another, Bigetron Red Villains, they have this opportunity to just overlook here down this mountain and go for the clash. I mean, after all, the best way that you can do, the best thing that you can do in this situation right now, if there's no convincing, angle that you have, you just have to strike at the right time, strike at your enemies, at their weakest.
Yeah, let's see if they can find that weakness though. Hexus is in a good angle to spot on NIGMA Galaxy as Lapar has a good chance to hit that shot, but from downtown it's a little bit too deep to target NIGMA Galaxy. Now, in a few seconds, the blue will be closing in. They will be pushed all together, and hopefully Bigetron Red Villains will be able to take advantage of their numbers. Otherwise, if they are targeted by either one of RRQ and NIGMA Galaxy, they will be in a shorter end. But given this position, I mean, we are only wishing for a lot if in case Bigetron Red Villains doesn't have this, because as you can see, NIGMA Galaxy couldn't even move up on this hill.
Yeah, and it's just such a unfortunate situation for him. I mean, Team RRQ does have the better odds right now, but at the same time, they do lose the gunfight here up against Freak from NIGMA Galaxy. Coops down below, one more shot to connect, and that is the elimination right there. And Bigetron Red Villains, they timed it so perfectly well, striking at the lowest, and they are in the first winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and well, that's something that you would expect from the Red Villains themselves. Winner chicken dinner will be grabbed. And again, this is where Lapar came from. The guy who has taken the reins of the MVP title from the playoffs, though he was pushed after or by the end of that stage. I think this is a greater chance for them to recover those part of the competition. We have the winner chicken dinner from Bigetron Red Villains, total of 19 points for them, 1,279 on the damage. That is something that you expect for this team, and I won't be surprised if they do the same thing all over again later in the next match of ERANGEL.
And if only I can hold on to the pathing that they had, because I know for a fact they weren't part of the main competition for the military base. They went through a lot, man. And one thing that they exactly did is that, one thing that I recall is that they went for the early rotations into the military base, avoided a lot of casualties along the way. Until then, they were able to put themselves in a very convincing spot, and that is such a different look that they've offered during the last day of the playoffs. I mean, we were so used to seeing them on the middle stage, or even at the early stage of the game, where they get eliminated off is the fact that they played brute force. This time around, they played tactically well, and they were able to convert the first winner chicken dinner. And it's not just that, you know, they got convincing kills. They had a better look of the situation. They put themselves on the outskirts. They put themselves into the advantage, and that's just the leeway for them to get the first win of the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely, it's something else that we've seen from this team from Indonesia, but they'll have to maintain their consistency right now, because with what happened in this first match, I'm pretty sure a lot of teams want to get back for revenge. And in a bit, we're going to see the battle that will ensue between some of the teams, but in a bit as well, we are going to find out how much points all of them has gathered. Teams to watch out for this grand finals: BIGETRON Red Villains, a huge number of travel distance, and this is where it translates. As you mentioned, they made their rotation a little bit early. They drop a little too far from that military base, thus they utilize the vehicle to their advantage. The same goes for PERSIJA EVOS, but not that much compared to the BIGETRON team. And in terms of throw balls, it is just giving towards these teams. And I was quite surprised. All four teams that we have right there is coming from Indonesia, but our MVP from STALWART Esports, Chocolate, though he didn't put so much of elimination, we see how much he held against the team of PERSIJA EVOS. And I'm talking about the complete squad. He just hold danced them in that lower ground, and they couldn't even move.
I mean, STALWART could have been the bane for the set of PERSIJA EVOS. I mean, after all, they were on top of the cell tower. They had an overlook, and it was a 2v4 at the start of the clash, and they were able to manage to put it down to a 2v2, but the pickup was able to come true for the set of PERSIJA EVOS, and that was really about it. But for the most of it, the MVPs here for these runs here, at least the notable players, is going to be Boom Yummy May, getting the most eliminations, getting the most damage, alongside with getting the most knocks as well. But on the contrary, on the flip side, Red Face will be the healer for the squad, healing himself up, and most assists will be given for, obviously, BIGETRON Red Villains Superboy.
Yeah, let's see if how much can they offer this time into these matches. Going to match ranking, as mentioned earlier, winner chicken dinner for BIGETRON Red Villains, total of 19. But for the side of Boom Esports, the same goes with RRQ. They have both 11 points in the bag. Comparing each one, it's just elimination for the side of Boom, as the RRQ is a mix of rank and elimination. But PERSIJA EVOS, they have been cut in their short with a couple of points, and they end up with 9. The same goes with Genesis Esports. A similar story compared to Boom Esports, eliminated with no rank points, but elimination is enough to cover.
Despite the fact that Team RRQ wasn't really able to get the spotlight here on this very round, they don't trail behind at all, especially on the number 2 spot up against Boom Esports, getting 11 as well in total. But moving along now to the match stats here, talk about East here from the set for America VIEBS. The guy here got 59 eliminations in total, 58 knockouts, and really interesting run here for him.
Yeah, and the longest distance that has been held in terms of elimination coming from East of Fort Miracle VIEBS. Won't be surprised if the shot came from the west that headed to the east. Kidding aside, that is just Fort Miracle VIEBS. More of the the performance that came from them. Not so much that they survived towards the later part of the game, but they are still part of the top 5, so couldn't blame them in that regard. But they have been put down 1 point, whereas BIGETRON Red Villains had already moved up on number 1, pushing themselves 4 spot above everyone else. And this is the points, apart from what happened in that first stage, includes the bonus points that they grab from the 2 weeks of playoffs, plus their overall bonus ranking points.
Yeah, definitely. That was as eloquent as Danny Ray. And moving over now to the next page of the competition, Sem9 they do go down just a bit. PERSIJA EVOS, with the stellar run that they were able to put up, especially at the last circle, they are gonna go one up being here up against MORPH GPX and Genesis. MORPH GPX staggered quite a lot on this very round, dropping 2. Genesis Esports, they stay stale here on this number 12 spot. Boom Esports, on the contrary, once again, not shocking here, especially on what they were able to perform at the last final circle. They do go up 2, and they do overtake Team XERXIA and Halo Esports. And on the very bottom, 7th Element staying loyal at the number 16 spot.
Yeah, I mean, well, there is a chance for them to really move up from that bottom rank, but that will depend on their performance in the upcoming matches in Battle Royale. But speaking of surprises, we have a little bit of surprise for everyone. Well, I don't think it's a surprise. It has been shown earlier. TDM battle will be between 2 teams. 4 Miracle Vibes as well as Stalwart Esports. This will throw their tactics in a mix because there's no waiting anymore. This is more gunfights after gunfights, eliminations after eliminations, and let's see who will reach the target first.
Well, for Miracle Vibes, they do have one of the best composition here, but at the same time, Stalwart Esports, coming in from the previous days that we've had, they are so good in regards to mechanical aim. It's going to be a really interesting battle here as we get to start the CDM.
Baron right now, good angle to hold. Chocopai has been taken down by Doc in that initial frag, and Doc needs a little bit more time to recover before he rushes in. But in the compound, into the warehouse, with no regard to his right hand side, Chocopai responded, and it is now tied from across the board. Baron still try and manage to take down Choconut. Now it's just a matter of time before the rest of the gang shows up to increase the number of points from either side.
In all seriousness here, in regards to TDM, map control is absolutely going to be one thing as well. I mean, spawns are just going to be solidified to one side of the spectrum, so if you get the map control set and going, you can absolutely leash off the kills. And so far, it's going to be 4 Miracle Vibes here on the lead, but Choconut X will be able to respond back with 1. Chocopai from the back lines will get faltered and will go down to the ground, but it's still going to be a long match to go, as this is a goal for 40.
And goal for 40, and the trade-offs is happening. Not a lot of retention in terms of where the point will be going. This just shows that they're so familiar on the spawns as well as what position to take, that they will survive before or after making all those knockouts and elimination. And there goes 7-6 right now. I think the points will be pouring in a little bit faster from either side, and I think they've already taken the momentum that they need, warm up that they need as well to start this TDM. And still tied in 7 though, but still catching up on the points.
So now Stalwart Esports pushed up. They do have the advantage right now in regards to the killing department, but I do think that for Miracle Vibes, they do get the read right now. Chocopai is pushed up, but a double trial might just come through here. Icy from the back line. Choconut here on the front. Chocolate sprays down, but doesn't get the kill. Doke 99, 922 does beat him right into it. But Chocopai gets the pinch to come in, and now it's going to be the 4 Miracle Vibes here on the lead.
Yeah, the lead indeed. Already 3 for their side, and this is the first time ever that we are going to see Stalwart Esports not really catching up in the points, and 4 Miracle Vibes right now taking the reins, but it's still far from that target. There's plenty of chance for them to make the adjustment, but position wise, they are being caught off guard by 4 Miracle Vibes, especially with Doc's position. Finally, he has been taken down. Apex 922 for the cover, if in case anyone will be pushing through. And once Doc gets his position, then he is ready to fire. But Apex will be damaged with a fire shot, with a fire coming from Chocopai. And I think they will just be going ring around the rosy in this block. But Doc right now being rushed and damage received by Chocopai.
Loving what I'm seeing here from the side of 4 Miracle Vibes are now in full control of the situation. Doc gets a spray down. Nasty hip fire. 2 players here inside of Warehouse. Wouldn't matter here for the side of Baron. Icy up against East. East swinging by. Gonna fall back. Bait and switch. Won't come in. 4 Miracle Vibes. They want to go for the map control, and they're absolutely doing it right now.
Yep, and 20 already halfway through the target of 40. And Stalwart Esports need to catch up if they want to grab this win. Apex 922 has a good sight on the one. Probably a follow-up on the other, but Choconut is already waiting for him. A shot on, but he still has his back on to Choconut. Finally, he has been taken down after proving a lot of damage against Stalwart Esports. 24-16 is the scoreline right now. Not too quick, but not too shabby as well for this team. They're doing quite well in trying to protect. Headshot will be done on to Apex. They might have this or use this to their advantage. Very, very close for them to catch up.
This is such a huge lead here for a set of 4 Miracle Vibes. I mean, Stalwart Esports, they were up by like 8-6 at one point, but as soon as we get to see 4 Miracle Vibes get the groove back together here on the CDM, they are now fully in control. And look at the aggressiveness that they're showing here, coming from the right to the left lane. And it goes on really quickly here for 4 Miracle Vibes. 4 more to go to get a 30-point mark.
See if they will be able to grab that 4 points before Stalwart Esports get close. And Apex right now is waiting. Shots onto him, and Apex goes down for the backstab. Chocopie right now will receive a damage, and 28-23. 2 more to reach that 30. 1 more before they are counting down to the 10 points that they need to end this game. Stalwart Esports, though, they need to catch up, but what can they do? All the positions that Stalwart Esports has been taken, already covered by 4 Miracle Vibes. Thus, the lead is not going down.
Really intense here. Stalwart Esports pushing up, looking to get something back. And Baron from the backlines does get faltered. He does falter down, sprays down to the ground. East looking to get the revenge run here forward the side of Baron, and he does get the conversion as well. 8 more points to go here for the Miracle Vibes to close out the CDM.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to close it out real quick. East right now spotted, taken by Chocopie. Choconut, on the other hand, it's getting me hungry. Seeing all these chocolates all around. Let's see if I can be cured by Doc right now, especially with the position that he keeps holding every time he spawns, and not even worrying about grabbing that helmet that is above him. 33-26, not so much of movement, but they are seeing these teams trying to catch up in the point. 4 Miracle Vibes doesn't want to let that happen.
Not at all. 7 more for them. A lot more here, 14 for the side of Stalwart Esports. And once more, if they want to get the momentum back, they gotta find a way to get map control back in track. 4 Miracle Vibes gonna be quite hesitant to make the play, and so far from a distance, it's gonna be Stalwart Esports here getting the connections.
See if they can connect a little bit quicker, because 4 Miracle Vibes is getting close to that 40 target real quick. Izzy being damaged. Apex right now providing a lot of pressure, and if in case Apex 922 will be rushed, we have East 922s just waiting for those peak to happen, and they have already held their ground. They don't want to risk any points going out against them, and they are the ones just waiting this out against Stalwart Esports.
Really intense run here. Once more the points put the stale for the side of 4 Miracle Vibes. Not until Doc 922 gets the kill. Baron as well. Now having their back against the wall, only relying on IC for the map control here on towards the right lane, and it's just not looking so well here for the side of Stalwart. He's looking to make the play. Gonna go for the spray down. Does get one tagged up down to the ground. Chocopie gets the trade, and it's gonna be a back and forth we go. But as time passes by, the trade still much more leading for the side of 4 Miracle Vibes. Chocopie, what can you do? Absolutely none. 3 more to go. 4 Miracle Vibes about to claim the first round of TDM.
There's no waiting for the 2 minutes remaining right here. It's just the 3 points that they are counting up. And Stalwart Esports having a lot of trouble. Yes, they can peak to get that advantage, but they are being taken out one at a time. Only 2 remains for that target. And Apex, almost making it. But finally, Stalwart Esports is making headway in their approach, cutting through behind enemy lines. But 4 Miracle Vibes, especially Doc on the right-hand side, doesn't want to give way. East receive a little bit of damage, but will not be faltering and moving as well. And there goes 1 point. Let's see who will grab the final elimination to end this game, and for Formidable Vibes to get that win from both sides, from both ends of the spectrum. They are trying to peek and look for that opening, but Icy is the one who goes down. Apex 922 grabs the final elimination. And we have the TDM done and dusted between Formidable Vibes as well as Stalwart Esports. Apex 922 are MVP.
Man, Apex here, surely the Apex Predator of this TDM. I mean, come on, man. 16 for him, 12 for the side of Doc. And that was such a huge run here for the side of Formidable Vibes. I mean, after all, they had a very faulty start, really slow. But when they got the map control set and going, and they were on track of the control, till then, Stalwart Esports couldn't do anything.
Certainly. I mean, from what we've seen earlier as well, 05 coming from East, and that is one thing, one guy that you don't want to go against. If you can get that streak without going down, what more will be happening from these games, from this battle? And that's one reason as well why Stalwart Esports didn't even manage to catch up in the point. They did in the earlier parts, but that's when everything is slow. But speaking of slow, we're going to cut it down slow right now because we are going for a quick break. When we return, the battle continues in Battle Royale as well as the Clash of Giants, so don't go away. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is still Ruthless Hype Esports Clash of Giants Season 2. And on the caster's desk, I am Neptune, the Gentleman Gaming. Together with me is the Warden, and we just witnessed the first Battle Royale of the Grand Finals, as well as the first TDM, where Formidable Vibes managed to take that win on that team that match. But on that Battle Royale, we've seen how much BIGETRON Red Villains was able to take position advantage as well as man advantage against the other teams. Let's see if that trickles through the next map that we have for today, Warden.
You know, it's going to be a run here for BIGETRON Red Villains and for Formidable Vibes. I mean, after all, that's exactly how we're going to play off a run here for the Grand Finals. I mean, we still have plenty more days to go. But at the same time, it's never bad to have a bad start. But the question is, can you remain consistent? Obviously, that is the biggest question that we have in mind. So let's see if the players here can rock things down as time passes by. Now, I'm looking for more vengeance runs here from the heavy hitters. It always has been those teams that has been leaning out from the top 4 that has been excelling here in this competition. Could it be the same? Could it be not? Let's come and find out.
Yeah, let's come and find out. In a bit, we're going to jump in on to the map of Miramar. But before that, we are challenging everyone to increase our viewership, because what is in store for you if it does 30,000 watch a new right now will increase the chance of you having that HyperX headphones. And if we reach 50,000, 2 AirPods will be given away. 70,000, we will have an iPhone 15 being given away for everyone who are in here who follows the steps below. Follow the Instagram, join the Discord server, even send a screenshot of you following us, and you get your token number. Now, the only thing that you will need to do is wait for the live draw, as well as cross your fingers that you will be the chosen. And well, good luck, have fun to those participating.
Good luck, good luck, good luck. You absolutely need it, especially at this competition for the Grand Finals. But now, as we tackled ERANGEL on the first round, we're going to be moving over to this dusty coast, the sandy coast of PUBG Mobile, heading to arguably the biggest map, Miramar here. And in regards to Miramar here, Neptune, I'm going to be putting you on the hot seat. What team are you eyeing out for here, man?
Well, Miramar has been the battle nest of a lot of teams, but couldn't take it against the other teams who were not winning it when they face against RRQ or T2K, even against KAGENDRA. But in terms of elimination, I would like to go with RRQ, because from the long distance, they can get good position and get those shots, and hopefully they can maintain this in this map of Miramar.
I mean, I'm eyeing for them as well. I mean, after all, they were able to put up the same run that you exactly said on the last day of the playoffs, and it goes to show that they still have what it takes to put up a fight. But at the same time, Miramar is such a very hard map to read. I mean, after all, every map is exactly applying those factors, but mastery is something that you can also apply. If it's not going to be Team RRQ, I think it might just be NIGMA Galaxy for me. But at the same time, they've been struggling quite a lot. The only time that they were able to put a scratch on the last day of the playoffs was on that run for Vikendi, which is obviously just a bonus run.
Yeah, I mean, well, it might be the chance right now, since we are already in the Grand Finals, that we see the actual prowess of this team. Like, when it goes to playoffs, it's just a top 16 that they're aiming. This time around, the prize pool has changed already for the champions, and who doesn't want to get that #1 spot? So this is where they put out all the aces, even the kings, even the queens, even the jacks, whatever numbers you have on your cards. All 52 of them will be laid out by the teams right here, because a lot is on the line, and the lion's share of the prize pool as well.
And here we go, Neptune once more. I mean, I want to take this one firstly here. When,
go ahead.
And in some way, you know, in regards to the predictions, I'm a very loyal man. I love the organization of KAGENDRA. They've been able to prove a lot so far into my eyes. So once more in round number 2, I'm going to go for the Indonesians. I'm going to go for the Garudas. It's going to be KAGENDRA for me.
Yeah, for me, I am going to stick to what mentioned earlier. Miramar might be the battle nest of RRQ. So let's lock that in, and let's see if this is the chance for me to take this one around, because so far hasn't any luck in terms of getting a prediction right. Hopefully this changes nowadays, because, well, I want to have 1 point in that board at the bottom.
Well, RRQ will be the way to go. KAGENDRA could be the case. I mean, after all, we voted for Indonesia for this one, and it's not foolish for us. I mean, after all, they are the most convincing country right now in regards to things battle it out. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, BIGETRON Red Villains is from Indonesia, and that's just really it. I mean, you know, big fan base right now, big audience here on the YouTube channel, and you know, if you take a look at the statistics right now, 86% is rooting for Indonesia.
Yeah, I mean, well, that would be a lot of fans out there rooting for Indonesia. And as we saw earlier, even for the beginning of this competition, the playoffs, a lot of Indonesian players and teams are here as well. So, well, hopefully we are going to see the Indonesians win this out, but we cannot take it against those other teams who are really performing from South Asia as well, because we have surprised so many times, and even so, some of the expected teams, especially for Miracle Vibes as well, STALWART Esports, has proven a lot of teams wrong when they went in head-to-head. So earlier, we've seen that on the battlefield on TDM. It only proves to show that their accuracy is on point. But on Battle Royale, there's a lot more in store, because rotation as well as dropping together with their communication and teamwork is something that they need to consider once they go in against a team. So, are you ready to jump into Miramar? Because I'm really ready as a heated battle happens in the desert.
You know, in some way, I just want to draw back things here for KAGENDRA. If they have a dune buggy, better watch out.
Well, let's see if they need to watch out, because there will be a lot of buggies out here being used, and with 30 seconds to spare, we are going to see these teams jump in onto the desert lands of Miramar, coming from the lush jungles. We are now in the hot place, but the action has never stopped for these teams. Whether it's Battle Royale, whether it's TDM, the Grand Finals will bring us different kind of story. The lands where legends are made in the heart of battlefield, Miramar is in.
Such a lovely scene here. Miramar, such a beautiful map. I remember the first time that it got released, I played it, I said it, I hate it, because it's just, there's just a lot of rotations right there. And you know, something about me, Miramar, the very funny moment that I had is that I dropped onto the right side of the military base on Campo Militar, and it didn't get into any casualties. It was just me rotating, trying to get into the zone, but unfortunately there was no vehicles right around.
One memorable thing about me in Miramar is this is where I I tried out for a position of an analyst role from the previous competitive team that I joined. That was, shout out to Hokage, if you're still out here playing. That is the first competitive team that I joined in PUBG Mobile, and this is where we were laid. Tactics as well as your rotation are being gauged from that tryout, and I managed to get second place in a solo battle royale. I didn't get any elimination though, but rotation was on point. So hopefully that is the case this time around for the teams, because as you can see, it's geared towards the south, and some of the teams who are aiming probably for La Cabrera or water treatment will be quite far from their playing field. A lot will be cut short. Vehicles will give them that recovery, but let's see if they can push through, because the first stage of circles also up north.
It's crazy to say that onwards to round number 1 all the way down to round number 2, the zones hasn't been so blissful here, and all eyes on towards STALWART KAGENDRA alongside with Team XERXIA here, and could also be the mixture of Boom Esports and Hail Esports, as they're so far away from the zone. But man, KAGENDRA, if they don't have any vehicles, my.
Yeah, let's see if they will be able to grab any vehicles right here, as everyone is expected to fight in the early stage, especially if a hot drop happens. 7-Element right now grabbing one of the first point in this game. They're going against a MORPH GPX, but they are also being gunned down, being taken down. Let's see if they will be surviving. 3v3 situation is happening as we have, the takedown being done by T24 right now, but they are still in need of recovery. And out of 16 teams, 2 of them managed and thought of that it would be smart to drop or hot drop in this area.
MORPH GPX 7 Elements just going at it once more. They had a casualty earlier at the ERANGEL. Same goes for tier 4 to the side of MIRAMAR. And now it's going to be T24 here on top. Just have the SKS to play with, and he can possibly beam things down, but in the process, explosion coming to the sky. MORPH GPX, they do have one more player down to the ground, only relying on the last and final player here to stand strong, but unfortunately, it's not going to be on that case. And we get to see the early elimination now. MORPH GPX out from this round so quickly.
Let's see if they can do well on the next time around, because being taken down a little bit too early into this game is one thing you don't want to happen. And so far, T2K right now, it's T2K Esports, 2 knockdowns already. And from what we're seeing, they need to move a little bit too quicker in this fight.
And that's just really about it. No, but Genesis Esports, they also have this compound said and done, and so far they are here with a very convincing town for them. So they don't really have to deal with a lot, but in regards to BIGETRON, Red Villains, Genesis Esports, here for them, if ever they do head towards the eastern side of the map, they might just be able to meet BIGETRON, Red Villains in the process. And from the back end, coming from the from the eastern side, it's going to be T2K, western side, it's going to be BTR, and from below, it's going to be PERSIJA EVOS as well. And they are caught in the middle. And if they ever decide to go to the northern side, they do also have to deal with Team RRQ. So San Martin might just be the way to go for the time being, but if ever, let's say, teams are pressured to get into rotation, they might have to deal with at least 4 more squads coming from down south.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to do so right now. High ground being taken by Sem9, and so far it is a good play to go, especially with only 2 players. And for Hail Esports, they have a good compound that they can cover. But we'll have to find out if it's clear enough on the path that they will be taking, because so far from what we've seen earlier on the first stage of the circle, it's quite far from some of the teams, or if not most of the teams, and you don't want to be hanging back in there so late in rotation. You want to have an early lead, and later on just hang back and wait for the other teams to come to you. Thus, you can grab a lot of points. But it is not looking good for some of the teams, especially for 7 Element and Sem9, because 2 of them has already lost 2 of their players.
Really unfortunate here. It might just happen as well here for the set of BIGETRON Red Villains. I mean, I was talking about how Genesis Esports might just get caught in a pinch, but at the same time, BIGETRON Red Villains, they might have to also deal with DEWA United and NIGMA Galaxy just right. DEWA coming from down south. NIGMA Galaxy is coming in from the eastern side. So it's going to be pretty iffy if ever, let's say, they don't get the proper read. And I'm honestly getting my directions wrong here. I think I need a compass.
Well, do have a little bit of reference right there from above, and the only thing is other teams keep moving around, giving our directions a little offset. So hopefully we'll get a good clear view of everything in this matchup. Gunshots after gunshots already happening, and we'll have to find out if anyone will be or can be taken down after this engagement. From what I'm looking at, RRQ right now is in a good place. Water treatment is already their area, but they do have vehicles just in case they want to start off rotating, and I guess this is the plan for them. Rotate early, get a good area to hold, and then wait for the other teams to pass by.
And once more, you know, it's just going to be an equation where it needs to be played out, and oh my days, BIGETRON Villains, not the time that you'd want a vehicle here up front here for NIGMA Galaxy, as it's gonna be boy here spraying things down with a DVS up top, takes down 1 player from the side of NIGMA Galaxy.
Yeah, let's see if they will be able to recover right now. BIGETRON Red Villains on the high ground. This is what they did in the initial part of this grand finals, especially on that ERANGEL. But it's still a good plan though. If they will not be spotted, vehicle is their good exit strategy, with Superboy already catching up with the rest of the team. Rotations being done right now, but I'm not looking at a prime position for them just yet. they need to be cautious if in case they will be spotted from this high area.
And you know, at some point I did say that BIGETRON Red Villains might just get caught in a pinch, but at the same time, the way that they were able to utilize the terrain, that was just so good of a read for them here, and that is going to be able to give them the first casualty hands down to them. I think the Galaxy, they are exactly the same thing as well, but in the process, STALWART Esports, I think that's going to be Kale up front here. They get sprayed down from afar, but they don't get the connection enough to get the detonation for the vehicle, so it's very unfortunate, but at the same time, you know, they are on the outskirts and they do have the overview. They got the vehicles to back it up, and if they don't get the connection for the time being, it's not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if they can get those connects in this gunfight. And here's a clear view of our map right now, and it will just be in the middle. Everyone will be squeezed in, especially for those coming from the outside. It will not look good, especially at the open area of Miramar. But they were united. They're quite safe though in their position. If in case they move into crater fields, they will have a good area to hold a little bit of high ground as well for themselves. The only thing that gives a lot of problem will be the angle as well as position being held by some of the teams in the Hail Esports as well as STALWART Esports.
Boom Esports might just be able to get the pinch as well here in the process, but at the same time, you know, they do have one player knocked down, and I don't think they can go for the commitment for the time being. On the flip side, it's going to be PERSIJA EVOS here inside of the grounds, but unfortunately, they don't really have the best of angles right now, but in the process, they do get the kill confirmed here for one player here out away from Boom, so PERSIJA EVOS might just be able to get the leeway as well, but as time passed by, you know, they are getting a lot of attention. I'm looking at the parameter right now, actually, they don't really have a lot of squads to deal with, so this might just be a 1-to-1.
Let's see if they can go for the 1-to-1 and or probably in trade-off. But as we look right now, not so much of advantage being taken. It's only just recovery that they are trying to get. Red Face though, looting up, or will try to loot up some, as Lynx has already done one against their opposing team. And power grid is one place that they can use so that they'll have a lot of coverage from either side. But for the side of 4 Miracle Vibes, we have their position ready on the high ground, and we'll see if they can spot those who are already in the same area, because it might be difficult for us to find out a good rotation for them, especially only limited with the vehicle that they have.
I mean, vehicles, it is surely a big factor here, especially for the set of Miramar. You do rely on those, especially if you know for a fact you can't win those gunfights or those clashes, and that does give you the opportunity to fall back and just call things out just later on. And I think that is exactly the call here for NIGMA Galaxy. They don't really have the best angle right now, and if ever they do decide to go for this clash, I think it might just be a bit of a foolish take. I mean, after all, they are going against 4 Miracle Vibes, and they do have the upper hand right now in regards to the advantage. But at the same time, you know, I don't want to throw away the capabilities of NIGMA Galaxy, but I think they know themselves as well that it's not really the best of shape, so they are falling back.
Yeah, they're falling back indeed, and they need to do so. For 4 Miracle Vibes right now, there's no fall back for them. All they have to do is wait for the perfect opportunity. And as we look, they don't have any eliminations just yet, but potentials will be passing by through their sights in a bit. And as the next stage will be showing, we are seeing a lot of teams who are getting near to 4 Miracle Vibes. They are still part of the next stage of the circle, especially for those coming in the south. PERSIJA EVOS as well as KAGENDRA, who are meeting each other in that area of power grid. They might be losing a few of their members. And from the outside, we have T2K as well, who is being gatekept by some of the teams. Sem9 already in front of them, and there's no way for them to pass through.
T2K once more is put into a very terrible spot. I mean, this is not the first time around that we get to see them late into the rotation for the next zone, and not the first time as well that they are struggling. But at the same time, you know, they are backing it up now with gunfights. It's now XMPL from a distance, sprays down with an M4. Kenya's down to the ground. One more bullet to connect, and that's going to be the elimination said and done. T2K on the board.
Second point for team of T2K. Let's see if they can add a lot more in this battle. Team SERXIA, though, not finding any eliminations just yet. And engagement on the other side. Unfortunately, STALWART Esports has lost one of their players due to probably vehicle accident. And let's see if those who are in front of them are taking advantage. I believe so. They are being aggressive on what is happening with that, like with those things that's happening on those sides. But KAGENDRA right now is waiting, peeking as well, and let's see if they can meet some of the players who is outside of the ridge that they're holding.
It'll be the case. KAGENDRA in a very heavy spot right now, but at the same time, if they can utilize this ridge, that could be the de facto factor right there for them to hold things down. But they are dealing with a lot of casualties from afar, so it's gonna be hard for them to get things by. But if ever they do want to disengage once more, they have the vehicles to play with. Up against Genesis Esports, it might just be a tough run. PERSIJA EVOS from the back end as well will be hopping in, and this is going to be a very dangerous spot for them. 4 Miracle VIEBS on top, spraying down Team SERXIA down below, and you get to see just a bit of a very wishy-washy situation here for a lot of the squads. But in the process, we get to see on the feed PERSIJA EVOS take down one player here from Panther.
Yep, non-God nade coming from PERSIJA EVOS, but KAGENDRA receiving a lot of damage right here from afar. They were already lost to 1, and 2 is already knocked down. PERSIJA EVOS also having the same, but the pickup has already been done. Only 1 is on the ground bleeding out. You need to pick him up and them to recover. Lynx right now, Till going in for the shots against Zero, and we'll have to see if they can completely take them down. Master Smile also in the mix. Genesis Esports want to their part in this story as well as engagement.
Oh, EVOS, Lynx fall back. Van might get detonated here, and that might just be the bane for him, but fortunately he does deal with that now. He's gonna go for the health back here to get the recovery to come in, but unfortunately it is still a very dire situation for him. Still a lot of players to deal with here right around.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to go around the area. So far, not yet of a clear view of any opening towards this or inside of the next stage, especially for side of Genesis Esports are being held back by a lot of teams, even if they're holding a high ground. PERSIJA EVOS, though, has been eliminated 15th spot, and on the other side, RRQ to battle against BIGETRON Red Villains. But as we continue with Genesis Esports, let's see if KAGENDRA will go down, or if Genesis are the ones who will be pulling their leg. 5 eliminations already, and battle continues from all sides of this map.
Oh, KAGENDRA eliminated in the process, and it could be just 7 elements as well as Team RRQ. They get 1 player down, and that's going to be enough for them to get the elimination as well. Back and forth we go, back-to-back eliminations, and now this Miramar run right now, looking quite chaotic.
Yeah, it is indeed chaotic. We are left with 12 teams remaining, but as we look at the stage, it's already in stage 4, and it will not be easy for the teams right now. They need to be careful, especially with STALWART Esports on the high ground. Once you have a team on the high ground, it's very difficult to just jump out in the open. Thus, as we can see, it is one team, Hail Esport, who's just hiding out in a compound. But the question is, will they be able to fire back because the pressure is being put on them?
Really hard thing for them. Rewa United on rotation. They want to close out the distance here against 4 Miracle VIEBS. Want to go at it now, head to head. Nades flying through. Bullets not just yet. Buggy to the face. Gonna go for a straight on that UMP, but unfortunately it's not gonna go their way. Baron down. Could it be Apex now being the saving grace? No elimination not just yet. Has to prove itself worthy on this run, but DEWA United, they get 1 player down, and now it's gonna be them here in full control of the situation right now.
Let's see if they'll be able to completely eliminate the teams in front of them. And as you can see right now, sprays after sprays. Another one goes down. And they are out in the open though. 4 Miracle VIEBS eliminated in 12th spot. And recovery will be done. So far out of 10 teams, we are looking at a lot more of engagement. Even on the outside, because they have been pushed in between a rock and hard place. And we are now down to 11 teams. I believe that was Sem9 who has been eliminated. So let's see if Team XERXIA can get back onto this heat, because we know how heated it is in this map.
Team XERXIA gonna go for the recovery. Z gonna get the pickup. One player goes up but needs to find a way to heal himself up. And now in the process, the zone will get closed down. Hail Esports on top, Team RQ in the middle, BIGETRON Red Villains on the northern side. A lot of teams are coming in from the southern side and all the way down to the west as well. East is going to be Genesis Esports and T2K, but in the process, we get to see on the left side, Hail Esports spraying down a lot of players. And I don't know if I like this break right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to really find a good opening in this area. Now for NIGMA Galaxy right here, they did grab one elimination, but lost one. A little bit of pre-fire coming from Lord, but there goes DEWA United, rushed in and takes them down. 5 elimination already for DU, and let's see if they can add a little bit more, because it's Boom Esports on their side and Team XERXIA also being taken out of this match on 10. Stalwart Esports even being eliminated on 9. A lot of elimination being done. Team elimination being done as we face each other on stage 5.
Pretty intense run here for NIGMA, for the side of NIGMA Galaxy. They're on the middle right now. BIGETRON Red Villains on top. Then keep in mind, this was their opposition at the last and final circle as well on towards the run for ERANGEL. So they don't want to go out the same way exactly to the hands of BIGETRON Red Villains. Genesis Esports Itchy gonna be able to spot down NC2 Hail Esports just from across. Smokes deployed. Gonna be more smokes getting invested into, and I think it might just be him coming out alive from the situation right now. So it's gonna be a big old stalemate for this one as of the moment. But keep in mind, Genesis Esports is there inside the zone, and Hail Esports, they have more factors to deal with. But Itchy gets a shotgun through up against NC2, and that is precise marksmanship offered by Genesis Esports Master Ichi.
Master Ichi, Mini 14 in hand, plus the scope. That really brings in the damage. Imagine the distance. And I won't be surprised if this goes into the books, especially if NC2 will be eliminated completely, because that might be our longest elimination distance in this matchup. DEWA is still going in for the battle. They have 6 eliminations already, despite of them losing one of their players. Gak, on the other hand, has been knocked down. Recovery is required, but Nukes is not moving at all. There you have it, the confirmation by GenFoz, BIGETRON Red Villains, as they are left with 2.
On top, Dion Foz gets one from the ground. DEWA United on the verge of getting eliminated so far, nonetheless to get the recovery, of course. But if ever they do decide to go to the western side, they do have to deal with NIGMA Galaxy and Boom Esports down below. NIGMA Galaxy sitting ducks for the side of BIGETRON Red Villains. GenFoz, can he get some more? It's the question. Has the Mini 14, back it up with an 8x. Has a clear overview on Freak, but it's not really getting the connection, not just yet.
And on the other side, we have NIGMA Galaxy, Coops, with a God Nade. Now let's see if that will continue on. Man, I love how each player is placing themselves, especially on the high ground. BIGETRON Red Villains, though, GenFoz has been spotted, taken down, but the respawn coming from Boom Esports a little bit too hot, and they just shot across the entire circle. But unsuspectingly, they have Boom Esports right next to them. And let's see if they will be surviving. But those survivors are still alive and kicking. It is RRQ. Complete squad. 3 elimination to their end. And there's no risking their lives.
BTR, #1 squad right now, especially on this runs for tonight, still alive and kicking. NIGMA Galaxy, they want to prove something different here against Boom Esports, and they get the spray down for 1. And now that's going to be Boom Esports here, only having one to rely on. But in the process, NIGMA Galaxy knows for a fact it's not just Boom that they have to deal with from up top. DEWA United from the mountain. It's going to be I do believe BIGETRON Red Villains as well. And now NIGMA guys, they want to go head-to-head against DEWA United. And from afar, it's going to be Team RRQ actually getting the connection. So unfortunate. But from afar, once more, Haley Sports, they get the shot to come true and eliminate DEWA United.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason why we are getting shots from all sides of the map is because it's out in the open. There you have it. Enigma Galaxy has been eliminated right here, and that is with the help of a Joker of Hail Esports. Down to 6 teams remaining. We are going to see an onslaught of gunfight. Everyone will be out in the open. Only those in high ground has a clear view, as well as in return, they can be shot at on the headshot, especially if they peek in the wrong way.
BIGETRON Red Villains is on the striking distance now to possibly win off another round. They have T2K down below. Pressure to elimination points might just go to their way, but in the process, T2K has to deal with Team RRQ right around. BIGETRON Red Villains, they have the upper side right now in regards to the verticalities. And if ever they do decide to come in to go for the strike, it's a clear shot for them, but gotta do it quick. You don't want to get a lot of attention here coming in from the rest of the competition, as you are quite out in the open.
Yeah, and speaking of out and open, the battle between Genesis Esports and BIGETRON Red Villains out in the open right now. Pickup needs to be done onto La Par, but who is on their left side? It is T2K, and vehicle gameplay might put them in awe, but Genesis Esports fires one against them, and one of them goes down. I believe that is XMPL. Dolke, I think managed to survive. XMPL right now completely eliminated. Jane in the middle of everyone else. T2K out of the game, and we are now left with 5, and also 5 seconds before the zone closes and the next one shows up.
The top 5 remains. Who is it gonna be? Team RRQ right now, they're pretty cohesive. Genesis Esports is just on the eastern side of the map. On the northern side, BIGETRON Red Villains, arguably the best team right now in this competition for this grand finals, will come along. And here we go. Is it gonna be Team RRQ, BIGETRON Red Villains, Hail Esports, Genesis Esports, or the one and only player from Boom Esports?
YOLO is really not going YOLO right now. He will be staying silent, a little bit near on the airdrop, so we'll have to find out as to what we can get out of this. Now, we are jumping in onto the high ground. Now, you are seeing RRQ Nerpeco taking peeks and shot against Genesis Esports. One has already been knocked down. Let's see if they can follow it up or probably rush through to confirm the elimination of the complete squad. Asa right now giving up that hope, but no, turns a U-turn and will be gunned down. Nerpeco is on the receiving end, and who's on the high ground? Who's giving him all those pressure? It's BIGETRON Red Villains.
Genesis Esports will be the last team here that has the worst odds. Boom Esports, one and only player, gets taken out from the equation. BIGETRON Red Villains on top right now of the vicinity, and they have a quick overview as well of the rest of the competition now down below. Genesis Esports, better watch out. Boy still wants to get this one through, and they want to get the elimination points here set and done, but Team RRQ making a lot of noise as well on this town.
Yeah, speaking of making some noise, all the viewers out there, make some noise, because we have already reached our first milestone, and I love how this is turning up. A lot of excitement right now coming from all the teams, from all viewers, and let's bring it on. Let's reach all the milestone that we have, because this is where we see the champions between 2 regions, Southeast Asia as well as South Asia. So make sure that you hang back, because there will be giveaways pretty soon, especially with HyperX headphones that we just reached the milestone for. But back into the game, 4 teams remaining. RRQ still in battle. Asa recovering from those engagement, and they are left with 3 teams alive. BIGETRON Red Villains take advantage of the manpower that they have, plus the 5 elimination that they did. Let's see if they can add more.
They got the advantage right now, but overall, the things can go on the flip side. If you're on the side of BTR, comment down below, hashtag go BTR. If you're on the side of Hail, comment down below, hashtag go Hail. If you're on the side of Team RQ, comment down below, hashtag go RQ. And Genesis Esports, they need this one badly. Comment down below if you're on the side of Genesis Esports, hashtag go Genesis Esports. But now, here, no mercy from up takes the power. Here, he is going to be able to put the numbers down. Team RQ puts it into the mix. Hail Esports NC2 gets a spray down onto one. Pickup might just be able to come true. Nade cooked up, cancels it out instead. And he wants to go for BTR now. But Team RQ from the right side gets the spray down. And it's going to be a back and forth here in regard to the casualties. But Hail Esports, slowly but surely, looking to get some control back inside the game.
Tiger right now cooking that nail. Let's see if RRQ will be able to catch it. Smoke is covering their approach, but Hexas might be in a risk. NC2 already backed off, but Hexas managed to take down NC2. That is what we're talking about. No mercy though. Eliminated from this game. They still have the advantage, and there goes another takedown. There's no joking around. Joker is down and out. Tiger on their hand will bring the roar and the king of this battle. But we are left with 3 as Hail Esports eliminated from the game. 2v2v2 situation unless BTR recovers one of their teammates.
It's time for recovery now here for the side of the RQ. But in the process, Genesis Esports taking care of BTR. And now, rampage run here for Genesis Esports. They take 10 eliminations in total. Detonation, nades, bullets flying through the skies, and BIGETRON Red Villains, they get eliminated. All gonna come down to the 2 players of RRQ and Genesis Esports. Make it only 1 here for Genesis.
That would have been a 1v1, but the pickup is being done right now. Advantage coming from RRQ. Master Ichi. Let's see what he is master of as he is going headway against Asa and one more Hexas in the mix. And this is a terrible position to be in. Going against 2 players with full health. And finally RRQ grabs that winner chicken dinner. And there you have it. 1 point goes as well to that prediction. And I love how this is turning up. All the dreams, all the hopes is coming true right now just for this day. First day of the Graggles in this Clash of Giants.
Well, RRQ just remaining to be the squad to watch out for here for Miramar. And if I'm not mistaken, Neptune, this is the squad that you were eyeing out for here. So that's going to be 1 correct prediction for you now here in this event. Congratulations to RRQ. I mean, come on, man. The way that they were able to regather themselves, especially at nearing the end of the final few circles, they were in the middle, but it didn't matter for them. BIGETRON Red Villains was on top. They were getting sprayed down, but they still managed to get the recovery said and done. And I just love the way that they were able to compose themselves, even in a situation where there was a lot of crossfires, even in a situation where it should have been a 1v1. They knew for a fact that the timing is just correct and right to the point where they can get the pickup. Until then, it was a 2v1. And it was just such a hard run for Genesis Esports to deal with.
Yeah, the thing is, earlier I thought it will end up in a 1v1, but I would agree with you. They fought on for RRQ. They managed to bring back one of their teammates, and unfortunately for their team, like Master Ichi didn't go back and recover his teammate. That could have been an even playing field, making it difficult for both teams to grab an easy win. But when they decide when they decide to let go of a teammate and not go back, that is where you will be in a losing end. And that is what has met this team as Genesis Esports in that Miramar map. But that is just only match number 2. Penalties being thrown, even compared to Esports, with the most that we've seen is from Hail Esports, probably trying to cover their approach or their exit, or probably trying to nade other teams down. RRQ just remains silent with utilities.
Now a different set of teams that we have to watch out for here. Though does BTR or BIGETRON Red Villains, they remain on the teams to watch out for. It's going to be Team RRQ, Genesis Esports, and Hail for this one. I mean, Hail, honestly, it was a very scrappy fight that they had to put up into the last and final circle, but till then, The only thing that they had to worry about, honestly, was Genesis Esports barging in, but they couldn't do anything at all. But in the process, we still have the presence of BTR here in this round number 2. It's going to be Jan Foss for you, getting 3 elimination points, 873 damage, survival time at 27.14 minutes, and team contribution of 50%.
Yep, half of what has been done is just Gen Foss. And it's not just the eliminations that they did, it's more of like I would say overall. But if we look at the match summary, it's not just BIGETRON Red Villains is showing up this time around. We have Asa from RRQ with the highest elimination, that's a 5, and KAGENDRA 0 with highest assist, as well as healing done coming from Sem9. Very diverse team summary right now. Master Ichi with the highest knocks, and this is what we love to see. Not just one team performing, but players from others as well.
And now it's gonna be it. Match results here, match ranking. Team RRQ, as they win the winner chicken dinner. They also back it up with elimination points. Bag it up, 19 points in total. Genesis Esports on 17. Honestly, could have been their way, but unfortunately at the end of it, the elimination points wouldn't be enough for them to back things up. Rank here will be 6 for them, 17 points in total. Hale will be on 3rd, having 11 points. Same goes for a set of BTR. DEWA United and T2K was trying to haggle things down, but unfortunately it wasn't really the case. KAGENDRA on number 7 will be on its tail strike, and for 7 elements here, fortunately they are able to put up the impact, but I don't think it's going to be enough at all to move them upwards to the board.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Same goes for NIGMA Galaxy, as they also grab only 4 points in this. But let's check out the match summary. Not so much of throwables being used right here or being thrown, but Master Ichi, longest elimination distance. Is this the guy that we saw on the M14 or no, and the Mini 14
Yes.
earlier, that got a shot from below up top that mountain? And this is what we're talking about. This is how you get your name on the board in the longest distance. But you need to be spot on, because yes, you can get a knock. If you can confirm, it will be done for nothing. But this is not for nothing. Teams has already made their way in this game. BIGETRON Red Villains, as they survive as well, number 4 in that Miramar. They maintain their lead. NIGMA Galaxy right now on 2nd place, maintaining their spot. KAGENDRA move up 1 spot. What would that winner chicken dinner for Team RRQ move up with 4, and now very close to that number 3 or probably number 2 spot. Merkel Vibes push down a little bit, and the rest is showing that there's a lot of movement that will be happening because of how close it is, the gap of all the teams in the point.
A bit of a downfall here for the STALWART. If we're dropping 4 ranks, it's going to be very devastating for them. But at the same time, you know, it's only going to take one good match for them to bounce back. And at the same time, Sem9, PERSIJA EVOS, MORPH GPX is going to be the same deficit that they have. Hale Esports, on the contrary, they had a good fight on towards round number 2. So that's going to be translating them to advancing a bit more. And I was wrong for 7 element. That is going to be enough for them to advance just a little bit now, taking away that number 16 spot that they were holding on to for the longest time, and they overtake Team XERXIA now on the number 16 spot.
Yeah, I mean, this is 16 teams in front of us. There is a lot of changes that can be happening later on, because we're only in the 2nd Battle Royale map in this day, and there is a lot more to offer for the teams. But before we go there, again, we'd like to thank everyone who's currently watching. We have reached our first milestone, so make sure that you hang back and wait for any announcement, as well as all the comments in there. I appreciate everyone's support, but we are going for a quick break. When we return, we go through our 3rd Battle Royale match. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is still Ruthless Hype Esports Clash of Giants Season 2, and so far we've seen 2 of our Battle Royale maps, and I love how it ended with that Miramar. A lot of teams has fought and got the high ground, but we were left with only 2 teams, 1v2 situation, and the ones with the greatest advantage in manpower took over. On the caster desk right now to bring you the Haas action, I'm Neptune, the Gentleman Gaming. Together with me is the Warden, and we have a lot in store for you because we just reached our first milestone of 30,000. And what does that translate? It is that 5 of the HyperX headphones will be given away, and hopefully you can invite more of your friends to watch because we want to get more of these prizes. We just need you to follow all the steps so that you will be qualified to receive this prize.
Yeah, but you know, that's not the only milestone that we have here. Once more, we do have the 2 extra AirPods as well that we could give away. If we added up more, 20k more people to watch, having 50,000 people overall watching on YouTube will be granting us this AirPods right there. And on the 70,000 milestone, there's going to be one iPhone 15, the latest iPhone, well available for you guys to fight for. But if you guys want to join in the battlefield, you guys have to do the requirements that was flashed early on. But now we move into the battlefield here, Neptune. It's going to be BTR and RQ getting the first wins here for tonight. We're going to be moving back to the OG ERANGEL here, back to the jungle coast of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, it is the OG map right here, the green grass, and we look to see how the things will change right now in this match, because so far BIGETRON villains has took advantage of their position, but we want to see them do otherwise. But once we have all these things all set up, especially with the drop points and also the first stage of the circle, that's where all the cogs will be moving. That's where all the things will be showing up. But speaking of showing up, let's see. Let me ask you, who are you predicting to show up this time around?
Honestly, man, do you even know? You have to know it's gonna be KAGENDRA, man. I'm very loyal. I'm still going to be leaning towards them, even though they did face a pretty harsh run coming in from the first and the second round. What about you, Neptune?
Yeah, for me, I mean, going back to the data, I want to take a dip onto the STALWART Esports wagon. So far, in terms of elimination, especially for week 2, they did a lot. Almost 80 in total elimination for week 2, and that's where I gauge the performance on the grand finals because that's the most recent performance that they have. But I'm pretty sure things have changed with other teams who didn't do so well from that stage towards the grand finals who wants to catch up.
Well, I'm going to be going for KAGENDRA. You're going to be going for STALWART. So let's see if these squads right here will be able to perform. Going to be a very bold move for STALWART, honestly. I mean, I really vouch for them quite a lot in regards to mechanical aim. But once more, where they lack is really how they can finish off those rounds. I mean, the decision making has been pretty lopsided, but at the same time, you know, this is the grand final talking about. And as we approach the 3rd map, this is only halfway through the competition. If it's not going to be this round, surely could be the other 3 that we'll be having here for tonight.
Yep, not only that, we also have a few more of those TDM action that in store for everyone right here. But again, this is just the beginning of the grand finals. First day of 4 days of the grand finals. A lot more will be in store. A lot of changes might be happening, probably happening this way around, because once you go in a cycle of another map after a break from that specific battle, that's where you find yourself outwitting the game style of the other teams, especially learning from your mistakes. So that's the only thing that we ask for the teams, that they learn from mistake. Otherwise, they will just be left in the dust.
You know, it's just all going to come down to how you can manage to put yourself into the battlefield, get the proper gunfights, and so on. But hey, you know, Miramar is going to be said and done once more. Going to go back to ERANGEL here, Neptune. In regards to ERANGEL, man, where do you like to drop?
Well, for me, Pochinki is the way to go, though it's so scrappy, I would say. There's a lot of a chance that you will meet up other teams, but there's a lot of compounds as well that you can loot up. So, hot drop, possibility, but it brings more excitement.
I'll go for Pochinki. I'm gonna go to school here. The El Clasico heated up drop on towards school could be the way to go, but at the same time, you know, it could just be the run on the outskirts. Talk about Kameshki, talk about Melty Power, talk about Military Base, or even Georgia Pole perhaps. And from the flip side, we also got a bit of a composition all the way down to Gatka, and a bit more composition here on Rozak.
Yeah, I mean, I love to see all those places being shown, and I love this team to start it off from those areas. From the playoffs, we were hoping that there won't be any of the early engagement at this point, but we are now in the grand finals. We love to see those engagement. There's no one falling for grace right now. But as we dive to the diverse landscape of the OG map, head first into the iconic ERANGEL. This is the time to conquer the legendary battleground, coming in from Sosnovka, and their head to the shooting range. Let's see if the team will be able to drop to their designated drop spot. It is in the middle though of everything else. I don't think there will be any problem in flying through their drops.
I think the flight path here is going to be favoring pretty much every squad here at most, and there's going to be no room for excuses at all in regards to the initial drop snow, but it's obviously going to come down to how the first circle will commence. But for now, typically, we're going to be seeing Formidable VIEBS and STALWART Esports on the Sosnovka Island. We're going to be seeing Hail Esports, and alongside with, I do believe, Boom Esports and Hail Esports here, going to go to the left side of the map. No, it's gonna be Boom Esports actually going to the northern side instead, and I do believe they are on the path to go to Georgia Pole. Here on the other side, we do have BTR, the BIGETRON Red Villains, going here to the direction of Milty Power. Sem9 might just go to the way of I do believe gonna be revolving around the vicinity of Prison and also Mansion. And looking at the first circle now here in Neptune, it's not too bad, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like the circle that we have on that match number 1. So let's see if the rotation will be the same later on. But right now, Formidable VIEBS as well as Esports will be on the far end. Oh no, I stand corrected. Earlier, we were on the SMB. And right now, we are farther from that Sosnovka military base. So thus, Formidable VIEBS and STALWART Esports needs to move as the others has already taken their reins. D2K right now has gotten their position. Hopefully, no one will meet them at this point, and they can recover from how they did in the first ERANGEL map. Hopefully, a lot more of an engagement and damage they can offer this time around.
Bit of a possible early clash that could be happening here in between Genesis Esports and Team XERXIA. NIGMA Galaxy will be there right around Pochinki, so they do have to deal with Haley Esports coming in from the southern side. Could possibly be MORPH GPX as well here coming from the western side of the map. But at the same time, you know, we're not really expecting a lot of casualties happening here, as no teams actually is going to be getting into early clashes.
Let's see if anything might be happening in between. Argue right now, the winner chicken dinner grabbers from the earlier match is already moving a little too quick. The question is, where will they be going, and will they be meeting anyone else? Because you don't want to meet anyone as you initiate all those rotation and still doesn't have most of your...
What's a bit now? Genesis Esports once more is a squad that was almost able to pick off that round number 2 win on Miramar, but unfortunately Team RRQ, which is a squad to be such a bane for them, man. And come again, talk about the recovery that Team RRQ was able to face. After all, it should have been a 1v1, but you wanted to go for a 2v1 instead, and you got to do what you got to do to put the odds better for your side. And I love the way that the central part of the map is going so far, because NIGMA Galaxy is on the vehicles right now, and I think soon enough might head off to Pochinki, might just lean towards the northern side, and in the process they could either meet Team XERXIA or MORPH GPX down on the central map.
Yeah, let's see who will they meet right now. A little bit of damage received by KAGENDRA, but it's not so much of the elimination being done for the side of MORPH GPX. They lost one of their players in this game, and that's not where you want to be, especially if you're on 13th spot of this grand finals. But They need to move. They need to get their position and a safe position indeed. Couldn't agree more with what you mentioned in terms of rotation. But there's a lot more that can be offered, not just by the teams, but also the stage of circle. Really looking forward to them being brought into open areas wherein skills and tactics will be tested.
Rotation is such a big factor here, especially for the circle. Looking at the teams here on the southern side, and for Miracle VIEBS, they've had their run already on towards the military base. I think they want to go for the cross now on the bridge, but Halo Esports will be the team to watch out for this very run right now. If for Miracle VIEBS does decide to commit on towards the left side, then till then they might have to deal with Halo Esports. While on the flip side, Halo Esports, DEWA United is in rotation as well. Not too convincingly into any direction whatsoever, but they are for sure right around the vicinity.
Yeah, I mean, one thing's for sure for this team, and it is, I believe, more than half of the teams right here in this competition has been doing. They stay on edge of that first stage, or either any stage of the circle, and wait for the next one to come up. And this is what we're talking about. For Miracle VIEBS might be meeting Halo Esports right now on their approach. But not only that, we have 7 Element right now also passing through. Hopefully distraction will help for Miracle VIEBS to get through, but it's not so much of a distraction because they will go into Gatka where no one is staying. And for Miracle VIEBS will still be stuck on the island. 2 from both sides of the bridge will be taken by Halo Esports. XERXIA right now, good potential for them to find a good spot, and the high ground is also a good spot for them to look for enemies around.
As BIGETRON, Red Valence, and Sem9 is in rotation coming from the eastern side, they might just get into a clash as well. STALWART Esports not too far behind. They only have 2 players on the main island. 2 as well here coming in from the military base. So this is going to be a pretty heated up run possibly here happening on towards the western part of the circle. While for Miracle VIEBS still hesitant to make the cross. Doc is that island not having any vehicles at all, but I do believe he is waiting out for his teammates to get him a ride as time passes by. But once more, man, big old stalemate. But if you only guys get to see what's happening right now on the map, a lot of teams here has the room for potential now to get the eliminations ongoing.
Yeah, and that's one thing that they need to be cautious about, like their position as well as every approach. You don't want to go carelessly crossing or like driving through any open areas, especially bridges, because we've talked that bridge camping is nothing new in PUBG Mobile. 7 Element though, they have a good position right now in Gatka. They're the ones who passed by earlier above Halo Esports, and they have they are good right now in where they are staying. So we'll love to see more of these teams get better position. But for the side of KAGENDRA as well as DEWA United, they are staying outside of the blue, though not so much of damage yet by this stage. But if they continue this on, later they will be feeling it.
Now there's only going to be around 25 seconds to play around here before the zone closes up. And once more, we haven't gotten any eliminations or any casualties whatsoever. So I can guarantee you all, as soon as the circle gets closed up, teams here from the central side might just go along. And the only team that is really on the losing ends of the rotation is going to be DEWA United, but they're not too far behind at all.
Let's see if they'll be able to catch up though. As they're not too far behind, but they are still in open grounds, especially if they pass by that area of Gatka. 7 Element has made their way through, but they might be meeting NIGMA Galaxy in their approach, and a lot of teams has been gathering in the middle. RRQ right now giving a little bit of aggression against Boom Esports Bridge area, once again providing them with those tall gates. And let's see if they'll be able to cut them their approach right now. 7 Element, not quite sure what happened. There's one knockdown happening between their teammates, probably falling out of grace from a vehicle.
You know what? We're not really getting any casualties right now. Let me just take my own teammate instead. This is the name of the game that 7 Elements is showing so far. But now, fortunately, we are seeing some engagement here between T2K and MORPH GPX. And MORPH GPX will simultaneously go down. 2 players down to the ground. Boom Esports found into the mixture as well. Can they get this one through? 1 player out in the open. Yummy made here behind the tree. And Boom Esports wants to go for a drive-by and wants to go for the ruins here. And that's going to be a big jump for them. If you want to go for a clash to come in, sprays down UMP to the face. One more player to worry about, and that's going to be damned down to the ground in the process. Hail Esports, they are the first team to get eliminated.
And there you have it. Despite of traveling a lot and also getting good position, they will be run over with those on the vehicles. A lot of engagement happening, especially in the kill feed right now. Boom Esports, Stalwart Esports, RRQ, and even T2K in the mix. And we cannot decide where we want to look. But T2K right now putting a lot of pressure against those teams on the other side of Ruins. It's Boom Esports, still RRQ, but they have a good hiding ground. The question is, will they be revived? And T2K still spreading all the love towards this team.
T2K Esports out in the open. Gotta watch out, boy. Boom Esports is right across. RRQ as well. This battlefield of ruins right now, we're just heading strong so far. Nade flies through, no connection. Inside the ruins right now has this perfect playing ground. But at the same time, if you pop your head, DEWA United from up top might just be able to spray you down. But Nerpeko, we all know how capable this guy is in regards to winning up these clashes. Never doubt this man to make the difference.
Let's see if who else will make the difference in this game. And I would agree, never doubt this man, because there's a lot can be offered. But as we look in the remaining 14 teams in this matchup, we are about to find out who will bring in a lot more of those highlightable moves. T2K right now with Doki trying to nade down against RRQ. Hasn't hit anyone just yet, but with the angles being held by RRQ as well as all the utilities that he have, he can just go and throw all of them until he make a hit.
Doki from afar with a Car 98K and an M4. RRQ just inside of the ruins. Better watch out. Utility smokes must be common play, but BIGETRON Red Villains from afar does get one player from Sem 9 down to the ground, buried 6 feet under. And that's going to be him getting one more precious elimination point. First elimination for them, and Sem 9 on the ridge. Getting sprayed down. Tam now out from the ground. And it's going to be more players getting taken out from the equation. So unfortunate for Sem 9. But what has to be done must be done.
It's not just BIGETRON Red Villains who's gunning down Sem 9. It is Team XERXIA right now on the other side as well. Thus, you cannot be sure if the points will be going to your side. It might probably been stolen by the other teams, but let's see if they can secure a few more, especially for the side of DEWA United. They have been hanging back, waiting for the perfect timing, even driving through the blue so that they can get good position. And let's see if anyone can be taken out by this team. But for the side of XERXIA Esports, they do have 2 eliminations to their side. Good compound to hold, but need to be careful because they made it ready. They have Genesis Esports on the left, BIGETRON Red Villains on the right. Let's see if they can decide who to shoot out.
Now talk about NIGMA Galaxy here, rocking 5 elimination points in total now, and they haven't really been found here on the stereo round so far, haven't been heard. But it's going to be KAGENDRA now here, going head to head against STALWART Esports, and that's going to be the DVS. Getting the connection set and done, and that's going to be now STALWART Esports out from the round. KAGENDRA, they fly high, but in the process, they do lose 2 players. Now, Moscow down to the ground, but it's not going to matter at all. But, oh my day, still plenty more to go here. 4 Miracle Vibes, 4 players right around the perimeter. Fight still not over here for KAGENDRA.
Definitely not over. No one wants to stop the engagement. And Apex right now will throw a little bit of those nades. But I don't think they will be meeting anyone from KAGENDRA just yet. And I believe that is Memo from the inside who received one of the nades and will be eliminated right here. Only one remains for KAGENDRA in the rush for Flyboy, taking out the entire squad. 5 elimination by 4 Miracle Vibes, and I believe 3 if not 4 of which came from KAGENDRA. So number 13, they will be taken out, and the battle continues from all sides. Boom Esports right now face against T2K.
So unfortunate for KAGENDRA, but it is what it is. On the feed, Sem 9, despite the fact that they had a lot of fire going towards their direction, they are still trying to put up a fight. Kenny, yes, the nade comes true. And Sem 9, a soon as I speak about them, they get eliminated from the detonation, from the nade. BIGETRON Red Villains in the middle still has a fight to come true. They got to deal with Genesis Esports here just right around. Only the smoke separates them from the visuals of Genesis Esports.
Yep, and Genesis Esports right now, Master Ichi is on the roll on a vehicle. Let's see if he'll be able to spot anyone, or better yet, grab a good place for him and the rest of the team. He is the scout right now of the team, and I guess BIGETRON Red Villains will be meeting them, and this is quite a surprise right now. Gen Fuzz, unsuspectingly in that hill already, and Master Ichi will try to gun him down. But on the left hand side, as you can see, there's also XERXIA Esports, and I guess a few more from BIGETRON Red Villains for them. Smart enough move for him to get away, because you don't want to be in the mix in that engagement.
Oh, definitely not. I mean, they only have the Ridge to play with here. Team XERXIA, a very loud squad so far in this very round, despite the fact that they are at the bottom of the overall ranking. They are trying to regather themselves up, and they are in the distance right now to overpower and take away the placement out away from 7 elements. But as soon as they say that, they start losing the clash. They do have one player knocked down to the ground. And BIGETRON Red Villains, they are longing to wrap around from the scene so far. On the Lambo we go. They want to call a rendezvous, and same time, man, they are really having a hard time looking to get the proper read and what to do exactly on the situation.
Yeah, let's see if they will be able to have a proper read in a few minutes, because in a couple of minutes it will be heading to stage number 5. And you don't want to be in the losing end of the domination being done, especially against Boom Esports. But speaking of losing end, XERXIA right now has one knockdown to their side, and let's see if they can recover. But BIGETRON Red Villains has a different kind of battle to bring against 4 Miracle Vibes. Illuminated on 11th spot is T2K. So unfortunate, because the aggressiveness is really working for them from the early parts of this game, but towards the end they went on to losing spree. Now, XERXIA right now going against BIGETRON Red Villains, are a little bit in the middle of everyone else. Gen Foss, good potential for him to take a shot from afar, but Genesis Esports introduced to the party. Let's see who goes down.
West carry as well is on the right side. Team XERXIA might just get caught in the pinch, but in the process, they do take care of BIGETRON Red Villains for the time being. Genesis Esports, can they get this one true? It's going to be a big old standoff here between them and Team XERXIA. Gen Frost, can he get this one in on the front line? Team XERXIA does get one now. Master Ichi from afar could absolutely connect from the distance, but at the same time, can he come in the right time, because his teammates slowly but surely getting dropped down.
Yeah, they're being brought down to their knees, and it's left to Master Ichi. The good thing he was able to make a little bit of distance, but this distance will make it difficult for them to pick up their teammates. XERXIA Esports taking advantage of the situation. Also, still a complete squad. Vehicle in play. They can get out, they can get in, and they can get more in terms of points. And let's see if how much more they can grab already with 3, and a lot more to offer, but shots onto them right now. I think they have a next target, but they just need to decide if they want to go through.
They want this or not. Nade flying through, no connection whatsoever. On top, Genesis Esports, Team XERXIA, wanting to make an impact on this very round. They have the vehicles, they have the resources, but in the process, PERSIJA EVOS getting eliminated now on towards rank 10. But the battle's not over, not just yet. Still plenty more to go. In rotation now, we have Boom Esports, Team RQ, nearing to each other. NIGMA Galaxy on the middle. On the western side, we have DEWA United. And in the process, Genesis Esports, they get taken out from the equation.
Just from the past 20 or 30 seconds, 3 teams has been eliminated, and now we are left with 7. Now, there's not so much of engagement happening. It will be a waiting game, especially for the side of 4 Miracle Vibes, but they've done enough already in this battle. 7 elimination in total. And Apex, being the Apex Predator of this team, has taken the MVP for the moment. East right now taking a few peeks, but not making any connections just yet, as Doc will be moving around trying to find anyone to hunt.
Can they do it? Game stale. A lot of gunfights following through, but there's no connection such as yet. 4 Miracle Vibes on the opposition here for said Team XERXIA. Can he get this one through? So far, it's still a very silent run here for Team XERXIA. I mean, they are playing around the outskirts, and they are just waiting for the perfect time to play around with as well. And I think the battle, if there is going to be any battles now, it's either going to be DEWA United up against Team RRQ or Boom Esports up against Team RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, those combinations alone is already deadly. And let's see if anyone can be added to that mix later on. Again, as you mentioned, no one's moving an inch. They want to see the next stage show up, and that will be happening past 1 minute. So they just need to be silent, especially for those who've lost members already on their side. But RRQ, good position for them, taking 3/4 of this area. And the same goes for Boom Esports. Stalemate, another stalemate right here. No one can make a move. But speaking of move, against XERXIA, DEWA United is making their move, and elimination can be confirmed. NGX, NIGMA Galaxy, also trying to shoot down players of Fort Miracle VIEBS right now. It's three-way battle from up close and from afar. But there goes DBS gameplay. I can hear it already. I can see it go in onto the bodies of these players. But XERXIA Esports smothered with bullets. And it is very difficult to get away from that engagement.
Huge discrepancy here. We're talking about arguably the #1 team in this competition, comparing it to the worst right now. You can absolutely see it, Nep, and you can absolutely hear it right now. NIGMA Galaxy is one of those squads that has been so silent here on this broadcast, but now they're trying to pop off as well. But unfortunately, in the process, they lose down 2. Fort Miracle VIEBS up front as well. They are going head-to-head up against Team XERXIA now, and it's going to be this very player right here looking to wrap around. Can he get this one through? Looking like he will. And now it's going to be it. 7th element out. Team XERXIA as well. We're going to be talking about Boom Esports, Team RRQ, NIGMA Galaxy, Fort Miracle VIEBS, and the one and only 2 players from DEWA United.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to recover one of the teammates. And we are left with 5 teams in this matchup. So far, earlier, we have one that has a complete squad. This time around, we're seeing 3 from the 5 team. Knockdown after knockdown, confirmation after confirmation needs to be done so that they can outplay everyone in this rotation. But it will be difficult because showing up on the next stage of Circle, a lot of teams has been hanging back in the outskirts and none of them can stay in the middle. I think it's only one set of team that managed to secure this area in the mid, and that is NIGMA Galaxy. A great advantage that they can hold right now.
For Miracle VIEBS is one of those teams that can make the difference as well. I mean, after all, they still have Apex, East, and Dog still found in play. NIGMA Galaxy, they're somewhat on the central side of the zone, so I don't exactly know how to feel about this. But so far, it's just going to be a battle here between Team RRQ and Team Boom Esports. For Miracle VIEBS, let's get some shots to fly through, and they are getting tagged up right now by NIGMA Galaxy.
And let's see if they'll be able to survive this engagement. NIGMA Galaxy, they made themselves a little bit of high ground for themselves, and this is what they're taking advantage of, as well as the smoke being released right there to cover any peaks that they're doing. But those who are not moving, RRQ, Boom Esports, I think they've been at this for the past 5, if not even more minutes. But Fort Miracle VIEBS might disturb their silence, and as well as the other teams who will be moving in. It is now closing to the next stage of the circle, and as we mentioned earlier, in the upper right of your screen, NIGMA Galaxy can stay in the middle because they have a good compound to hold. The question is who can contest it against them.
And the next question is, well, where will the zone reside? So that's going to be one factor that we can talk about later on, but I think in the process, we might just be able to see more squads flying by. For Miracle VIEBS, they came from the eastern side all the way down to the next, just beside Boom Esports here. A lot of utilities invested. They want to go for a pinch here up against Boom Esports, and only one player here be facing a lot of the damages here for the set of Boom Esports, coming in from the left side of the ruins. For Miracle VIEBS, they might just be the bane here for Boom Esports.
Yeah, it's a good thing YOLO didn't go down that easily and is now slowly recovering. But how much recovery can they do? Because in a bit, the next stage, as well as the blue, will push them in. A Joel right now, receiving a lot of damage. It's a good thing he gets away in the nick of time. Formical vibes already picking in, and there's not so much of help that can be done by the rest of Boom Esports. DEWA United right now taking their cover from nature. But will nature be good enough and kind enough to make them survive? Otherwise, they can rely on the industrial technology of the vehicles that they have, but there also a lot of risk involved. And speaking of risk involved, a few more made a risky move for the side of 4 Miracle Vibes, and we are left with 2.
With the amount of kills that Miracle Vibes has right now, even if they finish off as like third for this very round, they might just be able to steal away the winners for this very round. But on the feed, we got to see once more Team RIQ nade to the face. They go down to the ground, and with no much of eliminations being put and done, I think this might just be it for them. Only one more player that Backcourt here has to clutch things up. Unfortunately, he gets beaten down by the DVS, and now it's gonna be Team RIQ eliminated.
Yep, and that is Boom Esports right now on their 10th point. And the same goes with Miracle Vibes. They've done a lot already in this point, but in comparison, it is the manpower of Boom Esports that might bring them on this win. DEWA United, though, they have silent right now, only peeking in the best timing. Boom Esports right now, a little too aggressive, going for the rush against this team of DEWA, and DPS has brought them to their knees, brought them to the ground, as well as Galax Grenade. And let's see who will survive, if they survive, because it looks like DEWA United will be united as they rise, and they will not fall.
Boom Esports out from the chase. DEWA United having the best odds. Could be this case. NIGMA Galaxy, they want to hustle things throughout as well. Looking like they do have this upper advantage right now. Team stacked up, players stacked up here for the side of DEWA United. But they have the upper advantage right now in regards to this clash. And now, 4 Miracle Vibes out from the chase. It's gonna be DEWA United and NIGMA Galaxy here left alone in the 3v3.
There you have it, 3v3, and I love the positioning. It's quite a chessboard right now. Both of the players moving at the same time, backing off at the same time. I think they are so coordinated that they might be going down at the same time. But they did recover, and they did back off. But I would say with NIGMA Galaxy, airdrop a little bit near on them, they might have taken advantage of this, and they have all the utilities to deal with DEWA United. So far, in terms of elimination, it is DEWA who got 9 already, and NIGMA Galaxy has maintained their silence and only grab a few eliminations from afar, adding up to 7. But they back off. They don't want to go in carelessly in this battle, but they do have 20 seconds before the next phase will be closing in, and we're getting close to the final stage of their circle.
DEWA United has been one of those squads that's been longing to put up a mark here for the winner chicken dinner. But NIGMA Galaxy, they are a very well composed squad. Not the first time that they get left into a standoff between one squad as well here at this last and final circle. Composure wise, NIGMA Galaxy, they have been getting the best narrative here. The question is though, are they going to be able to get this one through, or can finally DEWA United change things up?
Let's see who will be changing. No one flanking in a wrong way. I love how rotation as well as position is being taken advantage in every moment. Galak right now has prone through that left side, out of reach, out of view from an Galaxy, but a good nade might hit him and information will be relayed, but no one is moving an inch. As I mentioned earlier, the airdrop will be used as cover right now, and in the view, the blue will be closing, pushing everyone in between, but it is NIGMA Galaxy right now who's already in the middle, and a good chance for them to survive a little bit longer, because DEWA United will take some time for them to step into where they are. Molotov being thrown in onto one of the airdrops, even nades onto one of the smokes, and this is a little bit of precaution coming from DEWA United, but I believe this is part of the plan for NIGMA Galaxy. They want DEWA to waste all resources, and when it comes to those that count, they are taking advantage.
The zone closing in, 2 factors as these two teams has to deal with it. And now, Nades flying through. They get one player tagged up now here for NIGMA Galaxy, and this is the perfect time for them to strike. One player tagged up, gonna go for the heal up. Battle of nades, honestly, here for both ends of the spectrum. But in all regards, rotations-wise, I think DEWA United is on the defensive right now.
Let's see if any discrepancies can be reduced. And this time around, nades are going back and forth. Either way, we are waiting for everyone to be pushed in. Finally, a hit has been made. Freak is down. And this is the cue that DEWA United will be pushing out. But no, they will be waiting. Another hit, and there goes the complete elimination and rampage battle. Coops tries to fire back, but they managed to knock down one more. 2v2 situation between these two teams. Let's see if they can get it on. Galak is still bleeding out. A pickup needs to be done, but there's not so much of time. Coops and Rauf will need to bring it on, as on the other side, DEWA United backs up a little bit.
Yo, back it up now. Half HP for both Scopes now and Rauf. Two players, 2v2 situation. No pickup must be done. DEWA United has to go for the double chow, but one player goes down. A trade comes through. 1v1 situation. Who is it gonna be? And it might just be NIGMA Galaxy pushing through, getting the winner chicken dinner.
And they did. I love how these matches are ending. It always boils down either in a 1v1 or a 2v1, but this is where the skills are being tested. This time around, Grand Finals brings the fire and the monster out of these teams. Winner chicken dinner grab once again. It is NIGMA Galaxy going in the balance of a 10-10, making it 20 in total.
Finally, a round win for them. Not just on the bonus, but here on ERANGEL. And I had to say it, man. Composure-wise, it doesn't matter for them. Put them down to a 2v3, it doesn't affect them at all. They exactly know how to respond back mechanically. And that was it. I mean, yes, okay, give it now for DEWA United. They were on the discrepancy in regards to the rotation. The zone was just moving up a bit faster compared to them. But at the same time, NIGMA Galaxy, they were able to utilize the terrain so well, and they were able to get the final adjustment.
Yeah, I mean, all those adjustments in the nick of time. The best decisions need to be made under pressure, and that is what both teams in the final moment did. But again, the best ones who make most micro adjustment in the microsecond will get that win. Imagine going in for a knockdown and trying to isolate them on that 2v3. That is what NIGMA Galaxy did, and then they kept their distance. Even took advantage of one of the angles from the ridge. Despite of DEWA United on the higher ground, they were not caught out in the open, and they also grabbed that winner chicken dinner. Teams to watch out for this match. NIGMA Galaxy, as they have proven that they will fight on to the end. For Miracle VIEBS, though, also a team that has a lot of elimination. If I'm not mistaken, that's a total of 12 just for this match of ERANGEL. They were united as well. Survivability at its best, toe-to-toe against NIGMA Galaxy, and Boom Esports has made a lot of run with those early engagement. It's just so unfortunate that they didn't end to the they didn't match up towards the end. But who matched up as our MVP for that game? It's Apex 922 from 4 Miracle VIEBS. 5 in elimination, 1200 on the damage, and close to 42% on the contribution. This really shows that he is a good carry for the team.
It wasn't just that, no. I mean, the first round of TDM was him being the MVP, having 16 kills in total. Almost half of the lobby granted by him. But moving over now here, most eliminations coming in from Boom Esports. It's going to be a cool for you getting this one through. But Apex, the Apex Predator, getting 1,270 damage, set it in. But in regards to the eliminations, of course, it also translates to the knockouts. Boom Akul does get this one through. And obviously, Mr. MVP Coops here doesn't want to get not part of the mixture here. He does get the most healing out from the chase. But now, let's talk about this. Most points, NGX, NIGMA Galaxy, 20 points for them. 4 Miracle VIEBS, they trail down with 17.
Yeah, I love how they're doing it. not really providing much space for the other teams to survive, and 12 elimination. Same goes for DEWA United, but compared to former VIEBS, they did end up to that top 2. And be offered by this team right now. Switching over to our overall rankings, NIGMA Galaxy pushed themselves up on that #1 spot, pushing BIGETRON Red Villains down, and for Miracle Vibes as well. Elimination performance has catapulted them 2 spots above. But this is a surprise. DEWA United, with what they did with that one map alone, has moved up 4 spots.
Well, you know, in some way, BIGETRON Red Villains, we didn't really get to see them on the #1 spot for the scene overall, but for a moment they were. Unfortunately, NIGMA Galaxy was just able to overpower them down, but now, oh my days, Boom Esports climbing 4 ranks above, coming in from what, 13 or 14 now here on towards 10. They overpower SEM9, PERSIJA EVOS, Hill Esports now. MORPH GPX had a very staggered run here onwards for round number 3, putting them 2 ranks below. Team XERXIA, they overpower 7 Elements, and 7 Element is back to where they were.
Yeah, and well, all this changes. I mean, it only proves that apart from the winner chicken dinner rank points, elimination points really provides to be a very important factor. There's a lot of teams moved up in that overall rankings as from what we've seen, but we'd like to see a little bit more of those battle in ERANGEL, but I don't think we will be given, or I might be wrong, we will be jumping into one of the TDMs this time around. It is BIGETRON Red Villains going against PERSIJA EVOS, the second matchup for today in that team that much, following what we've seen from Formidable Vibes as well as STALWART Esports. So take note, guys, we have 3 TDMs lined up just for today.
Yep, and you know, in between BIGETRON Red Villains here and you know, PERSIJA EVOS here in Neptune, which team do you think will be able to pull away off this one? Because honestly, I do believe it might just be BIGETRON Red Villains.
Yeah, I mean, BIGETRON Red Villains has good close quarter engagement. PERSIJA EVOS, though, we do have a few of the players can off those close quarter, but I think they take advantage of the long range distance as well in the battle. So let's see if they can utilize both tactics right here, because there's not so much of references that we can use if we jump into TDM. And this battle continues right now. No eliminations being done just yet, but up close and personal, we have one who is already dealing a lot of damage, and the trade-off in between. Let's see if PERSIJA EVOS can catch up on the points that BIGETRON Red Villains is putting up.
BIGETRON Red Villains right now is in full control. You get the map control ongoing. Spawn drop might just come in soon, but at the same time, PERSIJA EVOS, they want to respond back with their own pace, with their own runs. They are slowly but surely getting the recovery out from the situation.
Back-to-back points right now, similar to what we see in the first TDM off this day. PERSIJA EVOS going in for the flank. Red phase already behind enemy lines. Might be going against 3 players, but you need to smarten up. We have Super Boy right here who's already waiting for your movement. Boy Seal also on the left-hand side. Lapar been taken down. This time around, PERSIJA EVOS takes the lead, but the catch-up is still not yet over because it's very, very close. Only 1 point lead by PERSIJA EVOS.
So, very impressive and fast-paced game that we are seeing here from both ends of the spectrum. And now PERSIJA EVOS, they overpower BIGETRON Red Villains, and now they want to go for a close-up now. Up close and personal, as you would say, and that's going to be PERSIJA EVOS winning the clash here on towards the right side of the map. And they want to take over the warehouse so far. Zussi here from the back lines, getting sprayed down from the distance. Japam here trying to put himself into the equation, but unfortunately he just gets taken down as well.
And let's see who else will be taken down right now, or will they be able to recover from the lead that they have? It is PERSIJA EVOS on the lead. Good push in the mid, and no one can push through, but unfortunate for them, another one is waiting for on the other side. Red phase will be taken down right now. 18-11, a place where you don't want to be, especially if you are BIGETRON Red Villains, because you put up so much already in the early fights. But this time around, the heat is being brought in by PERSIJA EVOS. Which of them will be going down? 20 already, and 20 more remains halfway through to their target.
Yeah, PERSIJA EVOS here is just running things down now. Back and forth they go. Misery does go down. Red here trying to make the cut, but unfortunately just gets sprayed down here from the back lines. And now, BIGETRON Red Villains, they have this chance right now to recover a bit of map control, but looking like they are pretty hesitant. And I admire the patience that they are trying to put up. Slowly but surely, might just cut the chase.
Yeah, let's see who will be cutting chase or cutting the heads of their opponents. And back and forth we go. PERSIJA EVOS trying to get away. And Misery will be taken down right now as we have, oh my god, goodness, a nade hit in this matchup. Unlikely that we've seen that happen and being pulled off, but they are doing so. 25-19. The gap is getting closer, and let's see if BIGETRON Red Villains can bring it against PERSIJA EVOS. I think they are doing so. It is now down to 5 once again, but the closer we get to that 40, risk the win being taken by PERSIJA EVOS and being let go by BIGETRON Red Villains.
29-22, 11 more points to go here for the set of PERSIJA EVOS. Can they get this one through? Make it the 30th now. He wants to go for a push. He wants to make the play. He wants to make his presence heard. And they want to go for the rush. They want to go for the guns. They want to go for the bullets to the face. And now BIGETRON Red Villains, they're out from the scene right now. No map control. Getting tangled up. Back against the wall.
BIGETRON Red Villains right now, they put their backs against the wall and also bait in PERSIJA EVOS, but this is a difficult position because there's no so much of place to move right now if you are in their place. 34, only 6 remains for them to grab the win, and all they are doing is just hiding out from all the crevices that is near the spawns of this team of BIGETRON Red Villains. PERSIJA right now backed up a little bit, and they still have the lead, not really risking so much. Redface being brought down by Lapar. 5 more to go, and Misery is going in for the rush elimination. Makes that 4 for the win.
36-29, 4 more eliminations to claim. Until then, might just be it. Overall, game silent now, but PERSIJA EVOS, they have the upper ground. All they gotta do is play for trades. Till then, they might just be able to get this one through, but a bit of aggression now being shown here for BIGETRON Red Villains. They do get one. Can we get some more here from afar? Top shot gets the connection. 2 more kills to claim. And it's gonna be PERSIJA EVOS here claiming the CDM.
Yeah, we have Redface right now benching to the last 2 guys that can be taken down. No elimination just yet. Going in between. A surprise hit coming from afar. Finally, the battle ends and the win will be taken by PERSIJA EVOS. BIGETRON Red Villains will be left in there with only 7 points remaining for that target, and MVP will be Misery. And you know, when you're faced with Misery, the only thing that you can do is cry.
Well, I mean, Misery was able to serve Misery here for BIGETRON Red Villains. And man, I gotta admit, man, I wasn't expecting PERSIJA EVOS to come out with that one. A really good start for BIGETRON Red Villains. Wasn't able to translate at the late game.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that you would expect. In the late game, even in the late game, we have PERSIJA EVOS who backs on to their base and their spawn just to bait in BIGETRON Red Villains to rush them because they're the ones being pressured to catch up. But we are going to catch up on the battle in Battle Royale as we are going to for a quick break. When we return, the battle continues in the first day of Grand Final, so don't go away. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and 2 thumbs up for everyone in here, not only for the teams who's battling up, but also for the viewers out there giving all their support. We are halfway through into the battle right now on first day of the grand finals for this Clash of Giants Season 2, and still in Caster's Desk, I am Neptune the Gentleman Gaming. Together with me is the Warden. We are the ones who are going to bring the action to your screens, also to your ears, so make sure you put in all those earphones, pump up all the speakers, because we will be shouting all the way through.
Well, we've tackled 2 TMs and 3 rounds of the run for Battle Royale, and now we're pretty much halfway done here. But obviously, we still have 3 more rounds to go. But fortunately, on this next round, it's going to be a bit of an icebreaker. It's going to be on SANHOK for you, and I missed this map quite a lot. I was expecting this one to play out on the last round for playoffs, but hey, we got Vikendi instead, but now we finally got SANHOK.
Yeah, SANHOK will be a much quicker round depending on where the teams will be dropping. It is smaller though, wherein the teams really need to be tactical in their gameplay. A lot of hiding spot, a lot of ways that the snakes, the mambas might be able to creep in against their enemies, but we'll have to find out who will be flying high and beating them to the punch as we are jumping into this desert.
Yeah, I mean, SANHOK is going to be a pretty interesting map here for both ends of the spectrum. We got to see the run for Vikendi, pretty similar, personality to SANHOK, and the last we got to see this very small map, it was NIGMA Galaxy having a go at it, and I wouldn't be so surprised as well if they can go back to back, as once more, that is exactly the personality that correlates to them. But before anything else, guys, before the battlefield commences, before the players get into SANHOK, it's about you guys getting into this giveaway right now. Once more, we've tackled the HyperX headphones. We reached 30,000. We have to go for the AirPods now, 50,000. If ever we do go to the distance, 70,000 people watching on YouTube, there will be one iPhone 15 given away.
Don't worry, Warden, I do believe the fans out there are waiting just to grab all the prizes right here. As you did mention, we've done and dealt with the HyperX headphones, and make sure you're following the steps right here. Follow the Instagram, join the Discord server, as well as get your tokens once you submit those screenshots, because yes, we might have reached that, but qualification might be so tough. Imagine 30,000 jumping in and registering. It will be something else if you can beat everyone out of that. 5 will be given out for the headphones though, so imagine the odds of that happening and going to your favor.
Yeah, it could be the case. I mean, before that obviously starts, make sure you guys share this broadcast right now to obviously start the giveaway for the phone itself. But now, Neptune, we are looking at the matches that has been able to happen. On round number 1 it was BTR, round number 2 it was RRQ. ERANGEL will begin for the set of NGX, and now we move over to round number 4, which is SANHOK. And honestly, this is gonna be the first time around. In regards to my predictions here, I'm gonna be leaning towards NIGMA Galaxy. I do believe they have the odds to go back to back.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see them go back-to-back as well, but you just beat me to it in the prediction. Now I have to choose a different team, and well, since we've seen their performance in week number 2 in SANHOK, I'm going for a T2K right now. Well, that would depend on the rotation they will be taking, but in terms of their position as well as rotation they have taken in this map, that is where they really excel. So for you, NIGMA Galaxy, for me, T2K, and those are locked in right now. We already have one of each. Let's see who will be grabbing a couple or a double in terms of predictions.
A big slap to the face here is if ever KAGENDRA wins this round. Till then, they're gonna be like, ha ha ha, stop voting for us. Right after we get the win. But hey, anything is possible here. It could have been the rest, not the 3 teams that we mentioned. Could not be KAGENDRA, could not be NGX or T2K. Could be STALWART perhaps. I mean, after all, they are pretty hungry in this competition. They started off their run for the grand finals a bit very shaky. On the round number 2, they were trying to put up a fight, but unfortunately, as time passed by, they always get late into the rotation. So that is one big factor that I want to eye for here. Now, for Miracle VIEBS, man, they were able to put up a great fight as well, especially on that last round. 12 kills in total, if I'm not mistaken. But unfortunately, they did fall short at the end. Up against the Clash, I do believe it was up against Team XERXIA.
Yeah, I mean it's the final. They were part of the top three, and it's very difficult really to catch up in terms of rotation, especially if you've lost a few of your teammates. But again, it's difficult to go against a team who can grab a 12 elimination. They even beat NIGMA Galaxy in the number of elimination that they can get, but it's those who can grab a few more points, and that is where the winner chicken dinner really helps. Imagine additional 4 points compared to those in number 2 or on the second place. Even if you have both and 10, we saw earlier that NIGMA Galaxy has took the lead. So for your prediction, let's see if they can repeat that. I love to see T2K as well pop off, but what I'm excited about is who will be dropping into Paradise Resort, because that is where we've seen early engagement, hot drops. Not only that, new contenders jumping into the mix once the battle happened, and it all just happens in the first few minutes of SANHOK map.
You know, overall to SANHOK here, I don't exactly know where I want to reside into, because I know for a fact there always going to be someone here is just sneaking through the grass, waiting for the perfect timing to come through until it surprise me, put me down to the ground. But if you're going to be going for, you know, to the resort, I want to go to the boot camps, man. Centralized boot camp is the way to go. And if ever I want to reside back to Painan and play around there perhaps, but at the same time, you know, one big factor, once again, can never forget it, where will this circle revolve around into?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, we've been given a lot of surprises already as to where the flight path has been going, and the same goes with the circle. And one thing that the teams really hate is if it goes to the water area. And in this map of SANHOK, there's a huge potential that it will go that way. Imagine, though it's small, but the body of water that we have in this map is a relatively high percentage that they will be pushed in those rivers. So let's see if that will be the case. In a bit, we are going to show up and fly through this map of SANHOK, and I'm really excited on to how this is going to turn up, because a lot of strategies is involved right now. We might not have the open field as well as long distance capability of some of the maps, but the close quarters this is where it happened.
Could be the case now, but hey, fortunately the game is about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, this is round number 4 of the first day of the grand finals. We've seen 3 different teams claim the winner chicken dinner. They've been feasting it all throughout. It has been very colorful now, but this time may we see some teams go back to back or claim their second one, or we may see something different now. Different personality, the one and only SANHOK will be at your face.
Yeah, let's see who will be in their face right now. In about 20 seconds, the team will be moving in to this game. And again, regardless of where the flight path will be coming in, it is a viable drop spot from every corner, unless it will be way back in either side, east, west, north, or south of this area. SANHOK map, the green grass of the map provides a lot of surprises for the team, and it has already jumped into the flight path. They are coming in from the south, I believe, heading into the north, and there you have it, southeast to northwest. They go and a little bit too far for the side of Camp Bravo and as well as Mong Nai, but one thing's for sure, they will be able to reach that. They might just be a little late on the drop.
And at the same time, you know, if you don't really get the respective drop, this is not the worst flight path we've seen here for SANHOK. It's a very small map here, so if you do get your vehicles, if you do get your hands on some vehicles, till then you can absolutely just head on to where you want to be in. And I think they want to prove us wrong. I think they want to go for Camp Bravo, even despite the fact that it is too far behind. But one thing that we didn't expect now here, all the way across onto towards the central side of the map, early altercations happening here. EVOS going up against one squad here down below. STALWART Esports, where you going head to head. 2 players down to the ground already. Big exchange coming through. It's gonna be a 2v2 situation. STALWART eliminated at like what? Less than a minute.
Less than a minute. I think just a few seconds. And head to head they did, and heads really started to pop off from that guy. Thank you very much, good production, for a good reaction as well catching on that battle, because it's not often that we see quick elimination and quick engagement happening that quickly. And well, it is what it is. We're down to the first few team, or the last 15 teams remaining in this battle. First team being Stalwart Esports, taken out of this game. But the battle continues right now in some of the area. But apart from what we've seen, Genesis Esports has made their way through Paradise Resort, but they have taken it all alone. No contention happening. Haley Esports, though, going against KAGENDRA, might see themselves. So let's see if that will come in fruition.
Yeah, I'm loving the whole composition here, man. Constant actions up the head, and that's gonna be KAGENDRA up against Haley Esports. Back-to-back trades we go. That's exactly how they want to play. Brute force coming at your way, and KAGENDRA so far winning the first capital.
Let's see if they can follow it up with another one. And RQ right now, they're just hanging back in the ruins. No one to bother them but themselves as they loot up and prepare for the upcoming battle. But KAGENDRA, they were prepared, they fought back, and they managed to grab one elimination from that engagement. But it still continues from the other side. KAGENDRA has lost one of their players, and it is from the hands of Hale Esports once again. They try to fire back. The pickup is not being done just yet. It's just a matter of them pushing out. And here comes Hale Esports in the rush. A little bit too quick out in the open. And there goes one. Flyboy made that shot against Sea Sky only.
Oh, that's not over. No, Haley Esports, they still want to put up a fight. Spraying down with the DVS, does take down one. From inside, gets another spray. And now there's going to be a double kill here for a set of Haley Esports. My, oh my. One last player remains.
Oh my God.
DVS will get this one through. What a shot here from the set of Haley Esports.
And imagine, it's only 3 players coming from Hale Esports. DBS really pulled through in this matchup. KAGENDRA is now left with only 1 player. I don't think they will be blaming you if you didn't choose them, because they are not doing well in this part of the game. C-Sky only picked up, and they can recover from this engagement. DBS gameplay being done. NC2 saying nice desu ka as they finish this battle, but from behind, Jane right now just being this guy that will be the threat for Hale.
Hasta la vista, baby. Terminating this show right now. Now, T2K, what can you do? Wanting to put themselves into the mixture. We do see Haley Esports here, rest playing around the comp. But only 1 player standing strong here. Could be enough as well, but at the same time, you know, it's not going to be the easiest one to deal with. But he does have this opportunity right now to isolate 1 player. T2K closing in the distance. Nade flies through, goes to the left side, pops to the right. But unfortunately, from a distance, it's going to be a player here coming from the side of T2K, getting Hale Esports out from the round.
2 points already gathered by T2K, and I guess there's no mistake if you choose this team as your winner chicken dinner takers. But we'll have to find out if they can continue on. Again, we're still left with 14 teams, but KAGENDRA is in the losing end. If in case they make a mistake, they need to be passive, they need to be careful not to show up, because a lot of teams might be targeting them in a bit. PERSIJA EVOS, though, they made already their first 4 points, and this is where they go silent. They don't want to be aggressive. They want to wait for the final moment and then show that aggressiveness later on. But for Sem9, Kenny S, the MVP of this team, will need to find a way to grab a vehicle, because I guess for the side of Sem9, the vehicle gameplay really works for them. But apart from that, we're seeing a standoff right now from 4 Miracle Vibes against BIGETRON Red Villains. Let's see who is going to take the win. Is it the 2nd placer or the 3rd placer?
4 Miracle Vibes right now, not looking to be in the best shape. BIGETRON Red Villains, they love to play with the map control. And they have the left mountain, the right mountain as well. Now, 4 Miracle Vibes, they have the cohesiveness to get through the middle stage. And they are going to be able to get 1 elimination said and done. 1 kill for set of Doc. 2 players right across. Buggy in. Car right around. And this is just a very haggard standoff here for the side of BIGETRON Red Villains. I thought that they had the upper advantage, but with an opener here for 4 Miracle Vibes, things are going south.
Let's see if it can gear toward a different direction. As a Doc right now will not be curing anyone. He will be the one who will show the blood in this battle. But on the other side, battle of PERSIJA EVOS continues. And they have grabbed their first 5 elimination in this engagement. Now, everyone from both sides of BIGETRON Red Villains as well as Formical Vibes are being silent, being cautious. Even East has been pushed to prone. And let's see if he can hit them with those nades as they're just waiting for any cues. But on the other side, once again, Boom Esports against RRQ. Engagement happening, trade-off happening. Even PERSIJA EVOS has joined themselves into the mix. The question is, who will survive among these two teams?
Boom Esports going at it. Looking like they are losing some of the gunfights. PERSIJA EVOS somewhat in full control. And they're going to go for the pickup right now. Yummy May picks up Team RRQ inside. No Mercy goes for the recovery so far. But there's going to be so much composition of Boom Esports here right around. And in the process, Formical Vibes does take down 2 here on the feed. Going quite loud now here simultaneously. This is what SANHOK offers. Gunfights after gunfights. Clashes onto clashes. Nades after nades. Boom Esports now gets an opening now against Team RRQ. And they are about to get one more here from the chase. All they got to do now is go for the pinch until then. Team RRQ can wave their hands goodbye.
Yeah, let's see who will be waving their hands goodbye. Asa has been brought down to his knees. And Boom Esports bringing the boom in this team of RRQ. Akul on the other side, trying shots on the window, but that Peko responded. Unfortunately for RRQ, they have been taken down. 14 spot for them, but the battle continues. Formical Vibes right now will be fighting against BIGETRON Red Villain, stuck in the shack. Let's see who can push through, who will be going down. East does go down with the DBS. Boy still fights on. Another hit by Boy Seal, but unfortunately hit from afar. Eliminated is BIGETRON Red Villains, and Formical Vibes still survive with 3 players.
They had the map control, but unfortunately the cohesiveness that Formical Vibes, as soon as they head on to the clash, they had the trades after trades, and no respawn at all here for BIGETRON Red Villains. But enough be said, Formical Vibes, the cohesiveness, loving what I'm seeing from them, and that is exactly what they did. Coming in from the previous stage as well, looking at the circle, look at how compact this one is. I mean, aside from Sem9 and obviously KAGENDRA, a bit of DEWA United, and, you know, a bit of a run as well towards the northern side will be happening here, but at the same time, things are just pretty silent.
Yeah, silent indeed, as the dust has just settled in most of the engagement that we've seen. Imagine we have 2 consecutive battles that has been happening in different side or different parts of this map. But if we ask PERSIJA EVOS, are they bothered? I would say they are not. They have 5 eliminations, take advantage of the distance they have, and it is Lynx within most of the job. 4 eliminations just going in his belt. And let's see if what else can be offered. Misery Doe also grabbing one of the point. Thus a total of 5. For the side of NIGMA Galaxy, they haven't met any contenders just yet. No eliminations being done. But this is for them to reserve everything for the final moment. And we know how they are if they are put into that corner.
You know, in SANHOK, the final moment is come right around the corner. But DEWA United and KAGENDRA here to battle of Indonesians. Battle it out. DBS on a play. Double DBS for both ends of the spectrum. But KAGENDRA gets overpowered. And that's going to be them eliminated as well.
When we thought a Leon will be able to survive and fight against DEWA United, they managed to put him down. The pickup will be done on 2 members of DEWA United, and they only have grabbed 1 point. Battle continues though, and the peak will be done by Coops right now. It's a little bit open area in the compound that they're taking. Hopefully they can find a little bit more of coverage so that they will not be spotted from afar. But as we look at the next stage of our circle, a lot of teams are staying outside, and that's DEWA as well as T2K, and I believe there will be Boom Esports and 7 Element from the outside. So they need to move in. They need to be quick right now, and that surprised me a lot. Evil Clown And they're
I'm scared.
showing up.
I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't want no clowns again. Production, don't do that again, please. But yeah, man. Overall, I'm so scared about 4 Miracle Vibes. They're getting a lot of kills here so far. And they do have the spree ongoing. They do have the best odds for the time being, as they do have 6. And now in the process, 7 elements. They do go out from the chase. It's the last squad once more. They stay and they stay on the number 16 spot.
Yeah, let's see if they can move themselves up a little bit, because this is nowhere. There's no way that you will go down this easily in this gunfight. But again, we did mention that once you jump into grand finals just like this, a lot of teams will be putting the pedal to the metal, and it will be difficult to catch up if you slow down. So let's see if there will be anyone else who will be clutching it up. But with the last 10 teams remaining, they will be pushed in onto the stage of a circle where you don't want to go, and this is a very difficult situation for anyone who had lost a few of their members.
T2K fully composed. Has a squad right around the corner. But in the process, Genesis Esports, they claim another kill, and that's going to be them getting the milestone of 5 eliminations total. T2K has to go head to head against 4 Miracle Vibes, not unless they do decide to fall back. But right now, 4 Miracle Vibes, with them having only 3 players, T2K right now, they have the upper advantage in regards to the man count.
Let's see if they'll be able to get the man down. T2K. One of them has been dropped. Hopefully, they will not be getting this confirmation with the gunshots from far will provide otherwise. And they are now down to 3. But the battle continues right now. On the other side, 4 Miracle Vibes still have the height advantage, but the question is, will there be anyone who can be that threat in this team? And apart from that, we also are seeing a few more teams surrounding them. And apart from 4 Miracle Vibes, we might see XERXIA Esports also moving in onto the mix. With 0 elimination, they want to grab a few more in their side.
And squads remain here for this round of SANHOK. But that doesn't sound a lot here. But if you talk about the circle here, talk about how compact SANHOK is. It is plenty. And look at the zone here, favoring 4 Miracle Vibes, NIGMA Galaxy, T2K, SEM9, and DEWA United. But in the process, Genesis Esports, a bit of Team XERXIA, and MORPH GPX, alongside with PERSIJA, EVOS as well, and Boom Esports. They do have to face this rotation right now. And I think it's very, very impossible for them to get inside the zone without getting into any casualties.
Yeah, and speaking of favors, I don't think the matchup right now is favoring anyone. They are very close to each other, and only those who have good covers will probably be surviving this engagement. Team XERXIA, though, being silent all the way through, probably waiting them to place themselves in the top 5 before they jump in. Megamind right now taking a few peeks as they slowly move in, and from what we've seen earlier onto the map, they are outside of the next stage of circle, and a gatekeep might be done by the other teams. DEWA United is onto one side in the compound, but they don't have a vehicle to run through to get away that easily. And as you can see, this is DEWA United going in for a shooting spree, and they might take down another team. And let's see who they will be battling on. Boom Esports right now on the bitter end, and they have lost a few more that they can abide, and they are out. Number 10.
Wait out now. Number 9. 19th remain. Could it be now NIGMA Galaxy pulling away with this one as they go for a spray down with a UMP? Freak is actually insane. Eyes on his veins. MORPH GPX under his hands. And he just gets to clear up right now. But job's not over. 4 Miracle Vibes holding 2 ridges down. But in regards to the obstacles right now, it is truly favoring them at most.
Yeah, let's see who will be favoring them on this side of the story. XERXIA has left everyone else dumbfounded in how they survived, but this time around, not anymore. As quickly as that, DEWA United grab a first 5 eliminations in this match, and that is with the help of a team XERXIA who didn't put up so much of a fight They waited the longest time, tried to survive, but with only a few nades, that is where DEWA United started off the battle. But from afar, Genesis Esports, they still give in a different fire. Master Smile right now doing what who do best, and West Carry will be picked up as well. With 3 teams fighting on, they have a good chance to get more eliminations.
PERSIJA getting it through. Genesis Esports overall here on this outskirts, and there's only one squad that is inside the zone right now. Unfortunately, there's not really a lot of things happening here. It's still a battle between 4 Miracle VIEBS and NIGMA Galaxy. 2 of them inside. 4 Miracle VIEBS, they have 1 player knocked down, so they gotta find a way to go for 3 revive. And now NIGMA Galaxy, they want to fall away, run away from the scene. They gotta deal with the contrast coming in. 4 Miracle VIEBS, Apex finds a double, and that should be it. NIGMA Galaxy eliminated from this round.
And that is one thing that surprised me, how good they held the area despite of one of their teammates being knocked down. And this might surprise, this might put you in a panic mode, but no, not this team of 4 Miracle VIEBS. They know what they have to do. They know which area to cover, and they know where to place themselves later on. But on the side of T2K, they remain in the middle of everyone else, and Genesis Esports right now is on the high ground. They might be meeting up each other in a bit as they are being pushed into the next stage of Circle, but DEWA United right now sprays onto the other side, and Genesis Esports will be seen, but no takedown just yet. I spoke too soon. 1 takedown has been done, and this might bring more for DEWA's side.
Yeah, DEWA United, 4 eliminations, 5 in total for them. Actually, make it 6, because 1 player does go out from the chase, but does get 1 before he goes down. And DEWA United, they want to go for this one. They want to prove another run that they can take this one through. Genesis Esports just right across, West Carry on top. And I do believe they have the call right now that they are just surrounding the perimeter. Master Smile on the front lines could be the deal maker as well, but at the same time, it's all going to come down to the timing. It's all going to come down to the zone.
Yeah, let's see if the timing will be pristine. And the next stage, really avoiding everyone else. We thought that they have a good spot right now. A few, though, do have them on the edge, but a few needs to travel a little bit longer, which is, in fact, T2K. And then might be crossing the crosshairs of Genesis Esports, but Master Smile a little bit too far from West Carry can give them that opening. 4 Miracle VIEBS right now dealing with the opening against T2K. Damage dealt, but no knockouts just yet.
4 Miracle VIEBS, they're still hanging on, and in regard to the eliminations here, they're not a stranger at all. I mean, look at this. They have, what, 9 in total so far, and they could absolutely get more. West Carry here, just down below the ridge. T2K on top. Might just be able to get this one through. Master Smile on the front lines now. Can have the opportunity to swing by and can get a double spree here on go.
Oh.
But from a distance, he's getting sprayed down, but I do believe Sam9 and 4 Miracle VIEBS, they do take on 1 player now here for T2K.
Yeah, XMPL right now is bleeding out. Will be taken out of this game. And 4 Miracle VIEBS right now, they deal with their 10th elimination, but they need to recover their teammates as well. Genesis Esports, though, on their 11th, and not only that, there are a lot of elimination coming all around. Last 5 teams of this battle. There we have it. We are down to remaining 5 teams. Eliminated is T2K, and the ones in the running right now with most number of players. Not only do they have good position, but they have good composition is Sem9 and 4 Miracle VIEBS, and PERSIJA EVOS already being taken out of the game. Final 3 teams in the matchup.
Is it going to be DEWA United? Or is it going to be 4 Miracle VIEBS? Or could it be Sem9 here clutching things up? Sem9, they still have full, complete composition here. Only 1 player knocked down. 4 Miracle VIEBS has 13 kills so far. And that's going to be hard to overpower later on in regards to mechanical gunfights. 4 Miracle VIEBS has to get forced into the zone. And they do have the town here. They do have the compound to play around with. But unfortunately, in the process, 4 Miracle VIEBS, they just want to take this one through. DEWA United, I think this might be it. the last and final player remain, but he does get one player in the process.
Ooh.
Baron looking to get an angle. Galak down below, lurking through the grounds, but Sem9 from the back in as well here for the set for Miracle Vein.
Yeah, let's see if they will be able to survive. It's now 1v4 situation. Sem9 right now taking the lead in this gunfight as we have the battle ensuing. For Miracle Vibes has been taken out, and with DEWA United, the only guy remaining, will have to find out if they can do the same in this battle. But so far, the situation is not looking good. Situation is very dire for the side of DEWA United, though they have some eliminations already. Sem9 will be rushing in full and quad. There's no surviving, there's no getting away, and the winner chicken dinner being taken by Sem9 this time around.
Yeah, aggression is just the key word right there here for the set of Sem9. Knew for a fact it was a 4v1, not a problem at all. Winner chicken dinner for the set of Sem9, and this has been such a long time since we've seen them pop through and get this one done here for them. So congratulations for Sem9 for putting themselves into the mixer as well on the top squads here for the start of the grand finals.
And there we have it. Yet another team right now. Though, when we look at the eliminations, I know we highlighted a lot of teams that had more than 10 points, but this might be the one thing that Sem9 is looking forward to, for them to grab a winner chicken dinner and then snowball from there. But it's difficult to do that because this is SANHOK. We don't have this much opportunity all throughout the day, and it will change later on, bringing the prestige probably for those who already grab them on the other maps. But let's not take it away from this team, especially with the performance that we've seen them in the playoffs. It is Kenny S that have given a lot in terms of damage, even elimination, and well, he might be the MVP for this team, but later on we're going to see the MVP for the match in terms of all the statistics. It is just spread around all of the players of Sem9.
You know, gotta talk about how close DEWA United was, so near to go back to back here, but hey, didn't happen. In regards to the fight, at least, no. I mean, they do struggle quite a lot, especially at the last and final circle. Sem9 was just another bane that they had to deal with. And overall, Kenny S, man, I mean, yes, for sure, 2 kills wouldn't really sound a lot, but the impact kills really would come in handy. Now, here are the top 4 teams here for this very match. For Miracle Vibes, Genesis Esports, Sem9, and DEWA United.
Yeah, these are the teams who really dealt a lot of damage. And even if they don't or didn't deal a lot of damage, they managed to grab a lot of placement point. And not only that, they did travel a lot, especially for the side of Sem9 and DEWA United. But I really want to commend DEWA United from those engagements. But it is the Doc who gets that MVP. He have grabbed 5 eliminations and very close to 1,000 in damage, and with his team contribution, it's 35.71, very close to 36%, pretty much more than one average player in a team. And I cannot take it away from this guy because he knows how to hold an angle, he knows how to knock down a player. The only thing that was missing is for them to grab that winner chicken dinner. And if you look at it, 3 of the spots right here, only him has taken.
I mean, that's just the impressiveness here for him, and it goes to show he is a slayer for the squad. Despite the fact that he doesn't really have the most knocks, he can get those eliminations said and done. 5 for him on the eliminations, 968 for the damage, and 5 assists. This guy right here for Miracle Vibes is just cracked out of his mind. But for the side of PERSIJA, EVOS here, they do get the most healing done as well. But for now, for the time being, for Miracle Vibes, they get 19 points in total. Genesis Esports, they trailed down just a little bit. 14 for them, only 5 more to overpower for Miracle Vibes, but it doesn't matter for them. Sem9, despite the fact that they got the chicken dinner, they do stay at the number 3 spot for the time being.
Yep, and really props to Genesis Esports as well. Similar to what we've seen from Formidable Vibes, a lot of engagement, a lot of damage been dealt against other teams. They were united. Apart from the 7 elimination, they also grab a good placement point right here, and that brings them a little bit closer to that second place spot. But that will be it for this map. Let's head over to the match statistics. Because of the size of the map, the throwables used is not that much, not even reaching 100, and they were just dealing with the gunfights using the weapon that they have. But Master Smile 226 on longest elimination distance, he have put himself in high ground earlier on, stayed in there for quite some time together with the rest of Genesis Esports, and made those elimination for themselves. Thus a total of 11 has been dealt with by Genesis Esports. But overall rankings, let's check out. Still 4 Miracle Vibes right now on the top, taking the lead after moving up 2 spots.
Wow, oh wow. I mean, be it that they can't get the placement points, but they can absolutely back it up now with the eliminations. And that there's such a huge discrepancy between them and NIGMA Galaxy, overpowering BIGETRON Red Villains and NIGMA Galaxy into one round is such a big flex here for 4 Miracle Vibes.
Yeah, indeed. Imagine 33 total eliminations just in first day of the grand finals. But let's not take it away from the other teams who's doing their best to reach those highs. Sem9 move up 2 spots as well together with PERSIJA EVOS, but they're still on the second page. They need to work a little bit further to jump in onto that first one. Boom Esports, Stalwart Esports also being pushed down. Unfortunately for Stalwart Esports, they moved down quite so much, but if we look at the gap, it's not so much though that they will have difficulty to catch up.
Really good run for them. And now Haley Esports, MORPH, GPX, and Team XERXIA, alongside with 7 elements, they do stay on the bottom of the bracket here for the overall rankings. Said and done. What a nice take here for this round of SANHOK. But now, obviously, I do believe we are going to go back to MIRAMAR just a little bit and end it off with ERANGEL later on.
Yep, exactly. That will be MIRAMAR match number 5 and another TDM in between them. But before we proceed there, we'd like to thank everyone who gave us the support. We'll be right back in a bit to go in for the final MIRAMAR. And welcome back to the show, and this is still Clash of Giants Season 2, brought to us by Ruthless Esports, and this is what we love. We are inching to the final few matches of the day, and we will be brought back to the sandy dunes of Miramar. On the caster's desk, I am Neptune, the gentleman gaming. Together with me is the one and only The Warden, who will bring the hottest action to your screen.
Well, here we go, man. I mean, we're nearing to the end here for this first day of the grand finals. We've tackled 4 rounds already, 2 TDMs. Right after this round of Battle Royale, we are going to be heading straight to our last and final run for TDM, if I'm not mistaken. So I can't wait to see that one play out. But now, looking at the winners here, we haven't seen any back-to-back winners at all. In fact, we've seen 4 different squads owning the winner chicken dinner. So I can't wait to see more here on this run. Back to the Miramar we go.
Yeah, I mean, I really love how every team has been performing so far. And again, I would agree with you that none of the teams has taken a double take right now. But for those who are proficient in Miramar map, this is a chance for them to really take over, especially with some of the tactics in this map, like staying quiet in their early parts of the game, or probably if you can take advantage of early engagement and win that out, you already have the initial points, and then you stay silent until the final moment wherein you can grab all those elimination together with a winner chicken dinner. But speaking of grabbing, there's a chance for you to grab all these giveaways. We have already reached our 30,000 milestone, and giveaway for the 5 HyperX headphones is on its way. But we want to grab a little bit more. We want to get those 2 AirPods as well as the 1 iPhone 15. So we have to make all the viewers join us right now up until 70,000. I know it's just the first day of grand finals, but we know that we can do it right now with all your help. But make sure that you are following the steps right now to qualify for the giveaway. Follow the Instagram, join the Discord, take a screenshot, as well as get your token number and wait for the live draw to happen.
And it's the battle of Southeast Asia and South Asia here, guys. I mean, just sharing the broadcast, we'll be able to, be able to support for your own respective country now. But moving over to today's match, we have the 4 matches already tackled. BTR, BIGETRON Red Villains taking over the first round. Team RQ taking over the first round of Miramar. Back to ERANGEL we go. NIGMA Galaxy, they were able to clutch things up. Onward SANHOK, Sem9 from Malaysia. They get it through. And we move over to match number 5, back to Miramar. Neptune, you know how it's going to go. In regards to predictions here, man, how do you feel, or which team are you eyeing out for?
Well, I want to go back to my previous selection and where I got my first point, but I guess fate doesn't want me to do so. So, no offense to RRQ, I'm pretty sure you want to grab that winner chicken dinner, but let me switch it up over to T2K. I know they didn't make it to that SANHOK, but I still believe that they might be able to grab a winner chicken dinner.
I think I have to go back to KAGENDRA here for me. I'm gonna give them my 4th round here. I mean, the 3rd time that I'm gonna be vouching for them. So let's see if KAGENDRA could rock things done through. I mean, after all, they did get their first winner chicken dinner. I do believe it was on the run for Miramar, and they are late bloomers. They do love to play around at the late stage of the competition. Let's see if they can get this one back to the board. But I mean, I love the play here for 2DK. I could really go for them as well if only they can get the rotations set and dealt with early on, because that is exactly one big factor that they had to deal with. Is the rotations just a bit too late.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you're late on rotation, you might end up with only a few players to your side. Yes, you can get those initial engagement, but towards the end, that's where everything will be cut off. Your movement, even your progression in terms of the point, will be cut off. So you will be hampered in whatever you want to do, and that's where you go down easily in the gunfight. So hopefully teams that we predicted, even the teams will be battling it out, can survive towards the end. And we're talking about a big map right here for Miramar. Now, it would depend on where the flight path will be coming in, and if that coincides with the first stage of the circle, then this is where we see a lot of engagement happening.
Yeah, it's going to be a big map, wild run. Proper usage of the terrain is something that we got to work on here for every squad. And obviously, the proper composition for the vehicles has to be played along. And my oh my, better watch out for a player like, Master Ichi here, being such a, bane here overall. But obviously, if we take a look at the run here for the side of Miramar, Genesis Esports is one of those teams that could absolutely pull things out as well. But Team RRQ is really the squad to watch out for here. I mean, the composition, the way that they were able to compose themselves was really nice, especially on the first round for Miramar.
Yeah, let's see if all those points really can give them that advantage. I would agree as well. I'm quite surprised why I didn't pick Genesis Esports, because consistency-wise, they did well in most of the maps right now, though they haven't grabbed the winner chicken dinner. But second place, third place, even fourth place, they have been consistent in there in how they perform in each map. But as we count down to Miramar, we're going to see where the flight will be heading. So buckle up, folks, because this is where we see a change of scenery. And earlier, we've seen the green grass of SANHOK, but right now, the grass fields will be taken out to the expense of Miramar. Get ready for the showdown in the desert sun.
Now we move over to the flight path here. May it be a promising one, may it be a punishing one. We don't exactly know, but one thing for sure is that these squads here, it doesn't really matter at most as long as they have their composition set and done. They know how to recover from decays, and as we get to see now, it's gonna be somewhat of a central cut here on towards this very map.
Yes, coming from the north towards the south, or northeast towards southwest, and I would agree, it's quite central right now, and a lot of dropping points, easy to reach from this flight path. The only thing that will surprise us right now is where the first stage of the circle will be heading, because this will dictate if the teams will stay on one specific area or probably leave as quickly as that. Probably a minute or 2 minutes to spare before they go for rotation. And we know how prime rotation is, and you need to get there in the best timing so that you can take advantage of where you will be moving.
Yeah, and now we get to see the drops coming in. It's going to be more GPX dropping a bit early. Same goes for Sedvar or Q. I do believe they want to play around just the northern side of the map. A lot of drops as well heading towards the southern side. It's going to be Hale Esports alongside with Boom as well. But in regards to the early altercation, this might just go to the way of STALWART Esports and alongside with Genesis Esports.
And as you can see on the map right now, our first stage is a little bit north, and it will miss a few of those teams right now in this engagement, but not so much miss both of these teams of STALWART as well as Genesis Esports, so they can hang back in here for the longest time. The only thing that I pray is none of the teams from the surrounding area rushes in, because you don't want to be third party.
Could be the case. And now look at this, man. More GPX, Team RQ. Same goes for the side of 79 to K, alongside with 7 Elements as well, smiling for big time as the zone is just going to be revolving around them. So this battle here between STALWART and Genesis Esports, they gotta watch out, man. They have two factors that they gotta deal with.
Exactly. I mean, it might go a long way, and Master Ichi right now using this TPP to his advantage, trying to look for the enemy. I don't think he spotted anyone just yet, but you don't want to waste your time waiting out the rest of the teams. The others, though, are just loading up. Probably this part of the plan. Leave one or look out, the rest will give out all those utilities, and when the time comes that they want to engage, then that is where they give the go signal. But Chocolate right now, not too sweet in his battle. He's waiting against West Carry and only peeking in. Let's see, the door has been spotted and it closed.
Come on, man, go out. West Carry, commit, sprays down. Chocolate trigger doesn't come true, but he does manage to get one player tagged up, so it's going to be a bit of an alarming call here for the side of Genesis Esports. STALWART, Chocopie down below might just go for a wraparound instead as well. But the biggest factor is that, you know, verticality is such a big thing here for this very map. West Carry here on top is tagged up. And unfortunately, wherever he goes, he has to deal with one player here, in this Winchester might just go to his face, picks out, goes for the shot. But this time around, it's going to be Icy getting more bullets to his face.
Yeah, Icy right now, like, bit off a little bit. He could chew. Smokes will be used by West Carry to block his approach, if he will be approaching anywhere right now, because most of the time this is just a distraction. But shots coming from afar gives him in a very difficult position. He's not moving at all. The question is, where are the backup? Where is the cavalry? And that answers it. We have Tucker right now, who has a flank and seen through this cover, and Master Smile right now will try to throw in a little bit more in terms of a grenade, and Icy will receive a little bit more of that damage, but they still survive. No eliminations just yet between these two teams.
Jen Foss is on top as well, just coming in from the back lines of Genesis Esports, and they do have the overview later on if ever, let's say, they do go through the rooftops. But for now, it's going to be a standoff here between STALWART and Genesis Esports. Nothing much to be said, honestly. I mean, it's just them really just going back-to-back, just gunshots. A lot of exchangements, a lot of damage being done, but it's not going to be enough at all to get a connection and to get the drop downs.
Hopefully they can divide their attention a little bit. One or two go in for the lookout and the pressure, while the rest gather all the loots, because I'm pretty sure with exchange of gunfire as well as utilities, they are wasting a lot of resources. And if you count taking out another or a few of members from the other teams, then it will be a huge risk. What if it goes the other way? And the same goes for Hail and Boom. It might go another way. NC2 saying nice at this point, and he will grab that first elimination in this gunfight. But the question is, will he add more?
It's going to be a pretty interesting run right now for STALWART Esports, and they get a connection now onto West Carry on top. But keep in mind, there is a battle ensuing here on the flip side, but now still going to be STALWART hanging on here. Winchester, UMP, WMP for the time being, and now Genesis Esports, they do have a better look in regards to the gun comp right now. But keep in mind, I did mention earlier, BIGETRON Red Villains is just right around on top of the mountain. And if ever someone from each end here between STALWART and Genesis Esports pops through the rooftops, might just be them getting beamed down.
That is the risk when you take a long time battling against each other. You will attract all of the other teams. STALWART Esports right now through the spokes goes in for the rush, but the question is, will they survive? Not anyone will be moving in, just taking a peek right there on the windows before jumping in. But here comes Genesis Esports right now preparing for the battle, and there goes the takedown. Not even doing a lot of damage right now, but as we can see in the kill feed, a lot of engagement happening on the other side as well. T2K going in for the engagement, and I believe it's against MORPH GPX. But going back to STALWART Esports, they are still on the hunt, looking for Genesis right now in this gunfight. No cover will be left unflipped, and Genesis Esports right now have a higher ground advantage, but STALWART Esports not slowing down.
They're on the hunt, they're on the prowl, just waiting for the perfect initiator to come in, and that could be Chocopie for you. Kick up the nade, throwing it down. Master Smile looking to get the flashbang as well, but it's not really happening here. STALWART Esports really playing aggressively now, but keep in mind, they are playing on a chokehold, and if it doesn't work to how they anticipate it to be, we might just be able to see a collateral spray down here offered by the side of Genesis Esports.
Yeah, we'll have to find out who else will be going down on collateral. But so far, we still have 16 teams, and quite surprisingly, BIGETRON Red Villains introduce themselves into this matchup, but just pass by and get away. And let's see if they'll be able to add more of the damage that will be dealt with between these two teams. Now, STALWART Esports, Chocolate will try to peek in, but nothing is happening just yet in engagement. Like what I mentioned, they're taking a lot of time, and the first stage is almost over. Only one has been taken down, and STALWART Esports now rushing in a little bit too fast.
Three-man push here. Master H gets the precious information, but keep in mind, there's shotguns on the board here for the set of STALWART. Master H, better watch out. Make your decisions right. Choconut down below. One of his teammates right across. Look at this, STALWART Esports. They want to offer a pinch here. Shotgun to the hand. Can he get connection? Big engagement now coming in. Big commitment has to come through. Genesis Esports so far, they have the upper hand. They hold on to the chokehold. UMP did a fade. Gonna go for the spray down. One tag away. Back and forth we go. Master Itchy, can you cut the chase? Absolutely, Choconut will be the case. And now, Genesis Esports, they get eliminated under the hands of STALWART Esports.
I greeted them early before the start of this battle, saying that they have been consistent, but this time around, everything changed, and they are the ones being taken down. It's a good thing I didn't take that prediction, otherwise I will be on the losing end once again. But kudos to both of these teams managing to survive for that long. But I would say they need to make better decisions next time, knowing how long it would take for an engagement to start and end, and then knowing how to pull out as well. For the side of BIGETRON Red Villains, they know when to engage and they know when to win the battle. They have taken the heads, if I'm not mistaken, of PERSIJA EVOS in this gunfight and grabbed the 4 points on elimination.
Now, with regards to the zone here, a lot of possible clashes that could happen here between Haley Esports, Boom Esports, 4 Miracle VIEBS. Same goes for the side of RRQ and 7 Elements. DEWA also found into the mixture, and it's going to be 7 Elements now here getting into a clash. It's going to be them up against Sem9, hopping in. Nades deployed. DVS up front. They do have the window side now. It's all going to come down to the timing and the angle so far. Sem9, they get the opener. Power out from the round. And it's going to be Kenny S here revolving around, hopping in. Going to go for the entry. DVS sprays down. Who can get the shot? But the trade comes in. Double count in. Sem9 looking to be in a very aloof situation. Simultaneously, BIGETRON Red Villains, they put themselves into the mix. They get 5 eliminations in total, and they third party Sem9 out to the chase. And it's only to come down to the last and final player now. What can you do? Absolutely none. Sem9 out of the round.
Depth has been put in the deep end, and they have been taken out of this fight. Gunpower still can be bring up, and they can recover from the damage that they've dealt, as BIGETRON Red Villains putting a lot of pressure from afar, and I'm pretty sure they haven't been spotted just yet. These guys are getting really smart, providing that distraction as well as a lot of damage from afar without being seen. Let's see what more can be offered by the teams right now. MORPH GPX showing up with a few of those shots, but the question is, how will they rotate? Will they be going aggressive? Because they have lost one of their players. It was Cleon that has been taken out.
Moving over, 13 squads remain. Still plenty more to go. We're talking about stage 2 now, but it is in transition now to close out the zone. Not too much of a travel distance here, but at the same time, you know, it's just going to be favoring teams here to go head to head, compacting themselves here onto this battlefield. And now, just by looking at the map here, very little options to play with, honestly.
Yeah, let's see who else will be playing around. Is RRQ no playing around? No mercy indeed! In the far back, coming from Earth, responded for the trade-off. Texas right now on the high ground. Might be seeing Earths on the left-hand side. RNJ just pulled out on the other side of this hill and can take this advantage. But from what I'm seeing, RNJ is already crosshair, and there you go. No damage received. Prone in the perfect moment. And Hexus right now is in trouble because might be meeting the bitter end of XERXIA.
Team XERXIA in a very scrappy mess, but they need to connect on towards the jeepney now, on towards the car. And they get one tagged up. Earth now down below. Hexus closing in the distance. Whips at the DVS. Gonna go for the spray down, but misses the shot. Team XERXIA hanging on for dear life, but in the process, one player goes down, and it's all because of Team RRQ from a distance here, trying to make things work. But Team RRQ, they're also caught in the middle. Megamind here, cooking up the nade, throws it down to the ground. Can he get the connection? Absolutely yes. And that should be it. Team RRQ, they get eliminated as the 13th spot here for this round.
13th spot, this is where you don't want to be placed, but I can't blame them. There's a lot of heated engagement that's happening in here, and RRQ will not be getting that double in this Miramar map. Being taken out or a little bit early, but with 2 eliminations, this will not help their way through that #1 spot. But as we look, 12 teams remaining. Eliminations already done with most of the battles, and we only have, if not 1, 2, or make that 5 teams with a full squad. But the ones very healthy is 4 Miracle VIEBS as well as Hale Esports. So let's see if the other teams can change that.
NIGMA Galaxy wanting to put themselves into the mix. And overall, they haven't been hurt as well here on towards this very round. No eliminations, not just yet. In regards to the current composition right now, who is the strongest here? Could be the way for the set of STALWART. I mean, they have 3 elimination points. They did lose one player in the early stage, but it's looking like it's not going to matter at all. But 4 Miracle VIEBS could be a team as well to watch out for. I mean, look at them, man. No eliminations, but they have complete set of players. And at the same time, you know, eliminations could just come in a way as well later on as there's still plenty more to claim.
T2K right now putting a lot of pressure for those just passing by. They do have high ground, but I would agree with you for Miracle Vibes. They don't have eliminations just yet, but I'm pretty sure they have something in mind, something in their plan as well to grab all that they need later on. And a little bit of update on the map right now on the upper hand side of our screen. It will be in here getting smaller, pushing some of the teams outside of the next stage, and they need to make it do. We have Miracle Vibes, 7 Element, as well as BIGETRON Red Villains already in the center. And these are the deadly teams that you don't want to go passing by, even on a vehicle, because we know how accurate they can get into the gunfight. Now, for those of you rotating, and for the teams rotating, they need to make a little bit of quick move, because some of the teams are taking advantage. It is XERXIA being taken down, but let's see who is taking advantage of position. Yummy right now from Boom Esports has had them on their sides as they are on the high ground.
They want to go for the pinch. They want to take care of ERANGEL out from the case. And now they close out the distance. Has to go for a double chow here. They can't afford to get multi-killed. After all, it's not just them that they have to worry about. It's not just about ERANGEL. It's also about Moscow here from the set of KAGENDRA. It's outside of the compound. Molotov, nades, about to fly through. ERANGEL now inside the shed, still alive and kicking for the time being, but with the nades cooked up, I think this just might be his demise.
Let's see if this is his demise. 1v2 situation. ERANGEL right now tries to move away. Razy right here, still cooking the nade, but misses the opportunity to knock him down. DBS are right in hands of ERANGEL. Beats through the window, front door, and it is Razy who has spotted him, but no! DBS gameplay! Oh! Managed to be responded to, and XERXIA meets their end in this Miramar. They end up 12 plays, though they have 4 elimination, but Boom has beaten them to it. But who's knocking on the door of Boom? It's KAGENDRA, getting really close.
The Garudas closing in. They want to find a way to eliminate Boom Esports here for the time being, but Boom, best call here for them, fall back instead. They do have this backup here from Yummy May on top with a Mini 14, but at the same time, I don't think it's going to be enough at all for them to go ahead with KAGENDRA. But T2K as well, going for a lot of gunshots here for KAGENDRA. That's going to be diverting their attention, and that is a favorite there for Boom Esports, as KAGENDRA now is more focused on towards T2K.
Yeah, T2K is a little bit an edge off this stage of the circle, stage 4 going to 5, and as it closes in a bit, everyone else will be pushed. But with the spread and the confidence coming from T2K, spreading a little bit too thin into this engagement, this can give them more visibility, more information, but survivability will be in a risk. But for the side of KAGENDRA, there's no risking survivability. They are just stacking up into one side, taking a peek onto the other, and we'll have to find out if they are the ones taking advantage of this mix. But Hale was able to bring down one of STALWART Esports. NC2 once again bringing in the pressure.
Pressure's on top. Just have the 3x to back himself up. STALWART out in the open. Hill Esports on rotation now, and looking at the competition here, zone will get closed out, and teams will be hurdling here once more on towards the central side. 7 elements on the middle. BIGETRON Red Villains just on the eastern side. On the western, we have NIGMA Galaxy and DEWA United. On the northern side, we have MORPH GPX and 4 Miracle Vibes. And in rotation, we do have STALWART Esports as well, alongside with Hale. So there might just be another situation where we get to see teams mowing teams down, all because of the fact that they are on rotation.
Yeah, let's see if the rotation will be fruitful for them. We're already heading in stage 5, and I just heard DBS being fired at, and it is against Joker. This is KAGENDRA right now, as they also peek in from afar. Oh my goodness me! It is a far hit from Tiger, taking Moscow down. And this is one thing that you don't want to happen, especially if you have the advantage already. KAGENDRA might be put in a tight spot right now, but Hale will need not to mess around with all this risk. Flyboy will not be flying, he will be riding by, but Tiger will be damaged a little bit. Engagement needs to recover. Sky only bleeding out.
Bleeding out indeed. Hale here. Hale Esports overall looking to rotate in just a bit better into the zone itself. But KAGENDRA, Flyboy down to the ground. T2K gets a shot to fly through, and that's going to be the elimination confirmed there in the process on the field as well. STALWART going head to head up against NIGMA Galaxy. But for now, it's a fight to be owned here between T2K and KAGENDRA. And KAGENDRA so far taking so much damage out of the way. KXMPL trying to run from a distance. Jane on the rotation now to close out the distance between Moscow and Leon. But it's not going to be the best of shape at all for the time being. Now Jane here cooking up the nade. Throws it down. Not going to be able to find any connections for the time being there. But they are in striking distance right now to eliminate KAGENDRA as they get the spray down through the smokes. And KAGENDRA respond back with one as well on towards Hale Esports. But that is not the foe that you have to worry about. It has to be T2K.
Yeah, let's see if they are the ones who will be taking over, because so far they are the ones who brought in the fire and the fight against KAGENDRA. T2K right now from above. Good sight against some of the teams. Let's see if they will take advantage of this engagement. But no, they will be backing off. But shots onto them might trigger the fire. Boy Seal takes down XMPL. And through this ridge, Jane will be going down as well. Love right now will be spread around. Let's see if it will be felt. Will it be the heart, or will it be the fire that will be brought in against the red villains themselves? Toki a little too far. Nades being run through from both sides. And Jane cannot be picked up just yet, and let's see if they will be able to survive, because it's a pinch right now for T2K.
T2K on the middle in between Hale and BTR, but the zone gets closed out. Two factors that T2K has to worry about, but BTR, they want to go for the clash. They want to get this elimination set and dealt with, and STALWART, they get eliminated as well. Could be T2K as well. BIGETRON, red villains. Once more, 2 eliminations that they gotta do. Until then, T2K might just wave their hands goodbye.
Looking at only one surviving member in here standing up. Love bleeding down. BIGETRON red villains already making their way, and they've done their mission already. Boy Seal will be left alone, taking advantage of that situation. Donkey takes down Superboy in that engagement. There's no rushing this guy. You don't want to mess around with everyone surrounding them. And BIGETRON red villains in the bitter end. 2 already goes down and being eliminated. Only left with 2. But T2K probably has a good chance later on onto the next matches, because they have been brought down with only 4 elimination. Down to 8 teams we go.
8 teams we go. BIGETRON red villains, 10 eliminations for them. Could be some more as well, making 11th. And man, Lapar with a DVS just owning things down, but he gets killed from Hale, Tiger, and BIGETRON red villains. They own the spotlight for a moment, but Hale Esports, they want to take it right back.
It is a good run already for BIGETRON red villains, but unfortunately they have been taken down a little bit too early. 12 eliminations for them, but who survived? For Miracle Vibes. And I would agree with what you read earlier. They waited for the final moment before they start it off, but with one missing member, will they still have that greater chance to grab that winner chicken dinner? The only team that is complete is DEWA United. Good position being held right now. Not too far, but not too near. Not giving away their information and position to the other teams.
Not too far, not too near. Just in the right zone for them to be on that convincing state right now. Now we move over for Miracle Vibes, still alive and kicking. This is a team that I've been eyeing out for here on this very round. Has been silent, but slowly but surely as the zone closes up, they get into more casualties, and they have been able to convert. But here we go. More TPX. Up against Hale we go. More TPX outside. Gets sprayed down. Looking to wrap around here for the time being. Hale Esports, they only have 2 players to rely on right now, and it's going to be NC2 alongside with Tiger now. Nades cooked up. 1 tag away for them to get this elimination set and dealt with. Can they do it? It's the question. He goes right out. He gets an angle. He hops right in. Information relayed. Tiger sprays down, gets the kill. And that should be it. MORPH GPX. They get thrown out from the chase. Hail Esports wins another clash.
And let's see if the two remaining members or two knockdown members for DEWA will be revived. I don't think so. They are going down from the hands of 7 Element. Surprisingly, 7 Element has reached their 7th elimination at this point, and they are one of the 2 teams that had a greater advantage in terms of number or manpower. 4 Miracle Vibes receiving a little bit of damage. A knockdown has been done as well on their side, but they need to pick up. NIGMA Galaxy Coops will try to throw a grenade and as well as prepare their rotation right now against 4 Miracle Vibes, but 7 Element will not be phased. They will not falter. They will not be moving at all because they have the advantage, and Cool on the other side just waiting and praying that no one sees him.
I can see NIGMA Galaxy actually winning this round. I mean, yes, for sure, they're on the middle right now, but at the same time, this is exactly where they shine. 7 Elements literally on the middle of the map. Wherever they look, they're always going to be in the opposition. 4 Miracle Vibes hanging on the outskirts. And if ever the timing is right, actually, that could be the bane here for NIGMA Galaxy. Hail Esports coming in from the eastern side will be only having 2 players. Boom only having 1. Overall, this is the final standoff once more. The last run here for Miramar on this in the first round of the grand finals.
Cool right now showing his information, his position, and the backstab happening. NC2 with a DBS ends boom in this game, and we are now down to 4. It's a 2v3v3v3 situation, and I cannot be happy anymore because this is getting tight, and we are getting it right into the fight. Let's see who will survive.
4 Miracle Vibes. Doc takes down Coops out from the chase. And that's the front man right there out from the scene here so far from NIGMA Galaxy. Only having 2 players to rely on now. Freak, can you make the play? Gets 1 beam down, but from a distance, he gets shuttered down by Hail Esports. And that's going to be another casualty here NIGMA Galaxy couldn't do anything about as they get pinched down to the ground. Only 1 more player remains here for NIGMA Galaxy to rely on.
Yep, and only 1 more for them to let the dream alive. But there's a lot of challenges from the other side. 4 Miracle Vibes a little bit risky right now with that smoking buggy, but they have a good angle to hold. They have a good ridge to control, and there you have it as we saw it. And it is NIGMA Galaxy who will be the next one being taken down. The 2v3v3 situation, Hail on the shorter end, and they don't have the manpower to do so. Thus, they will be backing off on the far side of the circle. But in the middle, we have 4 Miracle Vibes going against 7 Element and 2 grenades being cooked already. Let's see who catches them.
Gonna be the story of the supreme leaders of this tournament, 4 Miracle Vibes. Or can it be the underdogs? The team that has been haggling things down here on the 16th spot. 7 Elements back it up. Or could it be the dark horses of AL Esports as the zone, the stage, gets closed out? Who will it be relying on? And it's going to be 7 Elements now still having the upper advantage. Ooh. And in the process, though, 4 Miracle Vibes. It's going to be Doc for you getting 1 tag down to the ground. And it's only going to be 2 players here standing strong so far here for 7 Elements. But they do have this leeway right now to get the pickup.
Yeah, pickup is being done right now on the 2nd floor of this compound, as also far and on the right-hand side, I believe that is Gunpower, who is holding a good angle to provide that element of surprise. Hail Esports, though, despite of them being 2, they're still putting a lot of pressure, and no one's getting near them. But in a bit, we are going to see this blue close in all these 3 teams, and the advantage might be taken for the ones on the top, or probably the ones in the middle of this zone. Now 7-11 right now, a little pinch by 2 teams, and they don't want to risk any of those gunfire reaching them. And this brings us to 4 Miracle Vibes targeting Hail from across that map.
Simultaneously, they want to go for 2 squads here. I don't exactly know if I like this play, but I know for sure that 4 Miracle Vibes, they have the mechanical capabilities doing exactly what they are intending to do right now. Hail Esports from afar. Tiger here spraying down, and he does get 1 tagged up. That's going to be easy for you, longing to get the recovery. But as soon as I say that, man, I mean, the resources here coming in from the both ends of the spectrum might just get dwindled down for the time being. It might just all going to come down as well to 7 Elements to separate the gunfights here between Hail and 4 Miracle Vibes.
Yeah, 7 Element has been so safe in both of the compounds, and the reason why Gunpowder is taking one of the lower compounds is because they don't want to give that advantage. But no, Doc just gives him what he is asking for. He went in alone and he went in down in this fight. Let's see if T24 will be rushing out to pick him up, and Divine as well to provide that backup, but it will be risky. The knockdown has been done and 4 Miracle VIEBS will be rushing in. The smoke providing them that cover, not to be cited by Halo Esports, and here comes a team. 4 Miracle VIEBS rushing.
Here comes the A train. 4 Miracle VIEBS. Once they own this shed, once they own this house, this should be a run as well, set and over with, as East takes down 1. T24 with the nade down to the ground. Divine on top. Double chow has to come through now here for 4 Miracle VIEBS. And if they play cohesively, this should be their round.
Let's see if there will be any divine intervention in this mixed vehicle gameplay being used. Tiger has been brought down by Doc. Gunpower confirmed, and Tiger will not be rescued. NC2 right now entering the compounds. Nade being cooked by East. 922 hits him. No, he managed to escape. Switching over 180 onto the other side in second floor. Let's see if he'll be able to hit them this time around. NC2 right now moves a little bit further from outside of that house, but Doc has a different thing in mind. He wants to catch him off guard and goes in for rotation. East 922 is also trying to recover from lost bullets right here, and as we can see, a rush in coming in from the top will be done, and good distraction, multi-level distraction I would say, but East beats them to it, left with 2 teams, and there goes 7 Element. They are praying that they are going to win. S12K managed to take down 1.
A bit of an overdrive here for the side of East. He does go down to the ground. Divine, though, barely having anything to heal up with, aside from that health pack, of course. But will it be enough at all? Did he want to go for the pickup? Did he want to go for the clash? No one closing in as well. Wants to go for the swing. Divine finds 1 once more. Now it's going to be a 1v1, and he clutches it. 7 Elements. They get the win. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
This is what I'm talking about, a divine intervention. A 1v3 clutch from 7 Element. We rarely see this happen. We rarely witness divinity just like this. And this is what makes Grand Finals exciting.
Wow. As I thought that 4 Miracle VIEBS was bound to get this one through, 7 Elements, they claim another chicken dinner. 10 elimination points, 10 placement points. They had a fight on that round. They weren't hiding. They were out in the competition, slaying things down, and they did the impossible to make 4 Miracle VIEBS falter and drop the ball. Divine is the man of the game.
Is this the end of the DBS? Because it looks like after that engagement, S12K is something else, taking 3 down from that battle. I mean, unexpected, impossible, probably not, improbable, yes, but again, it's a side spot that 7 Element has been put into, and all they had to do is fire back. And far back they did. They even grabbed the winner chicken dinner.
Divine was like, yes, for sure, we're at the bottom of the overall rankings, but it doesn't mean that you can just barge in and expect to win. Hell to the no. Divine, man, this guy's a menace. 6 elimination points, 1,095 damage, survival time of 28 minutes and 57 seconds, and a team contribution stake of 60%. Talk about 60%, Neptune.
Yep, that's more than half of the contribution of the whole squad. And well, this is what we have to offer. Divine right now. It's not only T24 who has a great experience in taking lead in battle. Divine also showing up. He is the one with highest elimination, even highest damage, and a team from Pakistan is showing up right now. But let's not take it away from the other regions. We have 2 from Indonesia. BIGETRON Red Villains Superboy has taken highest assist and highest knock. coming from Atul, but healing done will be done by Tiger. Think about that, Tiger. Think about that.
I mean, the Tiger is just a hard thing to eliminate, you know. It's a very strong creature out there, but hey, still the spotlight gonna go to the way of 7 elements for you. And on the flip side, we have 4 Miracle Vibes, only 5 points behind for 7 elements for this one. And now I'm down below. We got Bigetron Red Villains on 12, same goes for the set of Hail, Boom Esports on 9, Nigma Galaxy on 7, Team XERXIA and STALWART Esports alongside with T2K as well on 4, RIQ and MORPH GPX and DEWA United on 2, and Genesis Esports and KAGENDRA on 1, and PERSIJA EVOS with none, alongside with the last team right there. With 4 Miracle Vibes still putting up a very convincing run on towards the 4th round here for Miramar. They still remain on top of Nigma Galaxy and Bigetron Red Villains.
I would say, even if 4 Miracle Vibes is on the top right now, with what happened earlier, I'm pretty sure they are slowly being eaten up with that situation. I mean, you're the one leading the pack right here, but to go against a 1v3 and challenging 7 element who is currently on 14, but 14 before moving up. They were on the 16th spot right now, but after that engagement, I'm pretty sure there will be a lot of motivation going through this team. A lot of openings later on, minds being open in what a team can do.
It's gonna take a bad game for 7-9 Hail Esports, STALWART Esports, and PERSIJA EVOS, and a good game for 7 elements. And if ever they do, that could be them on the number 9 spot later on, but obviously it's easier said than done. We are talking about, you know, hoping for 4 composition to not make any performance onto the last and final round. But hey, battle royale for now. Take a sleep for now, you know. Lay down from the back. We are gonna be going to TDM Neptune.
Yep, this is a 7 element into the mix. I mean, it's not over for these guys. They are going to face off Nigma Galaxy on a TDM. So I guess with this clutch being done, I guess they can put up a lot of fight in that team that much. Hopefully their hands are not shaking after that engagement, because you know how it is in that kind of situation. Even if you are so calm at the moment, after the battle, after pulling up the clutch, that's where you feel everything. And hopefully Divine has already recovered from that engagement.
Well, you know, it's gonna be damn heated up. After all, that we do have this factor called momentum. Nigma Galaxy hasn't had the momentum as well, especially on the gunfight. 7 elements, yes, for sure they're at the bottom. Nigma Galaxy, yes, for sure they are just hanging around on the top 5 of the board. Let's see if it's gonna matter here for this TDM.
Let's see. Well, so far we are about to begin this team deathmatch. Hopefully everyone is ready from the side, and I want to see more of these engagement right now. But so far we are about to find out who is the winner, and when you put these 2 teams in a matchup in team that much. Again, it is Nigma Galaxy, who's provided a lot in Battle Royale. 7 element, who showed up a little bit too late, but I know we're seeing the potential.
Well, regardless who wins, you know, regardless, there's only one winner here. You want to know who is it, Neptune?
Who?
The color blue.
Of course. Whether it's a plane or a little bit of lightning. I don't know if that's a word. Lightning. Is it lightning or lightning, just like lines of the maps? Because I love that color scheme coming from 7 elements.
I mean, I think it is lightning, because we are talking about elements, and the, you know, electricity could be one element. But hey, you know, let's see if they can electrify the composition here up against Nigma Galaxy, as now we are starting the team deathmatch.
Yep, and well, as the beginning of this game, we are about to see Freak pops up with a grenade. Let's see if it hits anyone. No elimination just yet. A little bit of damage from both sides, but gun power. Let's see how much power he has in this gun. And Gokubot moving in on the left-hand side, probably spotting or hearing a few already, but none of them is making an inch and taking a point.
you know, this CDM here could be going fast, but at the same time, these two teams, they want to take this one slow at the first glance. And now we get to see some engagement hopping in here. And now 7 Elements, they want to push up here. Unfortunately, not really going to be able to get the angle so far. Double check comes in. GokuBot having on half HP, has to deal with 2 players up front. But a swing here on towards the warehouse will be the mistake here for the side of NIGMA Galaxy. Now 7 Elements, they want to push up. They want to get the map control ongoing. And now they are slowly but surely trying to make it work out, but the recovery comes in as well here for NIGMA Galaxy.
NIGMA Galaxy already in the lead of 2, and 7 Element really need to make do, but they haven't done any movement just yet. Lord right now might be phased in a 1v2. Let's see if he managed to survive. Nades being cooked right now, but I don't think they have any information who is near them. T24 already spotted by Lord, and footsteps being heard by Gunpowder. Only a movement, only one few steps onto the left, as well as a good accuracy and a gunfight can bring them down.
7 Elements now trampling just a bit behind up against NIGMA Galaxy. A lot of usage here with the utilities as well will happen. But it's all going to come down to the gunfights. Really nasty shots comes in. Finds a double. Flickery do. Can he get some more? Absolutely yes. And now slowly but surely they try to take away the lead. Extending further more. Can he get more? Is the question. Right around. Sprays down. Gets the trade. 6-9 we go.
Yep, and I guess more is being taken, very close to 4 on the lead as we are preparing on the setup. As we look right now, catch-up game is still not yet over. Freak providing so much coverage. But GokuBot will be taken out with a nade. And there you go. But 8 points to 12. It's not so much, but the target is still 40. And we'll have to find out who will be taking advantage of this situation. Spread right now for side of 7 Element is not giving them so much of coverage. They need to back up a little bit and give headway on baiting the team of NIGMA Galaxy to their side.
NIGMA Galaxy, Freak pushing in, sprays down, nasty shot. Can he get some more? Nades flies through. Divine from the back ends. The Predator for that very run of Battle Royale. But Freak with the nade could come in pretty handy. And he gets Divine tagged up. Has this opportunity to make the push. But Freak gets a nade to his face. GokuBot now retains the map control here all the way down to the cargo. And he wants to go for another God nade here. Cooking up the nade. Throws it down. Can he get more? Looking like he doesn't really get the connection. Checks the wrong corner. Raouf is right around the corner. And he is now on the clear side to get sprayed down. But fortunately, he does stay alive for the time being.
1v2 situation, Raouf in the bitter end. GokuBot takes advantage. And they are getting close to the spawns of NIGMA Galaxy. GokuBot right now going in for the hit. And no! Still not making headway. 5 more points. Still 5 points lead by NIGMA Galaxy. It needs to be brought down.
NIGMA Galaxy now is a point away from reaching the half-point mark right now. 20 points for them could be the case. But Divine makes the play here for the side of 7 Elements. He finds a double on the feed. And now, they start to push up now here all the way down the cargo. 2 opportunities right around. Fails to convert, but in the cargo. 1 goes down for NIGMA Galaxy. And now they want to go for another hustle there. Razzle and dazzle. And now they're on the lead.
And they are on the lead. Starting to get close and inching to that 40. And let's see, NIGMA Galaxy Lord right now from up top, bringing the wrath of Lord. But this is NIGMA Galaxy only inching away from what 7 Element has done. 23-22 right now. T24 nades being prepared and thrown in the best timing, but no angle to take for the elimination to be done. Still tied at 24. There goes the rush. Oh, Coops managed to hit him in front, face to face. They did the battle back and forth, and no one is inching away from this tie.
27-26. Nade flies through for Divine. And he wants to get some more as well. GokuBot as well, actually, on the nade. 27-27. I thought that this is going to be a game owned by the side of NIGMA. But 7 Elements, they want to put up a fight, but the nade is just too much to be dealt with right now. But from the left side, it's going to be Divine holding things down, finds a double. But the trade comes in. NIGMA Galaxy, though, they got to find a way to extend their map control because they have their back against the wall. And they're having a hard time to regain the ground here up against 7 Elements.
Getting close right now, only 1 point lead, and we are inching towards that 40. 7-Element right now positioning themselves that they will not be caught off guard, and they're the ones who will be doing the catching. And 2 point leader right Rauf has been brought down. Let's see if Gokubot will go in for the rush. Divine taken down, and the lead will be grabbed by NIGMA Galaxy. Very close to the end of this game. 2 point lead already by NIGMA Galaxy. Will this be turned around by 7-Element?
33 to 31. Popping in. NIGMA Galaxy now they have the map control here inside of Warehouse. 2 players here on the right lane. Gun Power holding up. Pick up the nade. Now it's going to be 1 player here from NIGMA here spraying down as well to get the kills ongoing. Left, right. Wants to get the kills, but unfortunately T24 gets the fade as well. 34 to 36. NIGMA Galaxy is on the lead right now, but may it last any longer as 7-Elements wanting to get the grounds back to their side.
Gokubot right now for the rush in the mid, but not spotting anyone for a complete takedown. And this might be a good rush through the slit of wood, but is able to tie it up. Now they have a chance to grab the lead. Nades being thrown right now, and Gokubot back in place. There goes the Lord responding, Gunpower down.
Pop true, 38 to 37. 3 more for 7-Elements, 2 for the set of NIGMA Galaxy. And now it's going to be a standoff here. Silence is the word. Patience comes true. Utilities invested now. They get 1 tagged up from a distance. 224 almost gets 1 player out. Coops from the set of NIGMA Galaxy, but fails to convert. Gokubot shivering, waiting for the perfect timing. Come in. All gonna come down to this moment right now. 1 last and final clash for both ends of the spectrum, but advantage still on for set of NIGMA Galaxy.
Let's see if they'll be able to take advantage all throughout the end. It is 3 on the blue side and 2 on the red side needed to take this win. Freak right now, still peeking, not seeing anyone. I think it looks like we're back to the first few minutes of the game where everyone is just looking for that opening, but this is a lot of risk involved. Anyone who peeks in can bring it closer to the end. It might be a NIGMA Galaxy who's only 2 points ahead, or 2 points below that 40 target.
Who's the initiator? Who's gonna make the play? NIGMA Galaxy just hanging on, waiting for some sort of regression here from the side of 7-Elements. And honestly, with them having the man advantage so far in regards to the points, they do have this opportunity right now to go for some sort of isolation and just go for a trade. Do it twice, could win off the game.
I don't think anyone will be risking it. They have 1.5 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, they do. And all they have to do right now is wait it out, especially for the side of NIGMA Galaxy. If they buy out this time without revealing their position, then they might be the ones in a winning streak. But with 7-Element right now, I think 1 has been spotted. 1 good nade can stop them, stop this game overall. Gunpower a little bit too aggressive. Sees and off that hit, and there goes side right now, and oh my god, another clutch being offered by 7-Element. That is 2 back-to-back clutch in both this mode. This is such awesome for the team.
Such an awesome run there for 7-Elements. Come on, man. The way that they respond back with discrepancies, absolutely impressive. 7-Elements, yes, for sure, they haven't been the most convincing team for the eliminations and the placements. But one thing for sure that they can do is clutch things up. Be it now that you have the advantage, it doesn't matter for us.
They really time it that well, especially in the final moment, but it is what it is. I mean, quite surprisingly, I will not be expecting things like that happen back to back. A clutch on a battle royale 1v3, and in a final moment, they were down. They were down by 1 in terms of lead, and they have taken it by storm. But let's give ourselves some time to breathe and rest as we go for a break. When we return, the final battle royale panel will be ensuing. See you soon. Gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is still Clash of Giants Season 2, brought to us by Ruthless, Hype, Esports. On the caster's desk, I am Neptune the Gentleman Gaming, and together with me is the one and only, the Warden, and we are getting to the last match of today, where we drop back to ERANGEL, the OG map of them all.
Straight up, last match here, no more TDMs right after this. We've tackled the 3-1 so far, and pretty hyped up, honestly. I mean, I gotta talk about how clutch 7 Elements was. I mean, coming in from Battle Royale all the way down to TDM. These guys right here are something to root for as time passes by here for the grand finals. But overall now here in Neptune, going back to ERANGEL, man, I don't exactly know what to expect, because so far, you know, I've been loyal to one squad and they haven't been able to perform. Maybe change things up or stay loyal. I don't exactly know. But in regards to the rest of the competition here, I'm loving the fact that there has been so much changes. There has been so much unexpected you know, moments, and till then I'm just bound to see more surprises here for this last and final round.
Yeah, and speaking of surprises, it is surprising that we have already met our first milestone right now, but I'm pretty sure we'll be able to grab more right here. And again, the 5 HyperX headphones is already up for grabs. Make sure that you follow all these steps down bottom as we are waiting for everyone to jump in to give us the chance for the 2 AirPods if we reach 50,000 watching on YouTube, and if we get to 70,000, the iPhone 15 will also be given away. So make sure that you follow the Instagram, join Discord server, send us the screenshot of you following, and you get a token number that you will use for the live draw. And like wishing you all the best in that draw, because I'm pretty sure you want to grab all these prizes.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if only I could participate. Maybe I did, maybe not. I don't know. But
I will. I will. We already reached 1. Why not? Like, just simple steps. We can do it.
Give it a case. Yeah, I mean, you know what? I'm gonna consider it. Be quiet, okay? You know, here we go, man. Coming into the last and final run here, we are moving over to ERANGEL once more. We started off with ERANGEL. We're going to be ending it off with ERANGEL now, and talk about the 5 teams that has been able to put up a scratch here. 5 different teams, 4 different countries.
Yeah, I love how it's being done right now by these teams, especially with 7 Element. I think there's a lot more that we can see from 7 Element, and I've been watching the comment section right here and who the teams or the viewers out there are cheering, and there's quite a little bit of history on what 7 Element has to offer right now. But when it comes to prediction, do you think this is your chance to choose 7 Element, or are you going back with KAGENDRA or probably a different team?
KAGENDRA.
Okay.
I'm going KAGENDRA, man. The Garudas, the team of Indonesia, is something that I will always vouch for here. I mean, after all, they were the most convincing team as we ended off the last day for the playoffs. What about you, man?
I'm thinking, though they've already missed that opportunity in Miramar because I didn't choose them. Let's go over to the side of Genesis Esports, because I think they want to catch up in the point, and this is their chance to do so. So Genesis Esports for me, KAGENDRA for you. Let's see if this is where we get our second in those correct predictions.
We'll see, man. I mean, Genesis Esports, a very bold statement for you. I mean, after all, I wouldn't have really anything to vouch for them for, aside from the fact that they are really good in regards to, you know, this last and final clashes, especially on the run for Miramar. But back here on ERANGEL, they've been pretty stale for me. So I want to see the prediction of yours pop off, because once again, man, just excitement, the surprises is something that I'm eyeing out for here for these 2 squads.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this might be another surprise for us, especially from what we've seen earlier on Miramar. But this is the last match of the day. I'm pretty sure with the length that we've gone through all throughout this day, some of the teams might have experienced some fatigue. Some of the teams have already felt so much more in some engagement, and they will be faltering in this matchup. Hopefully that's not the case, because we're talking about pro teams and stamina. And even if we're talking about esports, we're talking about mobile games, stamina is still a factor. How long can you battle it against everyone else and still maintain that mental fortitude as well as accuracy all throughout until the end?
We'll see, man. I mean, after a mental fortitude is just one thing that champions has to acquire. You know, everyone here is mechanically blessed. You get to see 7 elements, despite the fact that they're at the bottom. They have the mechanical aim. Where they were able to back it up earlier was just the mental fortitude. You know, they can come from the top 16, maybe just back to the top 5 later on if they can retain their consistency, especially if they can end things off here all the way down to this round number 6 for this first day of the grand finals and retain the momentum to carry it over to the next few days.
Yeah, let's see. And again, we're just talking about the first day of the grand finals. Once the day is over, it's not yet over for everyone, because we are talking about 3 more days for the 4 days of grand finals. So there's a lot more to be offered. Well, hopefully those who are hiding strats can pull out all those aces right now, as we are going to start and jump in to ERANGEL, and in a bit, green luscious grass of this OG map will be the battlefield. Let's see if it turns red.
Can it turn red? I mean, most likely it will. I mean, after all, this battlefield has been going on for years in time already and has bled through a lot. 10 more seconds to go before we start things off here on this last and final round. Neptune, let's get it on.
Yes, indeed. As we go for the countdown, let's get it on. Another epic battle is about to ensue. Switching gears to the final match of today. ERANGEL is calling, and the battle for glory continues. We are now heading from the south to the north, and let's see if anyone will take advantage of this blight path right now, slicing through the middle of this map.
Now, I mean, typical drop here we get to see. Expecting to see formidable vibes drop down this military base. STALWART onwards Novo. A bit of, remorse as well here for the set of DEWA United. But at the same time, I don't want to predict exactly that. But at the same time, with the drops here being put to place, looking like it's going to be the same case that we have been seeing here for this round of ERANGELs. Now, for the most eliminations here on the playoffs, we have Boom Akul here with 14, Doc with 14, alongside with NC2 having 14. It's a 14 mania here, Neptune.
Indeed. And well, let's see on how much more they can offer right now. But on the headshots, it's 3 mania at that point, and we have the highest damage right now. Pretty much from what we've seen, it's 4 miracle vibes right now, just going through all of these top players in the playoffs, and hopefully that trickles into this first day of grand finals as well. But as you can see, it just we are looking at how the flight path coincides with the first stage, and this is interesting because it will give a lot of benefit for those teams who already prepared their drop.
Now we get to see the whole circle here is going to be somewhat revolving around the eastern side of the map. So Georgia Pole will be cut off from the chase. Moving over now, fortunately there is no squads that will be revolving around Georgia Pole. It's just a bit of a run right there around the shooting range coming from the northern side. And quite fortunately for Miracle Vibes and STALWART Esports on the southern part of the map, the zone is already including them as well. So most of the mixture here so far here in Neptune will be inside a circle.
Yeah, and let's see if anyone will be caught off guard right now. But so far, it might be a slow game. Because like I mentioned, we are dealing with the last Battle Royale series for today. And
I think there's a bit of a hiffy right here for our Mr. Neptune. Got a bit of a disconnection right here, but hey, round lives on here once more. We do have PERSIJA EVOS right now in our cameras, and looking at the whole drops here, we don't really get to see a lot of things happening so far. I mean, after all, this is the last and final round, so we don't really get to see a lot of actions ensue. And overall, looking at the whole drops here once more, we have Sem9 revolving around the prison side, PERSIJA EVOS on Yasnia. We have Team XERXIA here, I think playing around the school side. Genesis Esports all the way on top of Rozok. NIGMA Galaxy just on the run for Pachinki. DEWA United on Primorse. Halo United, same drops for them here as well. Here just waiting around the bridge. While MORPH GPX playing around the mountainside, could be playing around the hospital. And I thought that, Georgia Pole won't be found in the mix. It's going to be Team RRQ actually holding things down. And in the process, T2K, they are at the shooting range, claiming the northern part of the map. So that's really just about it so far. And the closest casualty that we might possibly get, it might just be all the way down for 7 elements here in BIGETRON, in Hale Esports. While BIGETRON Red Villains, they also have this possible clash happening here, them and KAGENDRA. So right now, on towards the first into the next stage of the competition. We're not going to be expecting a lot of things to happen. So take a seat back, just chill out. As soon as we move over to the next stage, let's say stage 4 or stage 5, till then, we get to see more battles ensue. But take a glimpse here of the teams just cruising all across the town of the school side with nothing really much happening here. But, overall, just looking at the narratives now so far, talk about 4 Miracle VIEBS here being the squad to watch out for. Yes, for sure, they're not the best team right now in regards to how you can hold down the placement points, but in regards to eliminations, they do exactly that to back things up. In regards to a team like NIGMA Galaxy, these guys, they were on the verge of winning their own respective run, but unfortunately, clutch ensued, and that was really much about it. 7 Elements, on the contrary, truly the dark horse of this competition. They did struggle quite a lot, coming in from the later start of the last round for the playoffs, but they were able to bounce back as well, and especially on this round that 1 here, or this day number 1 for the grand finals, they did start things off pretty slow for the time being, but as soon as we talked about the round number 5 right there, they were able to win that battle royale alongside with the TDM as well, and it all went down to them clutching things up. Now once more, we only have 2 minutes and 40 seconds now before stage 1 will get closed out. So let's see whoever or which team will get more centralized here inside the zone. But at the same time, you don't really get to expect a lot. MORPH GPX, though, and NIGMA Galaxy might just go head-to-head here right around the parameter for Pachinki. While in the process, Team XERXIA as well will be possibly owning the mountainside of the school right there. Genesis Esports on the run for Rozok could be a dealing factor as well here for Team XERXIA. But for now, gonna be a big old stalemate. Running through the town, Boom Esports and Team RRQ might just get a clash as well here up against Georgia Pole, but it's truly not happening now. But on our face here, BIGETRON Red Villains, I mean, they did get the first winner chicken dinner, and they were able to bounce back big time as well. And something about the way that they were able to handle the situation on towards round number 1 could be applied as well here for this round number 6, because they were really good at playing at the outskirts. They were so well profound as well in regards to using their gunfights. And that was exactly the key factor in how they were able to run things down later on. But now, overall, a lot of teams are actually rotating towards the central part of the map. MORPH GPX was leading towards the Gatka side, but now they are now found into the middle as well. And we get to see now on the feed, Coops finds one here all the way down to MORPH GPX. And that's going to be Bobo Ho down to the ground so far. So much things happening here. And it's going to be found and set and served by the side of the NIGMA Galaxy. Freak on the buggy. Might just go for the rotation, might be not. At the same time, you don't really get to blame these teams here if they want to play things slow. This is the last and final round for the grand finals as well, at least for the first round. So they do have a lot of rules here. But for the set of MORPH GPX, they already had one cast up against 7 elements now. They have to go this one through. DP28 will found in play. Car 98 as well. This might just go to the battle of the distance here for the time being. And it's going to be a very hefty case here for them. Only one elimination has been done, but could be more. And Genesis Esports, they want to go for the spray down. West Carry doesn't get the kill. Itchy and Smile down to the ground. And PERSIJA, EVOS might just be able to pull away as they get the angle now. Genesis Esports, a bit of a faulty mess for them. And Team XERXIA, they find themselves into the mix as well. And Genesis Esports is out from the round. But PERSIJA, EVOS, they better watch out. Team XERXIA might just strike at their weakest at one point. And this is just so devastating now here for Genesis, and could be for the side of PERSIJA EVOS. Team SERXIA struggled quite a lot, but now they want to get this one through as well. And so far they want to hold things down just a little bit. Not gonna be too over aggressive here. I mean, after all, if you get the conversion, you don't really have to get commitment. After all, there is so much time left inside this game. So it's not just about you, rushing in. Because sometimes good things may come to those who wait. But on the feed, NIGMA Galaxy, they're pretty wild, man. 2 on the feed earlier and now 1 as well. They're not going to be able to get the kill confirmed, not just yet, but that is going to be right. Oof, actually, shotting down Divine here from 7 Elements. And do you want to go for the vengeance run after that run for TDM? Ay, Hoops. 2 kills for him on the board. Mr. MVP for you, getting this one through. NIGMA Galaxy, they have one more squad to deal with here up front. That's going to be Halo Esports for you. 2 players on the right house. 2 as well on the left. But Halo Esports, it's not just about NIGMA Galaxy that they got to worry about. It is also STALWART as well, putting themselves into the mix. And STALWART, they find 2 squads right around for them. They take care of 7 Elements. They take care of Team SERXIA as well. And it's just a matter of time for them to choose which one they want to go for. But in the process, BIGETRON, Red Villains as well, they want to put themselves into the mix. This battlefield right now, going quite loud. And MORPH GPX is already also in this compound. It's a 5-way push here for this very farm.
Yeah,
and
definitely this is something that we haven't seen so far. The 5-way push right now in these compound. We'll have to find out if anyone can take this side as the stronghold. For Merkel Vibes though, East has been taken down and they need to make do with their approach. But will he be picked up? Apex right now takes down Yule and they are still staying outside of blue. They need to hold on. They need to control this area. DEWA United has already taken their hold in high ground and there's a little to no chance that they can hold it off for a little bit longer. Vehicle gameplay being used by DEWA United as they push through. Hopefully they'll be able to survive, but STALWART Esports survivability is on their side. No elimination, yo, but they still have a good view on SERXIA Esports. Chocopie almost going down.
Absolutely, man. Sweet pie. Chocopie. Put yourself into the mix. STALWART Esports, they initiated this clash, but now they're also caught in the middle as well. And keep in mind, MORPH GPX is just right around the parameter to just ensure that no one comes out of this compound alive. Could it be 7 Elements? Could it be Team SERXIA? Or could it be STALWART or MORPH GPX here that could own things down here at this run? But keep in mind, KAGENDRA is not too far as well. BIGETRON, Red Villains as well. So a lot of things here is just so hard to define here, Neptune.
I would agree in this position right now, especially with the opening that we have. Everyone's being clumped up on the west side of the circle, and we want to see them make do and make their way through. SERXIA right now just playing around with vehicle, trying to use that warehouse as their hiding spot, but no, 7 Element has a different thing in mind. Brings SERXIA down to their knees one at a time, and the 2 players right now will still bring in the fire that they had from all the clutches that they've experienced so far from the previous match. 2 and 1, total of 3 for 7 Element, and the remaining 2 members are not afraid anymore to go into gunfight.
Intense run here on this farm. And it's going to be NIGMA Galaxy wanting to put themselves into the mix, but they decide to fall back, knowing for a fact that it's just a hiffy for them to be caught in the middle. Chocolate from the side of STALWART, just teasing just a little bit, running around. Gotta calm down, boy. Take things slow. A lot of your competition is just right around the parameter. And if you do the wrong decision twice, you might just get caught down to the ground.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to catch them on the grounds right now. 3 teams in 1 compound. NIGMA Galaxy not too far behind, but even on the other side, we have Moscow taking advantage of their position against Sem 9, and Tam has been brought down as well. Now KAGENDRA is going in for the rush. Zero has been brought in, and Zero together with Flyboy has already been knocked down. Here comes Shields. He is that strong that he will not be knocked down. He is the shield though of this team, and will a pickup being done? Here comes Mikiel, will try to rush in onto one side and almost being damaged. Will KAGENDRA survive? No, Shields has been brought down, and they are not in the battlefield anymore. 15th spot will be taken by the Garudas, and Sem9, the Tigers, is still alive.
But alive, but keep in mind, only one tap away for them to get eliminated. BIGETRON Red Villains on top of NIGMA Galaxy becoming pretty huge, and BIGETRON Red Villains has two factors that they are worrying about, but it all gonna come down to the clash between them and NIGMA Galaxy. Ooh, gets a spray down, wins the clash so far. But boy, still from the back lines, cooking up the nade. Goodbye.
Let's see if Nade will push through. No, it is Raouf who does the job, and Genfos will be taken down. Molotov will be thrown in good anticipation as to where Freak will be moving, but Lapar goes in for the pickup on Genfos. NIGMA Galaxy has met their demise in the battlefield. The same goes for Sem9, and as we are seeing the next stage of the circle, they need to move, especially for the side of T2K as well as RRQ, for Miracle Vibes to be added.
Well, as said, almost got the knock right there for T2K, and in the situation right now for T2K, they only have 2 players standing strong so far. Make it 3 actually, but with No Mercy here closing in the distance alongside with Hexus as well. DVS on the right side. Can they hold this one through and get the break? So far, they get the 1 tap. Love hopping up. This might be the worst decision here for set of RRQ. And they hop right up though. But Love with an EVS might just be able to get this one through. And that could be it. MORPH GPX eliminated.
And T2K right now, though 2 has been brought down, pickup can be done, but Gene will be confirmed on to the other side. For Miracle Vibes, take advantage of the knockdowns being done. RQ already out of the game on 11th place, 10 alive, and we are going to find out if 4 Miracle Vibe will continue the vibes that they are throwing all throughout this game. T2K might be in disadvantage because of damage that they have received, but they are still complete. They can still recover. They have the momentum with the 5 elimination that they have done, also backing up in the perfect timing. 4 Miracle Vibes will be left alone, and Doki right now, good coverage for them to take if in case they are going for the peak. And there you have it, Doki takes down East, surprising them from afar.
Gonna be a very interesting run right here. Can they bounce back? Question is, for Miracle Vibes once more, can they get the elimination said and done? I mean, after all, they have been the best players for the squad overall, and now T2K will be caught in the middle. On the smoke they go, dancing around. DVS doesn't find a connection, but the S-Well will be able to cut him down. DVS gets overpowered. KXMPL gets a spray down, finds one, but Baron from afar shuts him down. And 4 Miracle Vibes, they take away T2K.
T2K is down, and 4 Miracle Vibes, though 2 has been knocked down and damaged in this fight. The pickup can be done, but Boom Esports not taking advantage, not really driving very close on to these teams of 4 Miracle Vibes. They don't want to waste that opportunity, but I guess they did. And East 922 will try his way to defend his teammates as they move in, and they need to move in because the Blues already coming in to their side. As we look, Yummy right now, not looking that tasty in this fight, just waiting for that opportunity to fire back against the 4 Miracle Vibes. They will need a miracle to get through a stronghold that has been taken not only by Boom Esports but also Hale in the mix.
Gonna put a reset here for a set of 4 Miracle Vibes. Gonna find a way to heal up Hale and Boom. Might just go kaboom boom here, man. I mean, very heavy fight here for both ends of the spectrum. I mean, after all, Hale and Boom hasn't been the most convincing team here in this competition, but STALWART, they want to get that spotlight. They want to get this one true, and they want to take down Team ERANGEL out from the round as they place rank 9 here on this last and final round.
8 teams reign in this last and final round, and we are going to find out who else can bring in the fire in this engagement. PERSIJA EVOS, good position for them on northwest or on the west side of the next circle. And Gokubot as well as the rest of 7 Element has taken their refuge in the middle. But Stalwart Esports spotted also some teams right here like BIGETRON, Red Villains, and we'll have to find out if they can pull them down in the mix. Now, for the 2 remaining members of 7 Element, we've seen them do the clutch. We've seen them do a lot, not only in Battle Royale, but also in TDM. Let's see if they can repeat that, but they have to go through tons and tons of bullets and tons of teams as they fight through towards this Milta area. Stalwart Esports being sighted, being spotted, and hunted by this same BIGETRON Red Villains. I don't think they have been seen just yet, but they will need to move in because in a bit they might be meeting the blue, and not only that, also DEWA Esports in front of them.
Nooks spots 1 on top. And overall, throwing back what you said about 7 Elements, unfortunately they don't have Divine anymore. Can only rely on T24 and his teammate. Clutch things up, but for now the spotlight here, Stalwart Esports does have DEWA United have their back against the wall. But fortunately for the side of DEWA though, they do have to play with, so they can call things down. And they do have this opportunity to rotate all the way down to the right side. Coming in from, I do believe, the eastern side if you want to go for the rotation. But oh wow! Chocolate! What? Sweet shot!
Definitely sweet shot coming from Chocolate, and well, you don't want to end up having that sweet sickness as well. NIGMA United right now is going in for the pickup, but hopefully this doesn't give as much attention for Stalwart Esports. They bought though a little bit too far, and they're still showing up, and another hit by Chocolate doesn't learn from what happened, and they will be taking down number 8 in this match. And there we have it. We are down 7 teams remaining, balancing from all of the areas of this final circle, left, right, and center right now. Engagements happening. Good rotation though being done by Hale to block off any exit that will be done by Boom Esports, and also blocking off any visibility. The smokes will help them. Icy will be knocked down by the play zone. Hopefully they can move in a little bit, but the battle continues right now in this area. Hale Esports going against Boom Esports. Who will get the win?
Hale literally making the nades hail from the sky. It says they get one tagged up now down to the ground. Yummy May down below. Crazy, what can you do? It's gonna be a 1v4 situation here up against Hale Esports. All he has to do is make more damage done. Get spotted down, not just yet. In the process, Hale Esports is dealing with another squad there on top for Miracle Vibes. And Razy is just snaking right now here, waiting for the perfect time to strike.
Such a saving grace for Boom Esports. They can survive, especially if they or if Hale will continue the battle coming from 4 Miracle Vibes, but I don't think he will take advantage of that situation. He did. Sky only has been knocked down. Every shot he makes can give him closer to that. But with S12K, a little bit too deep though. Baron 922 sees him and takes him out. Down to 6 teams remaining. We are going to see rotations happening right now because 5 seconds stage 6 is closing down. We are heading to the next stage of circle. This might push both of the teams of 4 Miracle Vibes as well as Hale Esports towards the area where BIGETRON Red Villains is taking right now. And good rotations already being done by these Red Villain team because they want to catch everyone off guard. Doc right now managed to get away half HP. That will be taken, but East will be brought down his knees, but Voice still responded to as well.
4 Miracle Vibes putting themselves into the mix. BIGETRON Red Villains out from the chase. Hale Tiger wants to take down Baron as well. And it might just be Hale being the biggest bane here. So against 4 Miracle Vibes. BIGETRON Red Villains. Jen Frost. Alongside Middle Power. All eyes on you to clutch things up. I mean, after all, was once in this very situation earlier up against NIGMA Galaxy and RRQ. Now they have to deal with more here so far. Can they clutch things up? Big change. 7 Elements now finds one up against Stalwart now. And wherever we go, wherever we look, wherever we listen to, clashes after clashes happening along the way.
This is the last and final match of the game. This has brought in a lot of adrenaline rush for the team. And one thing that surprises me is how well 7-Element is putting in a lot of damage. Even from one elimination per minute, it is still being brought into the game with the remaining 2 players of this team. But C-Sky only will not be holding off. Battle against the red villains right now ensues. Gen Foz being seen, but managed to get away. Another elimination coming from GokuBot's 7-Element, surprising the teams surrounding them. And I don't think they have been spotted just yet. They were not been spotted for the longest time, and they've made a lot of damage in this game. Down to last 5 teams. STALWART Esports probably is the next team to be taken out.
As this is the entry for the grand finals once more. 4 Miracle Vibes, PERSIJA, EVOS, or the rest of the competition here, like 7-Elements or Halo Esports. Are you gonna accept your fate? Same goes for the set of STALWART, as they only have 1. 9 for the set of 4 Miracle Vibes, 5 for the set of PERSIJA EVOS, 5 for the set of Hale, and 5 for the set of 7-Elements, and 4 for the set of STALWART. This is where the battle begins. Neptune, here we go.
Yep, as the countdown ensues, the next phase will show, and it will be 3 teams who will be stepping in, but not enough for the side of Hale. Doc managed to bring down 1 with a nade, and the 1 can be brought in. NC2 trying to hide out on this boulder, and Sky only out in the open, but a little bold move coming from NC2 right now, going for the pickup, bringing this fight on a 3v3, and on the other side, 7-Element still surprising everyone with all the nades that they are throwing, and I won't be surprised if they can put in a lot of damage. But speaking of damage, this guy only bringing in the damage against Doc, and he needs to heal up. He needs to be patient in this game to really survive this battle. DPS gameplay coming from NC2 being avoided. S12K will not work this time around, but Apex will go for the backstab, cleaning house. 4 Miracle Vibes still alive with 2, as well as 7-Element. We are down to the remaining 4 teams. PERSIJA EVOS, though, don't want to mess around. They will be waiting and vulturing for those surviving.
It's just about time for PERSIJA EVOS to make this one work out for them. Once more, we've heard the hustle. We've known the hard work that they were able to put up here on this Clash of Giants Season 2. And now it's about time for them to claim their first winner chicken dinner on this very day. STALWART can make the difference. Could be 7-Elements as well, clutching things up. It's just all gonna come down to the priming timing now, but at the same time, 7-Elements, they have their back against the wall on towards the zone. STALWART, Choconut, X, just waiting for things to pass by. Smokes deployed. PJEV was wanting to put themselves into the mix. They go for a spray down. 1 gets tagged up. 7-Elements now only relying on the last and final player to survive and make the difference. But in the process, 4 Miracle Vibes, they eliminate STALWART Esports.
And we are down to 3. 7-Elements still alive, back again against 4 Miracle Vibes. Are we going to see another clutch moment being brought in by this team, or will PERSIJA EVOS take advantage of the manpower that they have? You need to be careful. T24 is one of the guy you don't want to face, but I think Mystery has already spotted him and has advantage to fire a little bit too early. Only a few HP remaining, and T24 will be going down. 7-Element will be eliminated in this game. Down to a 2v3. 4 Miracle Vibes going against PERSIJA EVOS, and the PERSIJA EVOS are being stealthy in this gameplay. Apex, the Apex Predator of this team, will try to move into the right, while we have 1 more moving in onto the left. I believe this is Doc right now on our side, and they are just waiting, wiggling their way through this hill as they try to spot PERSIJA EVOS.
Look at him in the eye, aim no higher. Summon all the courage you require. As now it's gonna be the final showdown here. A standoff between 4 Miracle Vibes and PERSIJA EVOS here. 13 for the side of 4 Miracle Vibes. And once more, I mean, with this scratch that they were able to put up on this last and final round, wouldn't be so surprised if they remain on top of the scoreboard. PERSIJA EVOS, they need this one badly.
They need this one badly indeed. And they might be able to match up the eliminations increase that if in case they take down the 2 remaining members for Miracle Vibes. But we know this team, they will not be going down without a fight. Spotting Misery on the left hand side, but a grenade might be thrown into the mid. And let's see who catches it. Is it Red Phase? There you go, thrown, but still misses. Vehicle has saved him of the fate of going down, and there's still no push happening for side of 4 Miracle Vibes. The response using the grenade a little bit to a distance on the middle of this 2, and there you have it. With this zone closing in, they are going to meet up. Those who are so tactical have survived this long, but it comes down to mechanical skills. All those tactics will be thrown out the windows. All the grenades, molotovs, and smokes will be thrown at your enemies, as well as a bullet being shot them through their faces.
Despite the fact that the elevation is favoring for Miracle Vibes right now, the zone is just much faster towards their side, but they do have the smokes to back themselves up just a little bit. And if ever Doc here can wrap around, this might just be the opportunity for him to get a double spree here right and going. Has to go for a pinch. Apex on the right, left for his head of Doc. All gonna come down to the smokes here once more. It's gonna dissipate soon enough. PERSIJA EVOS, they have the grounds right now, but the question is, can they connect with the gunfights?
Doc right now on the left hand side, still going for the flank, but not too deep. Has to get off guard, but I don't think PERSIJA EVOS has a clear view as to where 4 Miracle Vibes will be coming from. A lot of distraction being brought in by Doc, the grenades being thrown at him, but managed to hit one, only a few HP remaining. The blue might hit him, but no, Red Phase managed to throw a perfect shot from downtown, brings down to a 1v3, and let's see if he managed to survive. There goes for the rush. And there you have it, PERSIJA EVOS grab the winner chicken dinner for the final game of this day.
Congratulations to PERSIJA EVOS for making this one work out. I mean, after all, we got to see the last and final clash ensue. 5 squads that they had to take down. They sit back, waited for the perfect timing. Until then, they strike once more at the right time. And that is them granted a very delicious dinner. Winner chicken dinner.
8 on the elimination, 10 in the placement. These guys are not slowing down. Hopefully they'll be able to make it through with so much of points later on. But this ends it for today, and I love how it's turning up right now. Again, we've seen clutches, we've seen final moments from all of these teams, but PERSIJA EVOS, they persisted in what they want to achieve. The winner chicken dinner, and they did. Sucks though, they didn't have so much of elimination coming from him and damage. Probably it's because he has been taken down a little bit early in this game. But the rest of the team, Red Phase, Lynx, and Misery, brought in the carry, and they brought in the fight against the final team of 4 Miracle Vibes.
But 4 Miracle Vibes here, man, they got a lot of kills, and I wouldn't be surprised as well if they can overpower PERSIJA EVOS for the overall points that they got here for this very round. But obviously there's something that we got to see later on. But for now, the spotlight all for the side of PERSIJA EVOS.
Yep, definitely the spotlight is on them. A lot of things that's been thrown as well from the fans jumping in the comment section. So hopefully this will give us a different insight, a different approach into how these teams are playing. And again, looking back into our records, none of the teams has went in double in that winner chicken dinner. But teams to watch out for, we have 4 Miracle Vibes, PERSIJA EVO, 7 Element, as well as Hail Esports. As we end this day, they managed to bring in a lot of firepower, especially with the utilities that they have thrown, most of which coming from Hail Esports. Probably it's because the position that they took earlier, or that they have been placed earlier, they require a lot more in terms of those smokes as well as the frag grenades. But this is some of the consideration that you need to do, especially if you want to go and fight. But the MVP right now still goes to 7 Element, back to T24. This guy started it off hot in the qualifiers, and they did well. The entire squad did well. Just for this day, I'm looking forward to what more clutches can be offered by 7 Element.
This has to be a record at some point. No, 80% team contribution. Come on, man. 4 eliminations. And now here is the match summary on the game number 6. it's gonna be T24 having the most eliminations, having the most damage. But on the flip side, the assist will go to the one and only Apex from the side of 4 Miracle Vibes. Same goes for the side of the healings. But for the most knocks, it's gonna be for Chocolate from Stalwart Esports.
It's just unfortunate because earlier STALWART Esports Chocolate has been hit not only once but twice until it led to their demise. So hopefully they will be able to survive a little bit further. But as we look into rankings, 4 Miracle Vibes does take that #1 spot. And you're right, it's just because of the elimination that they have to offer. That's a total of 13 elimination plus a 6 placement point, bringing them to 19, 1 point above the winner chicken dinner grabbers, which is PERSIJA EVOS. They have 8 on the elimination, but I would say still a good run for them. 7 element though, survivability has been there 40 all throughout this day. They managed to grab the #3 spot and also grab 5 elimination, bringing them with a 10 total.
And it's going to be 4 Miracle Vibes. I mean, they're quite expected here, despite the fact that they didn't really get the winner chicken dinner. The eliminations that they were able to put up, that was more than enough for them to compensate for the #1 spot for this run. And overall, Mr. Apex here, rocking the statistics down. 60 eliminations, 69 knockouts, 308 utilities used, 3 airdrops looted. This guy is a hustler, my guy.
Yeah, and this one thing that me and Pika has been looking at when he went jump in onto the playoffs, the throws used. There's a combination of everyone from the team that uses utilities, thrown utilities, from frag grenades to the smoke to everything in between. This is what they have to offer, and that is quite high. But the highest that we have is, I believe, 300. I think that was the highest, 308, because last time around I guess it was 303. So we reached a different height in terms of throws used, but we reached a height of this day as well, because Warden, we have ended this match not only with the 6th match of Battle Royale, but also with 3 matches of TDMs.
Well, you know, it's not just going to be the end as well for this very first day of the Grand Final. It's going to be end my journey here for Clash of Giants Season 2. It's been an honor working with you here as well, Neptune. I was really proud to be here right now. Such a huge audience as well. Shout out to you guys here dropping by. I mean, this is the first time that I'm dealing with this type of energy where everyone is just so active in the comment section down below. But hey, you know, we still have one more scene to flash if I'm not mistaken here. And it's going to be the MVP once more. It's going to be Doc 922 with 16 eliminations, 3,263 damage, and a survival time of 22 minutes and 40 seconds.
2909 and a team contribution, and this only proves to show that he's like really part of the team. If you get close to 25% in team contribution, even if you're the MVP, this only means that all of your teammates is doing the job from their individual role. It just so happened that you are the best from among the rest. Now, if we go on head to head, we can see the discrepancy. Coops from NIGMA Galaxy onto one side, as well as Doc onto the left side, 2.67 on the average elimination compared to 1.5 that Coops has to offer. This really shows that Doc is something else. The contribution is quite high for the side of Coops. Going back to the point that I did earlier, it's not just Doc who's doing the job, everyone else is putting in a lot of effort.
Yeah, I mean, 4 Miracle Vibes is just absolutely the squad that has been so consistent in regards to the eliminations. And if it's not going to be Doc,
we have it. We have now gone in to this game. Head to head is now about to show, and we are looking forward to more of what this team has to bring in.
Yep. And overall, number 1 will be given for the set of Doc, Apex, and number 2. Number 4 will be Baron. Number 3 will be Coops, and number 5 will be East for this one. And this is rightfully owned by the side of 4 Miracle Vibes, with 1 slithering snake coming in from the side of NIGMA Galaxy. So that's just really about here for the road of MVPs. Once more, there's still plenty more of days for you guys to prove yourselves into the mixture on who's going to be the final most valuable player for this one. And keep in mind, the MVP will be claiming $300 directly into their pockets. So congratulations once more. If it's going to be 4 Miracle Vibes or Enigma Galaxy Coops, let's come and find out. But overall, here are the rundown for the fraggers here. 16 finishes for a set of Doc 922. Coming in from the side, 4 Miracle Vibes. And it doesn't stop there from 4 Miracle Vibes. They also got Apex and Baron in the house. Apex on 14, 13% of Baron. And a bit of a mixture as well here from Boom Esports. A cool on number 2, having 16. Hail NC2 having 13 right there. So congratulations to you all for making this one work out. May they stay consistent here. I don't exactly know, but here is something that we all have been waiting for now, with a lot of convincing runs that 4 Miracle Vibes has been able to put through in the eliminations. They stay and they remain in the number 1 spot, but in the process, BIGETRON Red Villains, they claim the number 2 spot, overtaking Enigma Galaxy. So that's just really about it, you know, for this very run right now. A bit of a run as well for PERSIJA EVOS, as they claim the 6th spot, overpowering T2K Esports. Team RQ, they do go down just a bit, to be honest. So unfortunately, it does have to go to that way. DEWA United on Genesis Esports really staying still on the worst at 4th and 5th spot. T2K on the worst at number 7. And on the flip side, we have KAGENDRA here going down on the 9th rank. Following it up now with Hail Esports overtaking Boom Esports. And down below, it's going to be STALWART Esports for you, holding down at number 12 spot. 7-9 going down 3 ranks chaotically here for a set of 7-9. 7 Element, they end off the night with the 14th spot. They started it off with a 16, so that is going to be a good catch up that 7 Element has been able to do for this overall ranking. Congratulations to every squad here. Once more, this is just the entry of what's about to come here for this grand finals. Huge precious money involved, high stakes up and abound. Only the best out of the best will be able to get themselves a cut of the cake. And now we get to see the finisher of tonight's run once more. And last but not the least, congratulations once more to the squads. This is just the start of what's about to come. And oh my days, in regards to statistics, here we got the team head-to-head. 4 Miracle Vibes up against BIGETRON Red Villains. 4 Miracle Vibes, honestly, that is such a huge lead that they have. BIGETRON, huge discrepancy that they have to put up. I mean, that is 20 kills separating them at most. So 4 Miracle Vibes is really the slayers of this competition. And we got to see that pan out. It's not just here on this head-to-head, but overall as the night passed. Yes, for sure, they aren't really the best team in regards to getting the chicken dinner. But in regards to eliminations, they don't have a problem at all. And that's exactly how they roll. That's exactly how they pan out. Once more, congratulations to 4 Miracle Vibes. Wow. Oh, wow. I mean, you can't really ask anything from that, man. I mean, that's just exactly how they play. And obviously, when you get a team dominant like that in this lane department, the player to watch out for is going to be East for you guys. 363 eliminations on towards this day number 1. Moving over to the knockouts of 392. A lot of utilities as well. This guy is a scavenger. Mine's precise with 66 headshots. And a total rescue as well of 122. And this man right here can just own things down with every factor. May it be a defensive run or offensive run. This guy is a two-way factor of a player. And that's exactly what you'd love for a squad like 4 Miracle Vibes. Now, here we go. Next up is the summary of the runs for today. BIGETRON Red Villains, they scratch things off up against the run for the first round of ERANGEL. Moving over now to Team RRQ, getting the run here on MIRAMAR. NIGMA Galaxy going back to ERANGEL. 7-9 onto the one and only SANHOK. 7 Element getting the clutch and Sue on towards the run for MIRAMAR, and back to ERANGEL we go. PERSIJA EVOS overpowering 4 Miracle Vibes as they claim that last and final winner chicken dinner. That is it, guys. Really a long night that we've had, a long journey that these players has been able to come through. But once more, it is truly just the start here in this competition of Clash of Giants Season 2, brought to you by Ruthless Hype Esports, guys. And that's just really about it. I mean, if only Neptune was here, I would love to ask him about a lot of questions, but unfortunately, there is a bit of a reception issues here, so I might just be able to close this one off without him. But unfortunately, I mean, after all, you'd love to start a night with him and ended off the night without him, with him as well. So there's just a bit, man. 4 regions being able to dominate, but more excited for the side of the Indonesians. But that's just pretty much about it, man. Neptune, I know for a fact you're there. Unfortunately, we couldn't do anything about it anymore. We're gonna be waving our hands goodbye to you guys for the first day of the grand finals. Till next time, till tomorrow, peace out.